In a world of shifting allegiances and hidden identities, Baroness Musca Orczy weaves another thrilling tale in Pimpernel and Rosemary. Set against the backdrop of post-World War I Europe, this novel follows the legacy of the Scarlet Pimpernel, blending intrigue, romance, and daring escapes. When young Rosemary Folks finds herself entangled in a web of political peril, courage and cunning become her only weapons. Will she uncover the truth and outwit her enemies, or will the shadows of the past consume her future? Join us as we journey into a world of mystery, danger, and heroic deception. Chapter 1. This was in July 1916. The woman sat alone in the room downstairs, stitching, by the flickering light of a small oil lamp that stood on a rickety deal table close beside her. By the side of the lamp there were some half-dozen khaki tunics, and the woman took up these tunics one by one, looked them over and patted them and turned them about and about. Then she took up the scissors and undid a portion of the lining, after which she stitched that portion of the lining up again, but not before she had inserted something that was small and white and crisp, and that she took out from a fold in the bosom of her dress, between the lining and the cloth, and this she did to each of the half-dozen tunics in turn. The room was small and bare, the paper hung down from the walls in strips, but it happened to have a ceiling that had only partially fallen in during the last bombardment, and so it might be termed a luxurious room, seeing that there were very few ceilings left in Guillaume now. There was no roof to the house, and not a pane of glass anywhere, but as it was very hot this July, this was really an advantage. Quite a pleasant draught stirred the tattered curtain that masked the broken window and fanned the woman's dark, unruly hair about her damp forehead. She sat in ragged bodice and petticoat, her sleeves tucked up above her elbows, her bodice open, showing throat and breasts that were not unshapely. "You are kind to those English fellows, Alice," a dry, sarcastic voice said suddenly, close behind her. The woman gave a start, and the hand that patted and folded the last of the tunics shook ever so slightly. Her pale, wan face looked almost ashen in hue in the dim light of the lamp. She turned and looked at the newcomer, a tall, lean fellow with tousled dark hair and unshaven chin, who lolled under the lintel of the door, chewing the stump of a cigar and gazing at her with a kind of indulgently sarcastic expression in his deep-set eyes. At sight of him she seemed reassured. It was only Lucien the vagrant, the picker-up of unconsidered trifles, attached as porter to one of the American hospitals somewhere close by. So everybody round about here understood, but no one ever inquired further than that. Everyone was too busy to trouble about other people's affairs, and Lucien was useful and willing. Though he had a game leg, he would do anything he was asked: run errands, repair a derelict car, clean boots, anything. Lucien l'Américain, they called him. The Yank, the English flying boys from the aerodrome at Guillaume, had nicknamed him. And they rather liked the Yank. Though he was as ugly as sin, swarthy, most days unshaved and dirty, he was very amusing, had a fund of good stories to relate, and was always ready for a gamble or a bit of fun. He seemed plentifully supplied with money, 2 tips probably, which he collected from the French or English officers over at the hospital, and was very free with it in the way of drinks and cigarettes for the boys. Latterly, his open courtship of Alice Gerbier had caused considerable amusement in Guillaume. Alice was a good sort, of course, but so jolly ugly, and not so young as she once was. It was difficult to imagine any man wanting to make love to Alice Gerbier, but Lucien l'Américain must have done it after a fashion of his own, before Alice became his abject slave, fetching and carrying for him, working her fingers to the bone, and sitting up half the night sewing shirts and knitting socks for him. He took it all as a matter of course, and treated her as if she were so much dirt. The only way to treat women, he would remark cynically, whenever his harshness toward poor Alice roused the indignation of one of the men. It was a curious courtship, and the boys who were quartered in old Mother Gerbier's house often wondered how it would end. Poor Alice, it was her one chance. If she lost this undemonstrative admirer of hers, she would never get another. No doubt she felt that, poor thing, for at times her eyes would look pathetically wistful, when she caught sight of Lucien making himself agreeable to other women. Lucien l'Américain lolled into the room and came to a halt close beside Alice's chair. With the air of a condescending pasha, he patted her thin shoulders. "You are kinder to these fellows," he said, "than you are to me. Why the dickens you should work so hard for them I don't know. You look dog-tired and it's swelteringly hot tonight. We shall have a storm, I think." "The boys were saying they thought a storm was coming on," Alice said in a tired, toneless voice, "and they were hoping it would soon be over. Off as usual in the morning, I suppose," Lucien remarked curtly. The woman nodded. "And like a good soul you are putting a few stitches to their clothes, eh?" the man went on, and jerked a grimy thumb in the direction of the pile of tunics. "There's no one else to do it for them," the woman rejoined in the same toneless, listless voice. "Rather a futile task," he rejoined dryly. "What is a hole more or less in a tunic? How many of these fellows will come back from their raid tomorrow, do you suppose? Most of these carefully mended tunics will supplement the meager wardrobes of our friend Fritz over the way, I'm thinking." "Perhaps," the woman assented with a weary sigh. "How many of them are going tomorrow?" he asked. "I don't know. All the men in this house are going. And how many will come back, do you think?" The woman shuddered and pressed her thin, colourless lips more tightly together. The Yank gave a harsh laugh and shrugged his lean shoulders. "These English flying men are very daring," he said lightly. "Even Fritz will admit that much. They'll take the maddest risks. I don't think that you will see many of these tunics back here at close of day tomorrow." The woman, however, remained obstinately silent. Whilst Lucien threw himself into a broken-down armchair that groaned under his weight, she rose and gathered up the pile of tunics. "What are you doing with the things?" he asked querulously. "Can't you sit still for once and talk to me?" He stretched out a long, muscular arm, succeeded in grabbing her dress, and drew her with sudden violence towards him. She tried to resist and to clutch the tunics tightly against her breast, but they fell out of her arms in a heap on the floor. She would have stooped to pick them up, but in a moment Lucien had her by the shoulders, forcing her to turn and to look at him. "You are kinder to those fellows," he reiterated with his harsh laugh, "than you are to me. Leave those things alone, I say, and get me something to drink. What have you got in the house?" But Alice for once was obstinate. As a rule, even an unspoken wish from Lucien was a law unto her, but this time she wrenched herself free from his grasp, and getting down on one knee she started picking up the tunics from the floor. Lucien watched her for a moment or two through half-closed lids, with an undefinable expression on his lean, swarthy face, and a strange line, almost of cruelty, around his firm lips. Apparently he was not accustomed to seeing his whims thwarted, and no doubt he was impelled by the very human desire to probe his power upon this fond and foolish woman, for suddenly he jumped up, gave the tunics that were still on the floor a vigorous kick which sent them flying to the farthest corner of the room, and roughly grabbed the others which Alice was hugging to her breast. "I told you," he said with a savage oath, "to leave those things alone and to get me a drink." For the space of a few seconds, Alice still hesitated. She looked up at him with a pathetic expression of wistfulness and subjection, while she wiped the palms of her moist hands against her tattered apron. Lucien's eyes, meeting hers, lost their savage gleam. He looked almost ashamed of his brutality. "That's all right, my girl," he said with an indulgent smile. "I didn't mean to be unkind. Get me a drink, there's a good soul. Where did you want to put these things?" he added, as he condescended to stoop and collect the scattered tunics. Alice's wan face at once beamed with a joy as pathetic as her anxiety had been just now. She even contrived to smile. "And never mind about them, Lucien," she said, and with rather jerky movements she wiped the top of the table with her apron. Then she turned towards the door. "I'll put the things away presently. I can get you a bottle of that wine you brought in the other day. Would you like that?" "Yes, I should," the Yank rejoined. "And then you can come and sit still for a bit. That eternal stitching of yours gets on my nerves. Now," he went on, and having collected all the tunics, he placed them back upon the table. "Why you wanted to fiddle with these tunics I can't imagine. They can't have needed mending. Why, they are practically new." He turned them over one by one. They were, as he said, almost new beautiful khaki tunics, smart and well cut, such as the British government loved to serve out to its magnificent airmen. Then, as Alice had suddenly come to a halt by the door, he half turned to her and added in his usual harsh, peremptory tone, "Are you getting me that wine or are you not?" For a few seconds after Alice had finally left the room, Lucien l'Américain remained standing by the table, his grimy hand upon the pile of tunics, motionless. His eyes fixed upon the narrow doorway through which Alice had disappeared, his ear bent, listening to her retreating footsteps. As soon as these had died away down the stone steps which led to the cellar, his whole attitude changed. He threw the stump of his cigar away and, picking up one of the tunics, he felt it all over scrupulously, all over, and with both hands, until in one spot his sensitive fingers felt something that had a slightly crackling, crisp sound about it when handled, whereupon Lucien l'Américain drew a deep breath, and in his deep-set eyes there came a quick flash of triumph. One by one, more quickly now and more surely, he picked up the tunics and felt each one in turn all over, until his fingers encountered the something crisp and crackling which appeared hidden between the cloth and the lining, and while he did so his face, never prepossessing, looked positively hideous. A cruel, almost animal look distorted it. The lips drew back against the gums, showing white teeth, sharp and gleaming like those of a wolf. "That's it, is it?" he muttered once or twice. "Not bad for a woman. Did she think of it, I wonder?" Suddenly his sharp ears detected the sound of Alice's tired footstep coming up the cellar stairs. He laid the tunics back upon the table in a neat pile. Then he went to the window, drew the curtains slightly aside and gave a low, prolonged whistle which was almost immediately answered by another from somewhere out in the darkness. Alice came in, carrying a bottle of wine and a mug. There was a scared look in her eyes as she entered, and her glance swept quickly, anxiously round the room first and then over the pile of tunics. Seeing them neatly folded, she appeared relieved, and set the bottle and mug down upon the table. She took a corkscrew from the table drawer and proceeded to draw the cork, whilst Lucien watched her with a smile round his lips, which the girl hardly dared to interpret. Now he lolled across to her. His hands were in his pockets. She had succeeded in drawing the cork, and was pouring the wine into the mug, when with a swift movement Lucien's arm shot out and closed round her throat, whilst his other hand was clapped firmly against her mouth. She had not the time to scream. The bottle of wine fell out of her hand, crashing on the floor, and the wine flowed in a stream along the cracks of the worm-eaten wood in the direction of the door. Her eyes, dilated with horror, stared into vacancy. Her hands with fingers outspread were stretched out straight before her. Lucien l'Américain never uttered a word. He just held her in a grip of iron, smothering any attempt she might make to scream. Less than 20 seconds went by whilst he held the woman thus, and she passed from an excess of horror into semi-consciousness. Then, from the outer passage, there came the sound of stealthy footsteps, and the next moment 2 men dressed in rough peasant clothes came into the room. Lucien l'Américain motioned to them with a glance, and silently, almost noiselessly, they closed in around the woman and in a moment had her secure between them and marched her out of the room, she going like a sleepwalker with eyes closed and lips tightly pressed together, her face a reflex of the horror which had invaded her soul. Lucien l'Américain, left alone in the room, took up one of the tunics, and with Alice's scissors he carefully undid a few stitches in the lining. His deft fingers then groped in the aperture, until they came in contact with something crisp and crackling, which he drew out and examined. It was a small sheet of thin paper closely covered with minute handwriting, and then folded into as small a compass as had been possible. By the flickering light of the oil lamp, the Yank tried to decipher some of the writing. His face had become expressionless as marble. It seemed as if with the unmasking of the woman, his interest in the event had ceased. The paper contained information which would have been of enormous importance to the Germans. Having skimmed the written matter through, Lucien folded up the paper again and slipped it in a pocketbook which he carried next to his skin. After that he took up the tunics one by one, and still with the aid of Alice's scissors, He extracted the same message which was concealed in the self-same way between the lining and the cloth of each tunic, and these also he put away in his pocketbook. He had only just finished his task when from down the village street there rose the joyful sound of lusty throats singing "Tipperary," and a minute or two later half a dozen boys in khaki made noisy eruption into the house. At once there was loud shouting of "Alice, Alice, where art thou? What ho, my Alice?" And one of the boys started singing "The Roses of Picardy." "Hallo, Yank," came from another of them, who had just caught sight of Lucien. "What the have you done with Alice?" "She'll be back directly," Lucien shouted in response. "I've promised to meet her, so can't stop. Slong!" He dashed out of the house, and in a moment the darkness had swallowed him up. Chapter 2. 3 days later. Half an hour after the break of dawn, in a moderately well-furnished room in the town hall of Lille, an elderly man was sitting over a scanty petit déjeuner. He had an intellectual face, with high-bred features and sparse grey hair carefully brushed across his cranium so as to hide the beginnings of baldness. From time to time he cast eager eyes at the door opposite to where he was sitting, or anxious ones at the clock upon the mantel shelf. Suddenly his whole face brightened up with eager expectancy. He had just perceived the sound of a harsh voice coming from the next room, and demanding peremptorily to speak with M. de Kervoisin. A servant entered, but de Kervoisin was too impatient to allow him to speak. "Number 10, is it?" he queried sharply, and at once added, "Show him in." A tall, ragged, uncouth, unshaved creature sauntered into the room, with hands in pockets and a chawed cigar stump in the corner of his mouth. Strangely enough, the elegant high-bred de Kervoisin received this extraordinary visitor with the utmost courtesy. He rose to greet him, shook him warmly by the hand, offered him a chair, coffee, liqueurs, cigarettes. The newcomer declined everything except the armchair, into which he threw himself with obvious satisfaction. "Tired, my friend?" M. de Kervoisin queried amiably. "Of course," the other replied curtly. "I have been up nearly 2 hours. The want of sleep," M. de Kervoisin murmured with an engaging smile. Then he added dryly, "And I suppose some emotion." "Emotion?" The other broke in with a harsh laugh. "None, I assure you, save what is pleasurable." "What? To see a woman shot?" He who went by the strange appellation of number 10 threw aside the chawed stump of his cigar. Then he carefully selected a cigarette from M. de Kervoisin's case, and lit it leisurely before he replied, "Yes, my friend, to see a woman shot. Have you never seen a human creature shot or hung?" "No, never," M. de Kervoisin replied with a shudder, "and I hope I never may." "It is a thrill well worth experiencing," the other remarked, and blew rings of cigarette smoke through his pursed lips. "Yes," he went on dryly, "well worth experiencing." "Ah," M. de Kervoisin rejoined with a sigh, "you English are astonishing." "Yes, I dare say we seem so to you," number 10 retorted. "But we do not shoot women." "So I understand. The danger of spies is not quite so acute with you as it is with us, and this woman was really dangerous. She was dangerous because she was so extraordinarily clever. In all my experience, I never came across anything quite so ingenious as the way she went to work. She worked from the British aerodrome, I think you told me, behind Guillaume, and calculated that out of every half-dozen English machines that went up, at least 3 would come down behind the German lines, so she inserted all the information she could get in the linings of the airmen's tunics. A clever idea, number 10 added thoughtfully, and in the end, I only discovered the trick by accident. He smiled, and stared for a second straight out before him, and as he did so, memory brought back vividly the picture of the tumble-down house at Guillaume, and Alice Gerbier sitting there, stitching with the pile of tunics before her, and he himself disguised as a loafer, commonly called Lucien l'Américain, for no particular reason, as he certainly was not American, hanging round the woman for weeks. Vaguely suspecting at first, then certain, then wondering how the trick was done, the clever trick whereby so much valuable information was conveyed to the Germans, information that could only have been obtained in the neighborhood of the English aerodrome. and he saw himself, the spy tracker, the Secret Service agent, carefully setting the trap which had ensnared so many women ever since the world began, the trap set with a bait to lure a woman's vanity, and an old maid's passionate longing for love. And to these memory pictures another now was added, the picture of Alice Gerbier in the early dawn in the prison yard of Lille, with her back to the wall and a handkerchief over her eyes, and a platoon of soldiers with rifles raised, and gradually as these pictures passed before his mind's eye, became strangely vivid and then passed by again, the man's expressive face became hideous in its aspect of ruthless cruelty. The eyes narrowed till they were mere slits, the lips curled up over the gums, displaying a row of teeth pointed and sharp as those of a wolf. A discreet cough from M. de Kervoisin roused him from his meditation. "You are certainly a prince amongst Secret Service agents, my friend," M. de Kervoisin said suavely. "I don't know what we should do without you. But Alice Gerbier certainly represents your crowning triumph." Number 10 gave a harsh laugh. "It certainly was a thrill," he said coolly. "Well worth experiencing." Chapter 3. To Peter Blakeney, Rosemary Fawkes's engagement to his friend Tarkington seemed not only incredible but impossible. The end of the world, death, annihilation, hell, anything. But it could not be true. He was playing at Lord's that day. Tarkington told him the news at the luncheon interval, and Peter had thought for the moment that for once in his life Tarkington must be drunk. But Tarkington looked just as he always did, grave, impassive, and wonderfully kind. Indeed, he seemed specially kind just then. Perhaps he knew. Perhaps Rosemary had told him. Women were so queer. Perhaps she did tell Tarkington that he, Peter, had once been fool enough to— Anyway, Tarkington was sober and very grave and kind, and he told Peter in his quiet, unemotional way that he considered himself the happiest man on God's earth. Of course he was, if Rosemary, but it was impossible, impossible, impossible. That afternoon Peter hit many boundaries, and at the end of play was 148 not out. In the evening he went to the Five Arts Ball at the Albert Hall. He knew that Rosemary would be there. He had designed the dress she would be wearing, and Tarkington told him sometime during that afternoon that he was taking his fiancée to the ball. His fiancée, dear old Tarkington, so kind, so unemotional. Rosemary's husband presently, ye gods. At the Albert Hall ball Peter wore that beautiful Hungarian national dress that had belonged to his grandfather, a wonderful dress of semi-barbaric splendor, with the priceless 15th-century jewelry which he had inherited from his mother, the buttons, the sword belt, the clasp for the mantle. They had been in the Heves family ever since it was fashioned by Florentine workmen, imported into Hungary by a medieval queen. Peter dressed himself with the greatest care. If a thing was worth doing at all, it was worth doing well, and Rosemary had said once that she would like to see him in the dress. But during that hot afternoon at Lord's, while he dressed, and now inside the crowded, stuffy Albert Hall, Peter did not feel as if he were really alive. He did not feel like a personage in a dream. He only felt that the world as he had seen it since luncheon time was not a real world. Someone had invented something altogether new in opposition to the Creator, and he, Peter, being no longer alive, was permitted a private view of the novelty. It appeared to be a very successful novelty. At any rate, the numberless puppets who raised shrill voices so that Peter might hear what they said, all declared that this ball was incontestably the most successful function of the season, just as in the real world, Peter thought, where every function is always incontestably the most successful function of the season. Other shrill voices declared in Peter's hearing that this function had been more than usually well managed. It had been splendidly advertised, and the tickets had sold like the proverbial hotcakes, and Peter was quite sure that somewhere in the dead, forgotten world of long ago he had heard such an expression of opinion over and over again. Anyway, in this Albert Hall of the newly invented world, things were much as they had been in the old. It was crowded. At one time there was hardly room enough to move, let alone to dance, certain contortions of the body being called dancing now as then, and certain demoniacal sounds made on hellish instruments by gentlemen of color being called dance music. The floor of the hall, raised to the level of the lower-tier boxes, was given over to the performance of various gyrations, more or less graceful, whilst Peter looked on, strangely familiar with this new world of unrealities, which had only been invented a few hours ago. When Tarkington told him of his engagement to Rosemary Fawkes, he knew just how it would be. In tomorrow's issue of the Morning Star or the Talk of the Town, the thousands who gyrated here or who looked on at the gyrations of others would be referred to as being also present. He, Peter Blakeney, the famous cricketer and distinguished VC, would be referred to as being also present, and there would be a photograph of him with a set grin on his face and his eyes staring out of his head like those of a lunatic at large in all the illustrated weeklies. This was as it should be. It was well worth paying 2 guineas supper included for the privilege of being referred to as also present in this distinguished company of puppets that included both home and foreign royalties. Of course there were others, the select few who would be referred to in the columns of the Morning Star or the Talk of the Town with charming familiarity as Lord Algy Fitznoodle or Miss Baby Tomkins, or simply as Lady Poots or Lord Tim. While I was chatting with Lady Poots, etc., Lady of 6 Dartmouth with her beautiful hair shingled, etc., etc., the Marchioness of Flint came with her girls, etc., all of which Peter knew by intuition would be vastly interesting to the suburban little madams who read the Talk of the Town in this world of unrealities, and he was willing to leave it at that, well knowing that the puppets named Miss Baby or Lady the Six would not think of being absent from the 5 Arts Ball. It was the acme of smartness, of bohemian smartness, that is to say, the smartness of Chelsea and fashionable studios, which is so much smarter than the smartness of Mayfair. And Peter, a kind of disembodied Peter, watched the throng. Ye gods, what a motley and a medley, polychromatic and kaleidoscopic, iridescent and prismatic, ceaselessly on the move, mercurial, restless, ever stirring, fluttering fans, fingering clothes, adjusting coiffures, lapels, frills, hair ornaments and feathers, and talking incessantly, with voices hard and high-pitched, trying to rise above other voices that were harder and higher of pitch, dazzling to eye and ear, exciting to nerves and sense, the atmosphere a mixture of odours, of powders, cosmetics, perfumes, heat, gas, and a score of other indefinable scents. The picture quite brilliant, not without touches of unconscious humour. Marie Antoinette flirting with Robespierre, Russian moujik in familiar converse with a jewelled Catherine, Queen Elizabeth condescending to prehistoric man, and then Pierrots everywhere, of every conceivable motley and shape, blue Pierrots and yellow Pierrots, white or black, purple with orange frills and orange with purple frills, black skullcaps and tall white peaks. Pierrots of satin and Pierrots of gingham, cool and active, ye gods, how active! Bohemian smartness, it seems, demanded that its Pierrots should be bright and amusing and active. From his point of vantage on the floor of the hall, Peter scanned the semicircle of boxes where sat more puppets, hundreds of them, watching the thousands down below. What was the good of them, Peter thought? Why had God made them? What use were they in this new world which some wanton sprite had fashioned in opposition to the Creator? They fluttered their fans, they laughed, they jabbered, and did not seem to know that they, just like Peter, had become unreal and disembodied at the precise moment when Rosemary Fawkes promised to become Jasper Tarkington's wife. And then suddenly the puppets all faded away. The new world ceased to be. There was no hall, no dancing, no music, no more puppets, no more Pierrots. There was only Rosemary, and she came up to Peter and said quite gaily, naturally, in a voice that belonged to the old world, not the new, "Won't you ask me to dance, Peter?" After that, well, dancing permits, necessitates, holding the partner in one's arm, and Peter danced with Rosemary. Chapter 4. Lady Orange always had a box for the big functions at the Albert Hall. It was chic, it was right, and it was convenient. It gave her an opportunity of entertaining distinguished foreigners de passage in London in a manner that was both original and expensive. Lady Orange prided herself on her internationalism, and delighted to gather distinguished foreigners about her. Members and attaches of minor embassies invariably graced her dinner parties. She often referred to her attainments as bilingual, and in effect she spoke French with a perfect Geneva accent. She thought it bon ton to appear bored at every social function except those which took place at her house in Belgrave Square. And now, when a procession made up of bedizened unities marched in double file past her box, she remarked languidly, "I think they show a singular lack of imagination. One would have thought Chelsea artists would have invented something unique, picturesque for themselves. They only thought of comfort, perhaps. But it is they who gave the impetus to the imagination of others, not?" The man who sat next to Lady Orange spoke with certain gestures of hands and arms that would have proclaimed him a foreigner even apart from his appearance, the somewhat wide expanse of white waistcoat, the ultra-smart cut of his evening clothes, the diamond ring on his finger. He had large, mellow, dark eyes, which he used with great effect when he spoke to women, and full lips half concealed under a heavy black moustache. He had a soft, rich voice, and spoke English with that peculiar intonation which is neither Italian nor Slav, but has the somewhat unpleasant characteristics of both. And he had large, well-shaped, podgy hands all covered with a soft dark down that extended almost to his fingertips. Lady Orange, who had pale, round eyes and arched eyebrows that lent to her face a perpetual look of surprise, gazed intelligently about her. "Ah," she sighed vaguely. "Vous avez raison." She would have liked to continue the conversation in French, but General Naniescu was equally determined to speak English. As Lady Orange was going to Bucharest shortly and desired an introduction to august personages there, she thought it best to humour the General's whim. "How well you express yourself in our barbarous tongue, le Général," she said kindly. "Ah, madame," the General replied with an expressive shrug. "We in our country are at such disadvantage in the social life of great cities like London and Paris that we must strive to win our way by mastering the intricacies of language, so as to enable us to converse freely with the intelligentsia of the West who honour us by their gracious acceptance." "You are a born courtier, Monsieur le Général," Lady Orange rejoined with a gracious smile. "Is he not, ma chère?" And with the edge of her large feather fan she tapped the knees of an elderly lady who sat the other side of le Général. "Oh, Mademoiselle Fairfax was not listening to my foolish remarks," General Naniescu said, turning the battery of his mellow eyes on the somewhat frumpish old maid. "No," Miss Fairfax admitted dryly. "Monsieur de Kervoisin here on my left was busy trying to convert me to the dullness of Marcel Proust. He is not succeeding." "Ah," exclaimed Naniescu suavely, "you English ladies, you are so intellectual and so deliciously obstinate, so proud of your glorious literature that even the French modernists appear poor in your sight." "There you see ma chère Lady Orange," put in with her habitual vagueness. "Always the courtier. How can one help being a courtier, dear lady, when for hours one is thrown in a veritable whirlpool of beauty, brilliance, and wit? Look at this dazzling throng before us," the General went on with a fine sweep of his arm. "The eyes are nearly blinded with its magnificence. Is it not so, my dear Kervoisin?" This last remark he made in French, for Mame de Kervoisin spoke not a word of English. He was a small, spare man, with thin grey beard neatly trimmed into a point, and thin grey hair carefully arranged so as to conceal the beginnings of baldness. Around his deep-set grey eyes there was a network of wrinkles. They were shrewd, piercing eyes, with little, if any, softness in them. M. de Kervoisin, whose name proclaimed him a native of Brittany, was financial adviser to a multiplicity of small, newly created states, all of whom were under the tutelage of France. His manner was quiet and self-effacing when social or political questions were on the tapis, and he only appeared to warm up when literature or the arts were being discussed. He fancied himself as a Mæcenas rather than a financier. Marcel Proust was his hobby for the moment, because above all things he prided himself on modernity, and on his desire to keep abreast of every literary and artistic movement that had risen in the one country that he deemed of intellectual importance, namely his own. For the moment he felt vaguely irritated because Miss Fairfax, a seemingly unpretentious and socially unimportant elderly female, refused to admit that there was not a single modern English prose writer that could compare with Proust. To the General's direct challenge he only replied dryly, "Very brilliant indeed, my good Naniescu, but, you know, I have seen so much in my day that sights like these have no longer the power to stir me." "I am sorry for you," Miss Fairfax retorted with old-maidish bluntness. "I have been about the world a good deal myself, but I find it always a pleasure to look at pretty people. Look at Rosemary Fawkes now," she went on, addressing no one in particular. "Did you ever in all your life see anything so beautiful?" She made lively little gestures of greeting, and pointed to a couple on the dancing floor below. Lady Orange turned her perpetually surprised gaze in that direction, and General Naniescu uttered an exaggerated cry of admiration. Even M. de Courvoisin appeared interested. "Who is the lady?" he asked. "She is Rosemary Fawkes," Miss Fairfax said, "one of the most distinguished—" "Ah! I entreat you, mademoiselle, tell us no more," the General exclaimed with mock protest. "A lovely woman needs no other label but her own loveliness. She is distinguished amongst all because she is beautiful. What else should a woman be when she is the finest work the Creator ever produced an enchantress?" "Well," Miss Fairfax rejoined dryly, "I would scold you, General, for those lyrical effusions if they were intended for anybody else. Pretty women are usually silly, because from childhood upwards they have been taught to use their intellect solely for purposes of self-contemplation and self-admiration. But Rosemary Fawkes is an exception. She is not only beautiful but brilliantly clever. Surely you remember those articles in the International Review on the subject of the evils of bureaucracy in the Near East. They were signed Uno, and many doubted at the time that the writer was a woman, and a young one at that. "Uno?" General Naniescu exclaimed, and threw a significant glance at M. de Courvoisin, who in his turn uttered an astonished "Ah!" and leaned over the edge of the box in order to take a closer view of the lady under. Discussion. Chapter 5. Indeed, no lyrical effusion would seem exaggerated if dedicated to Rosemary Fawkes. She was one of those women on whom nature seemed to have showered every one of her most precious gifts. There are few words that could adequately express the peculiar character of her beauty. She was tall, and her figure was superb, but there are many tall, beautifully built women. She had hair the color of horse chestnuts when first they fall out of their prickly green cases, and her skin was as delicately transparent as eggshell china. But Rosemary's charm did not lie in the color of her hair or the quality of her skin. It lay in something more undefinable. Perhaps it was in her eyes. Surely it was in her eyes. People were wont to say they were haunting, like the eyes of a pixie or of a fairy. They were not blue, nor were they green or grey, but they were all three at times, according as Rosemary was pleased or amused or thoughtful, and when she was pleased or amused, she would screw up those pixie eyes of hers, and three adorable little lines that were not wrinkles would form on each side of her nose like those on the nose of a lion cub. Her chestnut-colored hair lay in luscious waves over her forehead and round her perfectly shaped little head, and when she smiled, her small white teeth would gleam through her full parted lips. Eschewing the fantastic Pierrot costumes of the hour, Rosemary Fawkes was dressed in a magnificent Venetian gown of the 15th century, the rich crimson folds of which set off her stately figure as well as the radiant coloring of her skin and hair. She wore a peculiarly shaped velvet cap, the wings of which fastened under her chin, thus accentuating the perfect oval of the face and the exquisite contour of forehead and cheeks. "A woman so beautiful has no right to be clever," General Naniescu remarked with an affected sigh. "It is not fair to the rest of her sex." "Miss Fawkes is certainly very gifted," Lady Orange remarked dryly, her enthusiasm apparently being less keen on the subject of Rosemary than that of Miss Fairfax. "And who is the happy man?" M. de Courvoisin put in his dry, ironic tone, "with whom the enchantress is dancing?" "Peter Blakeney," Miss Fairfax replied curtly. "Qui ça? Peter Blakeney? Peter Blakeney does not know who is Peter Blakeney. Lady Orange exclaimed, and for this supreme moment she departed from her habitual vagueness of attitude, whilst her glance became more markedly astonished than before. 2 or 3 young people who sat at the back of the box tittered audibly and gazed at General Naniescu as if he were indeed an extraordinary specimen lately presented to the zoo. "Remember, dear lady," General Naniescu put in, wholly unperturbed by the sensation which his innocent query had provoked, "that M. de Courvoisin and I are but strangers in your wonderful country, and that no doubt it is our want of knowledge of your language that causes us to seem ignorant of some of your greatest names in literature or the arts." "It is not a case of literature or the arts, mon cher General," Lady Orange condescended to explain. "Peter Blakeney is the finest cover point England ever had." "Ah, political sociology?" de Courvoisin queried blandly. "Political what?" "The secret points, no doubt you mean, dear lady," the General went on, politely puzzled. "Advanced communism what? M. Blakeney is then a disciple of Lenin?" "I don't know what you are talking about," Lady Orange sighed. "Peter Blakeney is the finest cricketer Eton and Oxford have ever produced." "Cricket!" exclaimed the General, while M. de Courvoisin uttered a significant "ah." There was a moment of quite uncomfortable silence. Naniescu was thoughtfully stroking his luxurious moustache, and a gentle, indulgent smile hovered round the thin lips of M. de Courvoisin. "It is interesting," Naniescu said suavely after a moment or two, "to see 2 such world-famous people given over to the pleasure of the dance. They are excellent dancers, both of them." Lady Orange assented placidly, even though she had a vague sense of uneasiness that the 2 foreigners were laughing surreptitiously at something or at her. "And we may suppose," the General continued, "that a fine young man like Mr. Blakeney has some other mission in life than the playing of cricket. He hasn't time for anything else," came in indignant protest from a young lady with shingled hair. "He plays for England, in Australia, South Africa, all over the world. Isn't that good enough?" "More than enough, dear lady," assented Naniescu with a bland smile. "Indeed, it were foolish to expect the greatest, what did you call him, secret point to waste his time on other trifling matters." "Cover point, mon General," Lady Orange suggested indulgently, whilst the young people at the back broke into uproarious mirth. "Cover point, not secret. Peter Blakeney rode 2 years in the Varsity Eights," one of the young people interposed, hot in the defence of a popular hero. Then he added with characteristic English shamefacedness when subjects of that sort are mentioned, "and he got a VC in the war. He is a jolly fine chap, and ever so good-looking," rejoined the pretty girl with the shingled hair. She shot a provocative glance in the direction of the 2 ignorant dagos who had never even heard of Peter Blakeney, and then she added, "He couldn't help being jolly and fine and all that. As he is the great-grandson—" "No, kid, not the great-grandson," broke in one of her friends. "Yes, the great-grandson," the young girl insisted. There was a short and heated argument, while General Naniescu and M. de Courvoisin looked courteously puzzled. Then Miss Fairfax was appealed to. "Miss Fairfax, isn't Peter Blakeney the great-grandson of the Scarlet Pimpernel?" And Miss Fairfax, who knew everything, settled the point. "Peter," she said, "is the great-grandson of Jack Blakeney, who was known as the Little Pimpernel and was the Scarlet Pimpernel's eldest son. In face and figure, he is the image of that wonderful portrait by Romney of Sir Percy Blakeney." "Hurrah for me!" exclaimed the one who had been right, whilst the pretty girl with the shingled hair threw a glance at the handsome Romanian, which conveyed an eloquent "so there." General Naniescu shrugged amiably. "Ah," he said, "now I understand. When one gets the youth of England on the subject of its Scarlet Pimpernel, one can only smile and hold one's tongue." "I think," Miss Fairfax concluded, "that Peter is the best-looking and the best-dressed man in the hall tonight." "You stab me to the heart, dear lady," the General protested with mock chagrin, "though I am willing to admit that the descendant of your national hero has much of his mother's good looks." "Did you know Mrs. Blakeney, then?" "Only by sight and before her marriage. She was a Hungarian lady of title, Baroness Heaves," General Naniescu replied, with a shrug that had in it a vague suggestion of contempt. "I guessed that our young cricket player was her son, from the way he wears the Hungarian national dress. I was wondering what the dress was, Lady Orange remarked vaguely, thankful that the conversation had drifted back to a more equable atmosphere. It is very picturesque and very becoming, and quite medieval and Asiatic, do you not think so, dear lady? The Hungarian aristocrats used to go to their court dressed in that barbaric fashion in the years before the war, and very handsome they must have looked, judging by Peter Blakeney's appearance tonight. I knew the mother too, Miss Fairfax remarked gently. She was a dear. She is dead then? Madame de Courvoisier asked. Oh yes, some years ago, my dear friend, the General replied. It was a tragic story, I remember, but I have forgotten its details. No one ever knew it over here, was Miss Fairfax's somewhat terse comment, which seemed to suggest that further discussion on the subject would be unwelcome. General Naniescu, nevertheless, went on with an indifferent shrug, and that same slightly contemptuous tone in his voice. Hungarian women are most of them ill-balanced, but by your leave, gracious ladies, we will not trouble our heads any longer with that young man, distinguished though his cricket-playing career may have been. To me he is chiefly interesting because he dances in perfect harmony with Venus Aphrodite, whose Vulcan I imagine he would gladly be, Madame de Courvoisier remarked with a smile, a desire shared probably by many, or is the one and only Vulcan already found? Yes, in the person of Lord Tarkington, Miss Fairfax replied. Qui ça, Lord Tarkington? The General queried again. You are determined to know everything, mon cher General, Lady Orange retorted playfully. Ah, but Mademoiselle Fairfax is such a wonderful encyclopedia of social science, and since my attention has been purposefully drawn to Aphrodite, my curiosity with regard to Vulcan must be satisfied. Mademoiselle, I beg you to tell me all about him. Well, Julia Fairfax resumed good-humouredly, all I can tell you is that Jasper Tarkington is one of the few rich peers left in England, and this is all the more remarkable as his uncle, the late Lord Tarkington, was one of the poorest. Nobody seems to know where Jasper got his money. I believe that he practically owns one of the most prosperous seaside towns on the south coast. I forget which. Anyway, he is in a position to give Rosemary just what she wants and everything that she craves for, except perhaps— Miss Fairfax paused and shrugged her thin shoulders. Taunted by General Naniescu, she refused to complete the sentence she had so tantalizingly left half-spoken. Lord Tarkington is a great friend of your country, General Naniescu, she said abruptly. Surely you must know him. Tarkington? The General mused. Tarkington? I ought to remember, but he was correspondent for the Daily Post at the time that your troops marched into Hungary in 1919. Surely you are mistaken, dear lady. Tarkington? I am sure I should remember the name. My poor misjudged country has so few friends in England I should not be likely to forget. Lord Tarkington only came into the title on the death of his uncle a year ago, Lady Orange condescended to explain. And he was called something else before that. The General sighed affectedly. Ah, your English titles. Another difficulty we poor foreigners encounter when we come to your wonderful country. I knew once an English gentleman who used to come to Romania to shoot with a friend of mine. He came 4 times in 4 years, and every time he had a different name, Lady Orange murmured, feeling that in this statement the Romanian general was paying an unconscious tribute to the English aristocracy. Do tell me who it was, mon cher General. I cannot exactly tell you who he was, kind lady. When first I knew the gentleman, he was Mr. Oldermarsh. Then somebody died and he became Lord Henry Oldermarsh. The following year somebody else died and he was Viscount Rawcliffe, and when last I saw him he was the Marquis of Barchester. Since then I have lost sight of him, but I have no doubt that when I see him he will have changed his name again. Vous êtes vraiment délicieux, mon cher Lady Orange exclaimed, more convinced than ever that there was only one aristocracy in the whole of Europe, and that was the English. No wonder you were puzzled. She would have liked to have entered on a long dissertation on a subject which interested her more than any other, a dissertation which would have embraced the Domesday Book and the entire feudal system, but Naniescu and Miss Fairfax were once more discussing Rosemary Fawkes and her fiancé. I suppose, the Romanian was saying, that Lord Tarkington has given up journalism altogether now. "I don't know," Miss Fairfax replied. "Lord Tarkington never talks about himself. But Rosemary will never give up her work. She may be in love with Jasper for the moment, but she is permanently enamored of power, of social and political power, which her clever pen will always secure for her, in a greater degree even than Tarkington's wealth and position." "Power?" the General said thoughtfully. "Ah, yes. The writer of those articles in the International Review can lay just claim to political power. They did my unfortunate country a good deal of harm at that time, for they appeared as a part of that insidious propaganda which we are too proud, and alas, also too poor, to combat adequately. Over here in England, people do not appear to understand how difficult it is to subdue a set of rebellious, arrogant people like the Hungarians, who don't seem to have realized yet that they have lost the war." Lady Orange gave a little scream of horror. "Pour l'amour de Dieu," she exclaimed. "Keep away from politics, mon cher Général." "1,000 pardons, gracious friend," he retorted meekly. "The sight of that lovely lady who did my poor country so much harm brought words to my tongue which should have remained unspoken in your presence." "I expect you would be interested to meet Rosemary," said the practical Miss Fairfax, with her slightly malicious smile. "You might convert her, you know." "My only wish would be," General Naniescu replied with obvious sincerity, "to make her see the truth. It would indeed be an honor to pay my devoirs to the lovely Uno." "I can arrange that for you easily enough," rejoined Lady Orange. She leaned over the edge of the box, and with that playful gesture which seemed habitual to her, she tapped with her fan the shoulder of a man who was standing just below, talking to a friend. "When this dance is over, George," she said to him, "tell Rosemary Fawkes to come into my box. Tell her that a distinguished Romanian desires to lay his homage at her feet," Miss Fairfax added bluntly. "Do you think Sir George will prevail on the divinity?" the General asked eagerly. Just then the dance was over, the coloured musicians ceased to bawl, and there was a general movement and confusion down below through which Sir George Orange, ever obedient to his wife's commands, could be seen vainly striving to find a beautiful needle in a tumbled and unruly haystack. He came back to the side of his wife's box after a while. "I can't find her," he said apologetically. "She has probably gone to get an ice or something. Tarkington was also looking for her." "Well," said Lady Orange placidly, turning her surprised gaze on General Naniescu, "suppose you and M. de Courvoisin take us up to supper in the meanwhile. We'll capture Rosemary later, I promise you." The party in the box broke up. The young people went downstairs to dance, whilst the two foreigners gallantly escorted the elderly ladies up innumerable flights of stairs to a cold and cheerless upper story, where an exceedingly indigestible supper washed down with salad dressing and coloured soda water was served to Pierrots, Marie Antoinettes, Indian squaws, and others who crowded round the tables and fought eagerly for unwashed forks and glasses of doubtful cleanliness. The Five Arts Ball was indeed a huge success. Chapter 6. "Would you like anything?" Peter Blakeney asked of his partner while he steered her clear of the crowded dancing floor. "I'm rather thirsty," Rosemary replied, "but I could not stand that awful supper upstairs." "Well, look here," he urged. "You slip into one of the empty boxes and I'll forage for you." They found a box on the upper tier, the occupants of which had probably gone off to supper. Rosemary sat down and pulled the curtain forward. Thus ensconced in a cosy corner of the box, she drew a contented little sigh, glad to be in the dark and alone. Peter went to forage, and she remained quite still, gazing unseeing on the moving crowd below. She was hot and felt rather breathless. A chestnut hair, below the velvet cap, clung against her forehead, and tiny beads of moisture appeared round the wings of her delicately modelled nose. The last dance had been intoxicating. Peter was a perfect dancer. Rosemary sighed again quite involuntarily. It was a little sigh of regret for those golden minutes that had gone by all too rapidly. Jasper, she reflected, would never make a dancer, but he would make a kind, considerate, always thoughtful husband. The kindest husband any woman could wish for. Her eyes now sought the dancing floor more insistently. She had just become aware of Jasper's tall figure moving aimlessly amidst the crowd. Dear, kind Jasper! He was looking for her, of course. Always when she was not near him, he was looking for her. If not physically and actually, then with his thoughts, trying to find her, to understand her, to guess at an unspoken wish. Dear, kind Jasper. Rosemary sighed and closed her eyes, in order to shut out that sudden glimpse she had just had of Jasper's anxious gaze, scanning the crowd in search of her. She pulled the curtain an inch or two further forward, pushed back her chair deeper into the shadow. Peter returned, carrying a bottle of champagne and a tumbler. "Will this do?" he asked, and busied himself with the cork. "Delicious," she replied. "But what about you?" "Me? Yes, you have brought only one glass. The only one I could get. There's a regular fight up there for crockery." She laughed. "It must be horrible up there," she exclaimed. "Dante's Inferno," he assented laconically. He filled the glass till the froth bubbled over and gave it to her to drink, which she did with delight. "Lovely," she exclaimed. He watched her as she screwed up her eyes, and those tantalizing little lines appeared at the sides of her nose. "I hear you did splendidly at Lord's this afternoon, Peter," she said. "There's a wonderful article about you in the Evening Post." Then she held the glass out to be refilled. "Your turn next," she said. "Won't you have some more?" "Not just now, thank you." He put the bottle down on the floor, then put out his hand to take the glass from her. As he did so, his fingers closed over hers. She tried to withdraw her hand, and in the brief struggle the glass fell between them and was smashed to smithereens. "Our one and only glass," Rosemary exclaimed. "Please, Peter," she went on with a nervous little laugh, "will you release my hand?" "No," he replied, and increased the pressure on her struggling fingers. "I have often been allowed to hold your hand before. Why not now?" She shrugged her shoulders and ceased to struggle. "Am I never to be allowed to hold your hand again?" he insisted. But her head now was turned away. She was apparently deeply interested in the crowd below. "Oh, Peter," she exclaimed lightly, "do look at Mrs. Oppert in that girlish 1840 costume. Did you ever see anything more ludicrous? Do look at her huge feet in those wee sandals. There's Jimmy Ransom talking to her now." Again she tried to withdraw her hand, and still he held her fast. She turned to him with a frown. "Peter," she said, "if you're going to be foolish, I'll go." "What do you call being foolish?" he retorted. "Holding your hand. I held you in my arms just now while we danced." "I call it being foolish, Peter," she retorted coolly. "Would you rather I called it disloyal?" "You are too clever to do that, Rosemary," he rejoined. "Disloyalty being so essentially a feminine attribute." "Peter." "Oh, I know, he went on quite slowly, and then suddenly released her hand. "Presently you will be Jasper's wife, the wife of my best friend. And if I happen to hold your hand just one instant longer than convention permits, I shall be called disloyal, a cad any ugly word that takes your fancy for the moment. So, I must become less than a friend, less than a distant cousin. I must not hold your hand, the others I may not. They may come near you, look into your eyes, see you smile, my God. Rosemary, am I never to look into those glorious eyes of yours again?" For a moment it seemed as if she was going to give him a direct answer. A soft flush rose to her cheeks, and there was a quick intake of her breath, as if words would tumble out that she was determined to suppress. The struggle only lasted for a second. The next she had thrown bayed her head and burst into a peal of laughter. "Why, Peter," she exclaimed, and turned great serious eyes upon him, "I never knew before that you read Browning." Her laugh had half sobered him, but evidently he had not grasped her meaning, for he frowned and murmured, puzzled, "Browning? Why, yes," she said gaily. "I forget exactly how it goes, but something like this. I will hold your hand just as long as all may, or so very little longer." He made no sign that her flippancy had hurt him. He sat down beside her, his hands clasped between his knees. "Why should you hate me so, Rosemary?" he asked quietly. "Hate you, my dear Peter?" she exclaimed. "Whatever put that quaint notion into your head? The heat must have been too much for you this afternoon. You never will wear a cap. I know that I am beneath contempt, of course," he insisted, "but when one despises a poor creature like me, it seems wanton cruelty just to kick it." "I did not mean to hurt you, Peter," Rosemary rejoined more gently, But when you are trying to talk nonsense, I must in self-defense bring you back to sanity. Nonsense? Would to God I could talk nonsense, act nonsense, live nonsense. Would to God my poor brain did refuse to take in the fact that you have promised to become Jasper's wife, and that I, like a fool, have lost you forever. Lost me, Peter? She retorted, with just the faintest tremor of bitterness in her voice. I don't think you ever sought me very seriously, did you? I have loved you, Rosemary. Peter Blakeney said very slowly and very deliberately, from the first moment I set eyes on you. Then, as the girl shrugged her shoulders with an obvious attempt at indifference, he said more insistently, You knew it, Rosemary. I know that you often said so, Peter, she replied coldly. You knew it that night on the river when you lay in my arms just like a lovely pixie, with your haunting eyes closed and your lips pressed to mine. You knew it then, Rosemary, he insisted. But now she would no longer trust herself to speak. She had drawn herself further back within the shadows. All that Peter could see of her was the exquisite oval of her face like a cameo carved against the dark, indefinite background. Her eyes he could not see, for they were veiled by the delicate, blue-veined lids, but he had a glimpse of her breast like mother of pearl, and of her small hand clinging tightly to the protecting curtain. The rest of her, swathed in the rich folds of her brocaded gown, was merged in the shadows, her auburn hair hidden by the velvet cap. Just by looking at her face and on that clinging hand, he knew that everything within her was urging her to flee, was warning her not to listen, not to allow her memory to recall that wonderful night in June, on the river, when the honey-colored moon threw shafts of silver light on the tall grasses bending to the breeze, and a nightingale in the big walnut tree sang a lullaby to its mate. Intuitively he knew that she wished to flee, but that a certain something held her back, forced her to listen, a certain something that was a spell, an enchantment, or just the arms of her sister pixies that clung around her and would not let her go. Don't let us talk about the past, Peter, she murmured at last involuntarily, with a pathetic note of appeal in her voice. I mean to talk about it, Rosemary, he retorted quietly. Just this once more. After that I will fall out of your life. You can cast me out and I will become one of the crowd. I won't even take your hand. I will try not to see you, not even in my dreams. Though every inflection of your voice makes my bones ache with longing, I shall try not to listen. Just now I held you while we danced. You never once looked at me, but I held you closer than any man ever held woman before. I held you with my soul and heart and body just now and for the last time. And though you never looked at me once, Rosemary, you allowed me to hold you as I did not your body only, but your soul. And whilst we danced and your sweet breath fanned my cheek, you belonged to me as completely as you did that night on the river, even though you have pledged your word to Jasper. Though why you did that, he added, with a quaint change of mood, God alone knows. Jasper wants me, she murmured. He loves me. He sets me above his ambition. Peter Blakeney gave a harsh, mirthless laugh. Dear old Jasper, he said. Even he would laugh to hear you say that. Ambition. There's no room for ambition in the scheme of Jasper's life. How can a man be ambitious when all the beneficent genii of this world presided at his birth and showered gifts into his lap? It is we poor devils who have ambitions and see them unfulfilled. Ambitions which you set above your love, above everything, Rosemary broke in, and turned to look him straight in the eyes. You talk of love, Peter, she went on with sudden vehemence, while the sharp words came tumbling out at last as if from the depths of her overburdened heart. What do you know of love? You are quite right. I did lay in your arms that night, loving you with my whole being, my soul seeking yours and finding it in that unforgettable kiss. My God, how I could have loved you, Peter. But you, what were your thoughts of me the next day and the next day after that? Whilst I waited in suspense, which turned to torture, for a word from you that would recall that hour, what were your thoughts? Where were you? I was waiting for you at the Lassells, as you had promised you would come over from Oxford the very next day. You did not come, not for days, weeks, Rosemary. Not for days, weeks, she insisted. And I waited for a sign, a letter. Rosemary, at the time you understood. I only understood, she retorted with cold irony, that you blamed yourself for having engaged my young affections, that you had your way to make in the world before you could think of asking a girl to share your poverty, and so on, every time we met, and in every letter you wrote, whilst you did not understand, Peter," she went on more calmly, "whilst you spoke of the future of winning fame and fortune. For you, Rosemary," he cried involuntarily, and buried his head in his hands, "I was only thinking of you. You were not thinking of me, Peter, or you would have known that there was no poverty or toil I would not gladly have shared with the man I loved. Yes, poverty, toil on an equal footing, Rosemary, but you were rich, famous, already you had the world at your feet, and you did not care for me enough, Peter," she said with a note of fatality in her voice, "to accept wealth, comfort, help in your career from me. Peter Blakeney the cricketer," he declaimed with biting sarcasm, "don't you know he is the husband of Rosemary Fawkes now? What a glorious career for a man, eh? To be the husband of a world-famous wife." "It would only have been for a time," she protested, "a time during which youth would have flown away on the wings of life, taking with it honor, manhood, dignity. And love? Perhaps." There was silence between them after that. The last word had been spoken, the immutable word of fate. Peter still sat with his head buried in his hands, his elbows resting on his knees, a hunched-up figure weighed down by the heavy hand of an inexorable past. Rosemary looked down at the bent head, and there, in the shadow where no one could see save the immortal recorder of sorrows and of tears, a look of great tenderness and of pity crept into her haunting eyes. It was only for a moment. With a great effort of will, she shook herself free from the spell that for a while had held possession of her soul. With a deliberate gesture she drew back the curtain, so that her face and figure became all at once flooded with light. She looked down upon the kaleidoscopic picture below. The dusky orchestra had once more begun to belch forth hideous sounds, and hellish screams. The puppets on the dancing floor began one by one to resume their gyrations. Several among the crowd, looking up, saw and recognized Rosemary. She smiled and nodded to them, waved her fan in recognition. She was Rosemary Fawkes once more, the most talked-of woman in England, the fiancée of Jasper Tarkington, queen of her set. Admired, adulated, the comet of the past 2 seasons. "There's that tiresome George Orange," she said in her coldest, most matter-of-fact tone. "He is making desperate and ludicrous signs. I strongly suspect him of making straight for this box. Shall we try and give him the slip?" Her quiet voice seemed to act like an anodyne on Peter's jangled nerves. He straightened out his tall figure, quietly pulled the chairs away to enable her to pass. She too rose and prepared to go. It seemed difficult not to say another word, or to look him once more straight in the eyes, and yet to speak words now, after what had just passed between them, seemed more difficult than anything. His hand was on the door handle. The other side of the door people were moving up and down, talking and laughing. Another second or two, and she would pass out of his sight, pass out of his life, more effectually even than she had done when she gave her word to Jasper Tarkington. Another second, but just then she raised her eyes and they met his. "Rosemary," he said. She shook her head and smiled gently, ironically, perhaps indulgently also, as on a rebuked child. "I had better go now, Peter," she said quietly. "I feel sure George Orange is on his way to drag me to his wife's box." Just for another second he did not move. "It is no use, Rosemary," he said, and in his turn smiled as on something very dear, very precious, wholly unattainable. "It is no use, my dear." "What is no use, Peter?" she murmured, thinking that all is over. "In 6 months' time, if I am alive," she rejoined coolly, "I shall be Jasper Tarkington's wife. I know it, dear. Jasper is my friend, and I would not harbour one disloyal thought against him. But you being the wife of an enemy or of my best friend is beside the point. I cannot shut you out of my life, strive how I may. Never, while I am as I am, and you the exquisite creature you are. So long as we are both alive, you will remain a part of my life. Whenever I catch a glimpse of you, whenever I hear the sound of your voice, my soul will thrill and long for you. Not with one thought will I be disloyal to Jasper, for in my life you will be as an exquisite spirit, an ideal greater or less than woman. Just you. If you are happy, I shall know it. If you grieve, heaven help the man or woman who caused your tears. I have been a fool, yet I regret nothing. Sorrow at your hands is sweeter than any happiness on earth." It was quite dark where they stood side by side in this moment of supreme farewell. Each felt the inevitableness of it all, the fatality. Pride on either side had built a barrier between them. Honor and loyalty would consolidate it in the future. Too late. Everything was too late. Peter bent his knee to the ground and slowly raised the hem of her gown to his lips. But Rosemary did not move. For that one instant her limbs had become marble, and in her soul she prayed that her heart too might turn to stone. Then Peter rose and opened the door, and she passed out into the world again. Chapter 7. Outside in the corridor, Rosemary met Sir George Orange, who claimed her then and there and dragged her willy-nilly to his wife's box. She never looked back once to see what Peter was doing. He had become merged in the crowd, and anyway, this was the end. She found herself presently being talked to, flattered, adulated by the distinguished Romanian, who turned the full battery of his mellow eyes and his persuasive tongue upon her, bent on making a breach in the wall of her prejudices and her thinly veiled enmity. She told no one, not even Jasper, the gist of her conversation with Naniescu. He had put a proposal before her, a proposal which meant work for Rosemary Fawkes, the Uno of the International Review. He had proposed that she should go to Transylvania, study for herself the conditions now prevailing in the territory occupied by Romania, and publish the result of her studies in the English and American press. And this was just the sort of work that Rosemary longed for, now, more than at any other time of her life. Naniescu had played his cards well. He had known how to flatter, insidiously, delicately, this popular writer who had captured the public fancy, and whose influence with pen and personality was paramount with a vast section of review and newspaper readers in England. What he had proposed could in no way hurt the most delicate scruples of an oversensitive conscience, and the proposal came as a veritable godsend to Rosemary at this moment when her whole soul was in a turmoil of remorse, longing, and rebellion. That her love for Peter Blakeney was not dead she had known well enough all along, but she had little dreamed until this hour how completely it still possessed her, what power his glance, his touch, his nearness still had over her. She had thought of her love as of a heap of smouldering ashes, and lo, it proved itself to be a devastating fire that burned fiercely beneath. And Peter had set the future above the present, his pride above his love, and she, wounded to the quick, had allowed ambition and pride to throw her into Jasper Tarkington's arms. It was all done now, irrevocably done. But even at the moment when she most bitterly regretted the past, she was resolved to keep her word loyally to Jasper. Sitting beside him in the car that took her home from the Albert Hall ball, she allowed her hand to rest contentedly in his. His arm was round her, and her cheek rested against his shoulder. She did not speak, for she was very tired, but she listened, unshrinking, to the tender words which he whispered in her ear. Dear, kind Jasper! He had thoughts only for her. From the moment when she finally promised that she would be his wife, he had loaded her with delicate attentions and exquisite gifts. Every word he spoke was soothing and restful, so different to Peter's tempestuous outbursts, his unrestrained, passionate eloquence that would leave her limp and bruised, unable to understand his next mood, his sudden indifference to everything save his own future pursuits. Chapter 8. It was only a couple of days later that Rosemary broached to Jasper Tarkington the subject that was uppermost in her mind. She had lunched with him at the Ritz, and they walked together across St. James's Park to her flat in Ashley Gardens. It was one of those rare days of June which make of England one of the most desirable countries to be alive in. The air was soft, with just that delicious feeling of moisture in it that gives additional fragrance to the scent of the hawthorn. It vibrated with the multitudinous sounds of birdsong, a twitter, and a singing and a whistling that thrilled the ear with their heavenly melodies. Rosemary Fawkes was very nearly as tall as her fiancé, and Jasper Tarkington had a slight stoop which brought his eyes on a level with hers. Scoffers were wont to say that Tarkington's stoop was nothing but affectation. It certainly was a characteristic of him, as is a monocle with some men. His whole appearance was one of super-refinement. He essentially gave the impression of a man who had seen so much of the world that he had become surfeited with it, and thoroughly weary. The weary expression was never absent from his eyes, which were very dark and set rather close together. And though he was quite a young man, still on the right side of 30, there were a good many lines round them, as well as round his expressive mouth and firm chin. He had slender, beautifully shaped hands which, when he walked, he kept behind his back holding a Malacca cane that was adorned with a green tassel. There is no doubt that there was a hint of affectation about Jasper Tarkington's appearance and manner, although in conversation he spoke with true Anglo-Saxon directness. He was always dressed with scrupulous correctness and affected the Edwardian rather than the ultra-modern modes. On the whole, an arresting personality, whose kindly expression attenuated the somewhat harsh Wellingtonian features and the hard outline of the narrow hatchet face. Rosemary Fawkes, walking beside him in her irreproachably cut tailor-made, looked like a young Diana, radiant with youth and health. Her skin, her eyes, her hair, the jaunty little hat she wore, the trim shoes and neat silk stockings appeared strangely out of harmony with the stooping figure of this disillusioned man of the world, with that vague air of Buckingham Palace about his grey frock coat and silk hat. It was whilst walking through the park that Rosemary spoke to her fiancé about Naniescu's proposal. Jasper listened attentively and without interrupting her, until she herself paused, obviously waiting for him to speak. Then he said, "And you have fallen in with General Naniescu's views?" "Yes," she replied after an instant's hesitation. "The whole thing appeals to me very much, and I am flattered by the confidence which the Romanian government apparently has in my judgment. And of course," she added, "I am not bound in any way. Have you made any definite promises to Naniescu?" "Not quite definite. I wanted first of all to consult your wishes." "Oh, my dear," Tarkington interjected, and for one instant a light of youth and folly illumined his tired eyes. "Did I not promise you when you made me so immeasurably happy that you should be absolutely free to follow your career in whatever manner you choose? I am far too proud of you to wish to hamper you in any way. You have always been the dearest, kindest, most considerate creature on God's earth," Rosemary rejoined, and in her eyes there came a look so soft, so tender, so womanly, that the man on whom it fell hardly dared to meet it. "But you are not forgetting, are you, Jasper," she went on earnestly, "that politically we don't always see eye to eye, you and I." "So long as we see eye to eye in other things," he said, "what does it matter? When I asked you, my dear, to be my wife, I knew that I would not be mating with a silly doll. I am not fatuous enough to imagine that you would change the trend of your beliefs in order to harmonize them with mine." Rosemary made no reply for the moment. Probably had they been alone, she would have put out her hand and given his a grateful and understanding squeeze. As it was, the tears gathered in her eyes, for Jasper had spoken so naturally and at the same time so nobly, that her heart was more than ever touched by those splendid qualities in him, which his actions and his words were constantly revealing to her. Perhaps she was nearer to being in love with Jasper Tarkington at this hour than she had been since first he asked her to be his wife. And when the glory of this June afternoon, the twittering of birds, the scent of syringa and lilac in the air, brought back with nerve-wracking insistence memories of Peter's voice and Peter's touch, it was by mentally comparing the character of the two men as she knew them that she succeeded in casting those memories away. "You are wonderfully good to me, Jasper," she sighed. "One cannot," he retorted simply, "be good to that which is most precious in life. One can only worship and be grateful. But now tell me something more about your plans. I feel a little bewildered, you know, at the suddenness of them." "I have not yet made any definite plans," she replied, "and as I told you, I have made no definite promise to General Naniescu. As a matter of fact, I intend writing him a final acceptance or refusal tonight." "But you incline towards an acceptance?" "Frankly, yes." "That would mean," he queried, "that I start for Budapest within the next few days." "What about your passport?" "General Naniescu assured me that he would see to that." But you would not stay long in Budapest. No, only a couple of days. I shall go straight on to Transylvania. I have been there before, you know. No, I did not know. Peter's mother was a great friend of mine. You know, I was a motherless kid, and she took me under her wing on many, many occasions. At one time I travelled with her a good deal, and she took me several times with her when she went to Transylvania to stay with her relations. I know them all. They are dears. And of course they are extraordinarily hospitable over there, Tarkington admitted dryly. Hospitable to a fault. Mrs. Blakeney's sister, who is Countess Imre, was kindness itself to me when I was in Transylvania 2 years ago for the International. In any case, I should go to her first. The Imres have a beautiful chateau not far from Kolosvar. I am afraid we must call it Cluj now, Jasper interposed with a smile. Yes, Rosemary retorted hotly. Aren't those little pinpricks damnable? Changing the name of a city that has been Hungarian for centuries. And that has been the centre of some of the most epoch-making movements in Hungarian history. It is mean and petty. You must admit, Jasper, she insisted, that it is mean and far more galling to a proud if conquered nation than other more tangible deeds of oppression. Why, even the Germans, when they took Alsace-Lorraine from France, did not rename their towns. Jasper Tarkington smiled at her vehemence. Naniescu, I perceive, he said, has set himself a difficult task. He has, she admitted with a merry laugh, but I left him no illusions on the subject. He knows that at the present moment, and with all the knowledge which, as I reminded him, I gathered at first hand 2 years ago, I'm just as severe a critic of his government as I was then. He, on the other hand, declares that if I will divest myself of every prejudice and go to Transylvania with an open mind, I shall understand that Romania is acting not only in her own very obvious interests, but also in the interests of European peace. Well, Rosemary concluded gaily, I am going to accept General Naniescu's challenge, and I am going to Transylvania with an open mind. I am to have a perfectly free hand. Not a word in any article I choose to write is to be censored. He declares that he will show me the truth, and nothing but the truth, and that his government is only too ready to accord me every facility for investigation and for placing the case before the British public. She paused to draw breath after this long peroration. As she walked so freely along, the eyes of many a passer-by were cast with undisguised admiration on the graceful girlish figure, the face aglow with youth and animation, the sparkling eyes, the lips which nature had so obviously framed for a kiss. Jasper Tarkington said nothing for the moment. When she had finished speaking, he sighed, involuntarily perhaps, and his tired eyes took on a still more wearied look. Was it that he felt he could not altogether follow this exquisite woman along the path of ambition which she trod with so youthful a step? Was he just a little too old, a little too blasé, to share all that enthusiasm, that pride, that burning desire to live every moment of the span of life, to fill every hour with deeds and spoken thoughts which would abide when youth had gone? Who shall say? Jasper Tarkington had never been communicative. His best friends knew little of his life, and though he too in his day had used his unquestioned mental gifts for political journalism, he had never been the ardent propagandist that this beautiful apostle of lost causes desired to be. His silence now acted as a slight damper on Rosemary's enthusiasm. "I'm sorry, dear," she said gently. "I always seem to forget that you and I are in opposite camps over this one thing." "We shan't be that for long," he retorted lightly, "if Naniescu's hopes are fulfilled." Strangely enough, just as he spoke, he saw General Naniescu and M. de Kervoisin, who were entering the park at Queen Anne's Gate as they themselves were coming out of it. The three men raised their hats, and Rosemary gave Naniescu and his friend a pleasant nod. "I don't think," Tarkington said after a moment or two, "that our friend Naniescu will be very fond of me after this." "Why? On the contrary, he should be grateful that you have not tried to oppose him in any way." "I am going to oppose him in one way, though," Jasper resumed earnestly. "I don't intend to interfere with his plans or yours, my dear, as I said before, but there is one thing I am going to ask you, Rosemary." "What is it, dear?" she asked impulsively. I am so glad you are going to ask me for something. All the giving has been on your side up to now. Not so fast, little one. You mayn't be ready to do what I want." "Is that likely?" she retorted, then added with gentle earnestness, "There is nothing in the world I wouldn't do for you, Jasper. Will you marry me?" he asked abruptly, "before you go away?" She did not reply immediately, for in truth she was very much taken aback. Her engagement to Jasper Tarkington was very recent, and up to now he had not once spoken of a definite date for the marriage. She felt herself placed in an awkward position, for the fact that only a few seconds ago she had assured him that there was nothing she would not do for him, and now this request for an immediate marriage. She certainly was not prepared for it. Everything in her urged her to refuse. The memory of that hour in the box at the Albert Hall, her talk with Peter, her realization that Peter still held her heart, still ruled over her thoughts, everything, in fact, except a sense of gratitude urged her to refuse. And yet she could not after what she had said, not after all that Jasper Tarkington had done for her. While all these thoughts were whirling in her brain as she walked along, mechanically now, all the spring gone out of her step, something of the joy of living gone out of her spirits, she vaguely heard Jasper's quiet, gentle voice. "You mean so much to me, Rosemary," he was saying, "that life here in England, while you were God knows where, in tribulation, perhaps in danger, needing me too, perhaps without knowing it, would be unendurable. I could not do it. I should follow you anyway and come as near to you as I dared, yet without the right to look after you as closely as I would wish. Well, my dear, you are far too womanly and kind to inflict such torture upon me, for it would be torture, and I would go under through it all. I don't know if you quite understand, but—" There was an unusual vibration in his voice. It seemed as if, for once, passion would get the better of his habitual restraint. Tarkington always spoke slowly and directly, but for once words appeared to be failing him. However, just then they turned into Victoria Street, and the noise and bustle of traffic. His meticulous care of Rosemary while they crossed the road brought him back to the prosiness of life, nor did he speak again till they had reached the quietude of Ashley Gardens. "Will you come up?" Rosemary asked, pausing at the entrance of one of the blocks of flats. He shook his head. "I think I would like you to think it all over quietly," he said. "I want you to remember that when I am asking you to hurry on our marriage. I only do it because I want to have the right to look after you. I won't interfere with you in any way whatever. I give you my word that as my wife you will be every bit as free as you are now, more so really, because in that part of Europe a married woman can claim an independence which convention absolutely denies to a girl. In Budapest you will meet people of your own nationality and of your own set. I could not bear the thought that your loveliness would leave you a ready prey to gossip or malice. There now," he added with a self-deprecatory smile, "I have said more than I meant to. My first excuse is that you are more than life to me, and as you are so precious, I foresee dangers where perhaps none exist. My second is that I am pleading for my own happiness, I was almost going to say for my life. You are not like other women, Rosemary. You are above the petty conventions of trousseau and crowded weddings. As soon as I have your answer, I will get the special license and we'll be married in your parish church without fuss and ceremony. So think it over, my dear, and let me have your answer as early tomorrow morning as you can. Remember that I shall scarcely live until I have your answer." She made no reply, only put out her hand, which he took in his. There was no glove on it, and for a moment it seemed that in spite of passers-by, in spite of the conventional atmosphere of this part of London, he would raise that little hand to his lips. His eyes rested on her with a look of passionate desire. So intense was his gaze that suddenly she felt almost afraid. Rosemary had never seen Jasper's eyes look quite like that. As a rule they were so gentle, sometimes mildly ironical, at others only weary. But now it almost seemed as if, in order to bend her will to his, he was striving to exert some kind of power that was outside himself, as if he had called to his aid forces that would prove more invincible than those that were within him. The spell, it seemed like a spell, only lasted a couple of seconds. The next instant his look had turned to one of infinite tenderness. He patted her hand and reiterated gently, Think it over, my dear, when you are alone." Instantly she felt the tears gathering in her eyes. His gentleness, his tender care of her, appealed to all that was truly womanly in Rosemary Fawkes. Self-reliant, brilliantly clever, independent in thought and actions as she was, she responded all the more readily to a man's desire for the right to protect as well as to cherish. Her independence had found its birth in loneliness. Fatherless, motherless in very early life, she had soon enough shaken herself free from any trammels that well-meaning relations desired to put over her actions. Her genius had consolidated her independence, but it had never stifled those vague longings for submission and self-abnegation which are the sublime satisfaction of a true woman's soul. After Jasper Tarkington left her, and when she was alone in her flat, Rosemary Fawkes turned to the one thing that had never failed her in the great moments of her life. She turned to prayer. On her knees, and with her heart filled with longing and a sorrow that she dared not face, she prayed for help and for guidance. She had no one to turn to but him who said with infinite understanding and love, "Come unto me, all ye that travail and are heavy laden, and I will refresh you." In the midst of worldly joys, satisfied ambition, hopes for the future, and pride in the past, Rosemary Fawkes would tonight have felt desperately lonely and lost in bewilderment before a divided duty to self, duty to Jasper, but for the comfort of prayer, the thought of all that lay beyond this world of ours, a world that is so sordid and petty even at its best. Chapter 9. The next 2 or 3 weeks were like a dream for Rosemary Fawkes. She left herself no time to think. The future beckoned to her with enticing arms, holding prospects of activities, of work that would fill the mind to the exclusion of memory. That evening, when she rose from her knees, she rose with a resolve, and never for one moment after that did she allow herself an instant of regret. She wrote a line to Jasper to tell him that she would do as he wished. She was prepared to marry him as soon as his own arrangements were completed. She also wrote to General Nănescu, agreeing to his proposal. She reserved to herself complete freedom of action to send any articles or reports she chose to English or foreign press. All that she desired from him was a confirmatory letter, promising that nothing she ever wrote would pass through the censor's hands. This he at once sent her. Nothing could be more fair, more straightforward. Rosemary's chivalrous mind responded wholeheartedly to Nănescu's generosity, and the feeling that it would probably be in her power to do real good, not only to individuals but to peoples, acted as a soothing balm upon her bruised heart. On the other hand, nothing could have exceeded Jasper's kindness and consideration during the days immediately preceding her marriage. It almost seemed as if his supersensitive soul had received a faint inkling of what was going on in Rosemary's mind. Nothing appeared too onerous, no sacrifice too great where Rosemary's comfort and desires were at stake, and at times such are the contradictions of a woman's nature. She felt almost impatient with him for his magnanimity, almost obsessed by the unselfishness of his love. She only saw Peter Blakeney once before she and Jasper left for Budapest, and that was on the day of her wedding. By one of those involuntary blunders so peculiar to dim-sighted lovers, Jasper Tarkington had asked Peter to be his best man. What it was that had induced Peter to accept, Rosemary could not conjecture. His impulses had always been strange and unaccountable, and this one was more unaccountable than most. Perhaps he merely wished to pander to his own mad desire to see her once again. Perhaps it was just a semi-barbaric instinct in him that pushed him to self-torture. Rosemary by now had sufficient hold over herself to meet him calmly. Not one line in her beautiful face, not one look in her haunting eyes, betrayed what she felt after the wedding ceremony. When she accepted Peter's warmly expressed good wishes for her happiness, even her sensitive ear could not detect the faintest note of irony or bitterness in his voice. After that he said a few words about the projected journey to Hungary, about which Jasper had spoken to him. She would be seeing his relatives there, the Imres, the Heaves. Elsa Imre was his mother's sister and such a dear, and Philip used to be a jolly boy, but Rosemary knew them all. She knew she would be made very welcome. Peter ended by speaking with great earnestness about his little cousin Anna Heves. Her father, who had been Mrs. Blakeney's only brother, was dead, and Peter had an idea that Anna was not altogether happy. "She has left home for some reason I can't quite fathom," he said, "and lives now at Kolosvar. I mean Cluj. She writes to me sometimes, and when I know the exact day when you will be in Cluj, I will write and tell her to go and see you. I suppose you will put up at the Pannonia." Rosemary nodded, and Peter went on talking about little Anna, as he called her. "I know you will be kind to her," he said. "You remember her as a child, of course. In a way she is still a child, and so pretty and enthusiastic. Give her a kiss from me when you see her," which Rosemary, of course, promised to do. Then she gave him her hand without saying anything, for she could not trust herself to speak much, and he kissed it just above the wrist, but more like a knight doing homage to his lady than a lover who gazed, perhaps for the last time, on the woman he worshipped. It was after the marriage ceremony that the dreamland in which Rosemary had moved these past days became more intangible, more of a spirit world than before. The brief days in a dreary hotel at Folkestone would have been unendurable but for her state of mind, which almost amounted to semi-consciousness. Then came the weary journey to Budapest, the sleepless night in the train, the awful meals in the crowded, stuffy restaurant car, the ceaseless rub-a-dub-dub of the wheels that bore her away farther, ever farther from that bygone world which had become the might have been. And through it all, like a ray of light so persistent that it ceased to impress, was Jasper's constant, unwearying care of her. He never seemed too tired to minister to her wants, to arrange cushions for her, a footstool, to open or close the window, the 1,001 little attentions, in fact, which most travellers are too self-engrossed to render. And as Rosemary sat in her corner seat during those 2 wearisome days, gazing out of the window with eyes that failed to take in the beauties of successive landscapes, her mind gradually became at peace with her heart. Her youth, her buoyancy of spirits reasserted themselves, made her envisage life in all its brightest aspects, as it presented itself before her with cornucopia filled to the brim with all that made it worth the living. Work and a noble mate, what more could heart of woman desire? And Rosemary closed her eyes, and in a quickly fleeting dream sighed for the one thing that would have made her life a paradise. And, still dreaming, she felt hot tears of regret trickle slowly down her cheeks. She woke to feel Jasper's arms around her, and his lips kissing away her tears. Chapter 10. Budapest had been baking all day under a merciless sun in late July, but at this hour the coolness of a clear moonlit evening sent everyone out of doors. The Corso was crowded. Rosemary Tarkington, on the terrace of the cafe, sat sipping delicious coffee and lazily watching the throng. Now and then she would look straight out before her, and her eyes would lose all sense of fatigue as she gazed on the incomparable panorama before her. On the picturesque old town of Buda, with, on the right, the ornate palace of the Habsburgs, and the Cathedral of St. Matthias, and on the left, towering above all, high upon the rock, the great grim fortress that for over a century had held the Turks at bay and saved Europe from the hordes of Islam. One by one tiny lights began to wink and to blink in the houses that rose tier upon tier on the slopes across the river, whilst down below gaily illuminated boats flitted to and fro upon the turbulent waters of the Danube, carrying a burden of merrymakers home from the shady island of Stee, Marguerite close by. The whole scene before Rosemary's eyes was one of unrivalled picturesqueness and animation. No town in Europe presents quite so enthralling a spectacle, and one whose charm is still further enhanced by the strains of those half-sad, half-voluptuous Hungarian melodies which come to the ear from out the shadows, or from the passing river-boats, gentle as a caress, soothing to nerves and senses by their sweet melancholy rhythm, or exhilarating when they break into their peculiarly harmonious syncopated cadences. Rosemary had specially elected to put up at the Hungaria, rather than in one of the more modern, recently built hotels. For her, the Hungaria was full of associations, of joyous times spent there when she was still a schoolgirl in the days before the war. She had travelled in Hungary and Transylvania under ideal conditions with Mrs. Blakeney, Peter's mother, seeing the best this romantic country had to offer, welcomed always with that large-hearted hospitality peculiar to these kindly people. But memory recalled more strenuous times too, those in the early days of her journalistic career, when her heart was filled with pity for the sufferings of a proud and ill-starred country, whose fairest lands had been flung like rags by thoughtless politicians as a sop to those who had been her associates in the war, until the hour when self-interest prompted them to throw in their lot with the other side. "You must be very tired, Lady Tarkington," a pleasant voice said close to her elbow. "Not tired," Rosemary replied, "but rather dazed. The journey over from England is slower and much more fatiguing than it used to be." Captain and Mrs. Payson were sitting beside her at the table. Recently attached to the British military mission in Hungary, Captain Payson and his young wife lived at the Hungaria. It had been a great pleasure for them to see Rosemary again, whom they had known for several years, and after supper they had all foregathered on the terrace over their coffee. Some few minutes before this, Jasper had elected to take a turn on the Corso, to stretch his legs and to smoke a cigar, but Rosemary felt too lazy to move, and she liked to talk to the Paysons, who were genial and intellectual, and with whom she had a great deal in common in the way of associations and friends. "The place has not altered much," Rosemary went on after a while. "The people here are always gay and cheerful in spite of everything." "Yes," little Mrs. Payson assented lightly. "Give them their music, their delicious wines and perfect cooking, and 9 out of 10 Hungarians won't care if they are ruled by king or emperor, by foreign tyrant or Bolshevist ruffian." "I always think Ruth is wrong when she says that," Captain Payson put in earnestly. "The Hungarians are sportsmen, as we are, and they are taking their punishment like sportsmen. They are not going to let the world see how much they suffer. In that way they are very different from the Germans. They behaved with unparalleled folly," Rosemary remarked. "Yes," the captain retorted, "and with commendable loyalty. The Hungarians are a nation of gentlemen, just as the British. They, like ourselves, are worshippers of tradition. They are royalists in their hearts, almost to a man. Just think what their feelings must be whenever they look across the river and gaze on that gorgeous palace over there, whence their anointed king has been driven by petty foreign politicians who scarcely knew where Hungary was situated on the map." Before Rosemary could pursue the subject, she caught sight of her husband forging his way towards her between the crowded tables of the terrace. "Naniescu is down below," Jasper said as soon as he had reached his wife's side. "I told him you were up here, and he said he wished to pay his respects. He is talking to some friends for the moment, but he will be here directly." "Then Ruth and I had better run," Captain Payson said lightly. "He and I are always on the verge of a quarrel when we meet." He and his wife rose and took their leave. There was much talking and laughing and promises to meet on the morrow. When they had gone, Rosemary said to her husband, "I would rather not have seen General Naniescu tonight. I'm very tired, and honestly I don't feel at my best." "I am so sorry," Jasper replied at once, full of contrition. "I did my utmost to put him off. I knew, of course, that you must be very tired. But he leaves Budapest early tomorrow morning. He is going to Cluj." "Cluj?" she asked, puzzled, then laughed lightly. "Oh, she went on. "I always forget that dear old Kolosvar is Cluj now. Naniescu was anxious to see that our passports were quite in order, and as this is important—" "You did quite right, dear," Rosemary rejoined gently. "As you always do. I don't suppose the General will keep us long, though he is a terrible talker," she added with a sigh. A moment or two later the handsome Romanian came up to Rosemary's table. "Ah, dear lady," he said, and with habitual elaborate gesture he took her hand and raised it to his lips. "What a joy it is to see that you have fulfilled your promise and that you are here at last." He sat down at the table but declined Jasper's offer of a liqueur or cup of coffee. "I am only here for a moment," he said, "overwhelmed with work and with engagements. But I thought it would save you trouble if I just looked at your passports and saw that they were entirely in order." "That is more than kind," Rosemary rejoined, whilst Jasper went immediately to fetch the passports. For a moment or two, Rosemary remained silent and absorbed. An indefinable something had caused her to shrink when she felt General Naniescu's full lips upon her hand, something hostile and portentous. The next moment this feeling had gone, and she was ready to chide herself for it. Naniescu was earnest, persuasive, elaborately polite in manner and florid of speech, just as he had been in London. When first he put his proposal before her, and certainly there was not a hint of anything sinister about him. "I'm looking forward to my visit to Transylvania," Rosemary said quite gaily. "You will find every official there ready to welcome you, dear lady," Naniescu assured her. "You need only express a wish to find it met in every possible way. And if you should do me the honor of requiring my personal services, needless to say that I should fly immediately to obey your commands." Rosemary shrugged her pretty shoulders. "I do not anticipate any such call upon your valuable time," she said coolly. "One never knows. You, dear lady, are going amongst a strange people," he added with a sigh. "People whose supposed grievances have made bitter. I have old friends in Transylvania, and will feel as safe with them as I should in my flat in London." "You will stay the whole time with the Imres?" the general asked. "Who told you I was going to stay with them?" she retorted quickly. "You yourself, dear lady," he replied, unperturbed. "Or did I merely make a shrewd guess? Anyway, on that unforgettable evening at the Albert Hall, when first I had the honor of an introduction to you, I saw you dancing with Mr. Blakeney. The Countess Imre is his mother's sister. You told me that you had friends in Transylvania. The inference surely was obvious. I trust I have not offended you," Naniescu went on in his most mellifluous tone, "by the suggestion." No, Rosemary replied, already vexed with herself for having unwittingly provoked the Romanian into one of those elaborate speeches which irritated her and gave her a vague feeling that malicious irony lurked behind so much blandness. "Mrs. Blakeney was a dear friend of mine. She and I travelled a great deal together, and I stayed more than once with the Imres, not only at Kizimre, but in their beautiful house at Kolozsvár." "Ah, then," the general rejoined, "if you know the house at Cluj, you would, in the scarce probable likelihood of your wishing to command my services, know where to find me." "What do you mean?" "I am living in the Imres' house now." "But how can that be?" Rosemary retorted, somewhat puzzled, for she knew that in this part of Europe the idea of letting their house to strangers would never occur to proud, wealthy people like the Imres, as it does so readily to those of their caste in England. But when General Naniescu, with an indifferent shrug, replied dryly, "Oh, the house was a great deal too big for the occupation of a small family. On public grounds we cannot allow the many to suffer for the whims of a few." Rosemary frowned, no longer puzzled. She felt rather than saw that the Romanian's dark, mellow eyes rested on her for an instant with a look of quiet mockery, but it was a mere flash. The next moment he was as suave as before, and said with that perfect deference which he had always affected when speaking to her about her work, "That question, dear lady, will be one which I earnestly hope you will approach with an open mind, and on which your brilliant intellect will, I trust, shed the light of truth." Jasper's return with the passports brought on a fresh train of thought. Naniescu pronounced them to be in perfect order. He added a special note and signature to the visa, which had been obtained from the Romanian consul in London. Rosemary was feeling very tired and longed to go to bed, but Naniescu stayed on, talking desultorily to Jasper about politics and social conditions, all matters which Rosemary did not feel sufficiently alert to discuss. Her thoughts wandered away, and she scarcely heard what the two men were saying. She was, in fact, just meditating on a polite form of abrupt leave-taking, when something that Naniescu said arrested her attention. "My government," the Romanian was saying, obviously in reply to a remark from Jasper, "is quite alive to the evil wrought by those pernicious articles which appear from time to time in English and American newspapers." "Then why doesn't your censor stop them?" Jasper queried bluntly. "He would, my dear Lord Tarkington," Naniescu rejoined blandly. "He would, but those devils are so astute. How they manage to smuggle their articles through the post I, for one, cannot for the life of me make out. Ah, Rosemary put in with a smile, as quietly ironical as Naniescu's had been a while ago. "You still carry on a strict censorship, then? You do not believe in liberty of speech or of the press?" "We do, dear lady, indeed we do, but unfortunately the English and American press are so easily captured by sentimentality. Put a case before them of supposed wrong, however preposterous and palpably false, and they will revel in it, print it with capital headlines, and so capture the imagination of their sentimental, unthinking readers that these will no longer listen to the voice of reason or of truth. We are too proud, or perhaps not clever enough, to combat such barefaced propaganda. A strict censorship may be a crude weapon, but it is the only one at our command. What would you? A man who is attacked defends himself as best he can. But in this case your weapon is failing you?" Jasper queried in his quiet, incisive way. "Whoever sends those articles to England and America is apparently too clever for you." "For the moment, yes," Naniescu admitted. "But," he went on more lightly and at last rose to take his leave, "I fear my irresponsible prattle is keeping Lady Tarkington away from the rest she so much needs. Dear lady, pray accept my humble homage, and my earnest wish that your stay in our poor country will afford you all the delight that you anticipate." He raised Rosemary's hand to his lips with the same show of gallantry that marked his every action in her presence. Just before he finally released it, he looked up with deep earnestness into her eyes. "Let me once more assure you, dear lady, that as far as you are concerned, every word you write will be transmitted in its entirety and with all possible speed to its destination. All that you need do is to send your articles and letters in a sealed packet under cover to me. I give you my word of honor that you will be satisfied." Chapter 11. Until the moment of her arrival in Cluj, Rosemary had felt nothing but exhilaration whenever she thought of her work and of the good which she proposed to do, thanks to the facilities so magnanimously accorded her by Naniescu. Just for one moment at Budapest, when she first met the handsome Romanian, she had been conscious of a slight feeling of mistrust, an instinctive dislike of the man's fluent speech and affected gestures. But on reflection she had persuaded herself that this sudden aversion was bound to arise at first contact with those elaborate manners which pass for gallantry in most of the Latin and Slav countries of Europe. The contrast between Naniescu's exaggerated politeness and Jasper's unobtrusive consideration had naturally reacted on her sensibilities to the detriment of the Romanian. Anyway, the sensation soon wore off. She had a very happy time in Budapest. The Paysons were charming. She met several friends, both English and Hungarian, who made her very welcome, and Jasper was, as usual, thoughtfulness itself. The journey across Hungary filled her with that gentle melancholy which those limitless expanses of earth and sky engender in the mind of imaginative people. It was close on harvesting time, and to right and left of the permanent way the great fields of corn stretched out like a sea of ruddy gold to the purple line of the horizon far away. Rosemary loved to gaze on these measureless stretches of country, whereon for mile upon mile nothing showed above the line of waving corn save, at rare intervals. The thatched roof of a tiny homestead peeping from behind a clump of grey-green willow or an isolated well, with one gaunt arm stretched skywards, around which a herd of young horses had halted for the midday rest. Her eyes followed with loving intensity the winding ribbon of the dust-laden road, bordered by tall, slender poplars or twisted acacia trees, and at intervals the great patches of vivid green amidst the gold, where row upon row of watermelons turned their huge, shimmering carcasses to the warmth of the sun. A faint perfume of heliotrope and mignonette hung in the air, and just for one moment Rosemary's dreamy gaze caught a glimpse of an exquisite mirage on the far-distant horizon, a vision of towers and minarets and of a cool, shady stream painted with fairy brush upon the moisture-laden atmosphere. It was a phantom picture that vanished almost as soon as it appeared, but upon the watcher's supersensitive mind it left in its swift transit an impression as of a magic land. a paradise the gates of which had for one brief second been opened by celestial hands, so that she might glimpse the Garden of Eden beyond the world of happiness and of love which for her must ever remain elusive and unattainable. The arrival at Cluj was dreary and disappointing. From Budapest she herself had telegraphed to the hotel she knew so well, and had sent a letter at the same time asking the proprietor to have a hot supper ready for herself and Lord Tarkington. The hotel appeared unfamiliar when she stepped out of the little cab which had brought them from the station. The smiling hall porter who used to greet Mrs. Blakeney with respectful familiarity on arrival was no longer there. An out-at-elbows, ill-dressed, unwashed porter took charge of their luggage. The proprietor, he said, was not in the house, and he himself was in charge of the place. He bluntly explained in broken German that under the new management no meals except early morning coffee were served in the hotel. The restaurant being now under separate ownership, the lady and gentleman could get something to eat there, no doubt. It was all very cheerless, and to Rosemary very strange. The gay little town of Kolozsvár, usually so full of animation at this late evening hour, seemed already asleep. The streets were ill-lighted. There was an air of desolation and melancholy about the place. The hotel itself had become stuffy, dirty, and ill-lighted. The furniture looked dilapidated, the bed linen was coarse, and the rooms none too clean. Rosemary spent a wretched night, but she was a hardened traveller, and had before now put up with worse inconveniences than these. There was always the comforting thought that it was the only night that she would spend in Cluj. The next day Count Imre's carriage and horses, he was not allowed to have a motor car, would be taking her and Jasper to Kiss Imre, where a big welcome and every conceivable luxury awaited them both. All that she was waiting for now was to see Anna Heves, little Anna, as Peter called her, the pretty, enthusiastic child to whom Rosemary had promised to give a kiss for Peter's sake. And in the morning, just as Rosemary had finished putting up her hair and had slipped into a dressing gown preparatory to going in to breakfast with Jasper, there was a knock at the door, and Anna came in, sweet, enthusiastic Anna, who gazed at her shyly with Peter's eyes, and then smiled with Peter's smile. She would have been pretty too, but for the unhealthy pallor of her cheeks and the dark rings that circled her eyes. Peter's eyes. "I am so ashamed, Miss Fawkes," Anna murmured shyly, but at once Rosemary broke in, stretching out her arms. "Aren't you going to kiss me, Anna?" With a pathetic little cry, the girl ran into Rosemary's arms, and, her head buried on her friend's shoulder, she burst into tears. Rosemary let her cry for a moment or two. Her own eyes were anything but dry, for with a quick glance she had taken in the girl's changed appearance, also the shabby clothing, the worn boots, the unmistakable air of grinding poverty, and, worse still, of insufficient food. Poor little Anna! If Peter saw her now! After a few moments the girl raised her head and dabbed away her tears. Rosemary led her to the sofa, made her sit down beside her, and took both her thin little hands in hers. "To begin with, you must not call me Miss Fawkes, Anna," she said. "I was always Rosemary, wasn't I?" Anna nodded, and a wan little smile struggled round her lips. "And you know I am married now," Rosemary went on. "Hadn't you heard?" Anna shook her head. She could not yet trust herself to speak. "Of course," Rosemary said gaily. "How stupid of me. Jasper and I were married very quietly in London, and we are not people of such importance that your Hungarian papers would chronicle the fact. My husband is Lord Tarkington, the best and kindest of men. I'll tell him presently that you are here. He would love to see you." "No, no, Rosemary dear," Anna broke in quickly. "Don't tell Lord Tarkington that I am here. I never see strangers now. You see, I have no decent clothes, and Jasper would look at your sweet little face, Anna, and never notice your clothes. And you are not going to call my husband a stranger, are you?" Then, as Anna was silent and with head bent appeared to be staring into nothingness, Rosemary continued lightly, even though her heart felt heavy at sight of the havoc wrought in this young thing by miseries at which she could still only guess. "By the way, little Un," she said, "I don't yet know what you are doing in Kolozsvár or Cluj, tiresome name, I never can remember it. Your cousin, Peter Blakeney, told me I should find you here, and that he had written to tell you I should be at the Pannonia today, but that is all I know. Where is your mother?" "She is still in Ujlak, of course," the girl replied more calmly, "looking after the place as best she can. But of course, it is very hard and very, very difficult. They have taken away so much of the land, some of the best pasture, over 1,200 acres. Mother has only about 200 left. There is not enough for the horses' feed. Mother had to have 10 brood mares destroyed this spring. It was no use trying to keep them, and she could not bring herself to sell them. Imagine Mother having her mares killed. It would have broken her heart, only she has had so much to endure lately. Once more the girl broke down, a lump in her throat choked the bitter words. Rosemary frowned. "But then, why are you not at home with your mother, Anna?" she asked. "I earn a little money here and Marie is at home. She is younger than I, you remember, and she was always Mother's favorite." "How do you mean you earn money, Anna? At what?" Anna hesitated for a moment. She looked up and saw Rosemary's eyes fixed questioningly upon her, and those eyes were so full of kindness that the girl's reticence, even her bitterness, melted under the warmth of that gaze. "I help in the shop of Balog the grocer," she replied simply. "Balog the grocer? You?" The cry of surprise, almost of horror, had come involuntarily to Rosemary's lips. She thought of Mrs. Blakeney, the exquisite grande dame who, after her marriage to Peter's father, the eminent scientist, had won her position in English society by her charm, her tact, and that air of high breeding which is becoming so obsolete these days. She thought of Peter himself, who had inherited so much of his mother's charm and all her high-souled notions of noblesse oblige, of what was due to birth and to descent. Did Peter know what little Anna was suffering under this new regime brought about by a treaty of peace that was to bring the millennium to all the peoples of Europe? With a sudden impulse, Rosemary put her arms once more round the shrinking little figure. "Anna," she said earnestly, "I think you are absolutely splendid. I admire your pluck more than I can say, but surely you could find more congenial work than selling groceries." She paused a moment, her active brain at once turning to projects that had little Anna's welfare for their aim. Little Anna could not go on selling groceries in an obscure Romanian town. It was unthinkable. Surely Peter did not know. And how could Rosemary face him with the news that she had found little Anna selling groceries at Cluj? Something must be done, and quickly, to alter such an awful state of things. While she remained silent, thinking, and Anna, equally silent, fidgeted with long, thin fingers the tassel of her friend's dressing gown, Rosemary became conscious that Jasper was watching her from the doorway of the next room. How long he had been standing there she did not know. She looked at him over Anna's bent head, and as usual, she read in his expressive face a divination of her thoughts. It almost seemed as if, with a slight nod of his head, he was actually approving of what she had not yet put into words. Then he stepped back into the other room and quietly closed the door. "Listen, little one," Rosemary said eagerly. "I am here at the invitation of the Romanian government, that is to say, General Naniescu, who I understand is military governor of Transylvania, has asked me to come over here and study the conditions, both social and political. I shall be writing several articles for English and American papers, and I simply must have a secretary for my ordinary correspondence, and—" Anna shook her head. "I don't know how to type," she said rather curtly, "and I can't do shorthand." "Neither of which is necessary," Rosemary retorted. Anna looked her straight in the eyes. "You don't imagine," she said quietly, "that if your articles revealed even a particle of the truth, they would ever be allowed to pass the censor, and if they concealed the truth, you would not expect my father's daughter to associate herself with them." "That's a brave, patriotic speech, Anna," Rosemary rejoined with a triumphant little laugh. "But you need not be the least afraid. My articles will contain the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the censor will have no power over them. I give you my word." But Anna was unconvinced. "Rosemary, dear," she said earnestly, "don't think me ungrateful or obstinate. Just imagine what it would mean to me to give up this awful grinding routine that wearies me at times to such an extent that I go into the cathedral and beg and pray to God that I might soon die and escape from it all. But you know, dear, when one's country is as unfortunate as ours has become, one must do one's utmost to help and serve her, mustn't one?" "Why, of course," Rosemary assented, puzzled by the girl's strange earnestness. The glow of ardent patriotism that all at once emanated from that drooping, slender figure. "But I don't quite see how you are serving your country by selling groceries in Belog's shop." No, not by that," Anna went on eagerly. "Oh, I know that I can trust you, Rosemary, and you can't imagine what a relief it is to me to have someone to talk to. I have not spoken like this to a soul for nearly 2 years, and sometimes I feel as if I must choke. But one dare not talk to anyone these days, for government spies are everywhere. You never know who will betray you, the concierge of your house, the woman who washes the stairs, or the beggar to whom you give alms. Oh, I could tell you things. However, all of us who are suffering unspeakably under our new tyrants are determined that the outside world shall hear the truth. But there is such a strict censorship that one dare not send anything through the post except what is absolutely banal and meaningless." The girl paused a moment. Her eyes wandered searchingly around the room, rested for an instant first on one door, then on another, as if in fear that those spies whom she so dreaded were lurking behind them. Then, satisfied that she was alone with her English friend, whom she knew she could trust, she said abruptly, "You remember my cousin, Philip Imre? Of course. He always had a great talent for writing. When he was quite a boy, he used to write poetry and little stories. He is only 19 now. Next year he will have to do his military service in the Romanian army, and that is a perfect hell for every Hungarian. Just think, Rosemary, if an Englishman had to serve in the German army. Isn't it unthinkable? But still, that cannot be helped. We are the vanquished race, and we have to pay the price. But we are determined that the nations of the West shall know the truth. So Philip and I, between us, thought of a plan. We thought of it for 2 years, and it took some time to organize. At last I obtained what I wanted, Mother's consent that I should come to Cluj to earn my living, and a post in Belog's grocery shop. Belog sends Transylvanian goods regularly to Budapest, mustard, cheese, vegetable seeds. I have to pack them. Now do you understand?" Rosemary nodded. "Yes, I think I do. Philip writes those articles which appeared in the Evening Post and caused such an outburst of sympathy for the Hungarians of Transylvania throughout Great Britain. And you," she added, and her eyes full of tenderness and compassion rested with undisguised admiration on the shrinking little figure of Anna Heaves. "He rides over from Kizimra," the girl continued simply, "and brings me the articles which he has written, and I consign them inside the grocery parcels to the firm at Budapest, who, of course, are in entire sympathy with us, and post them on to England. Oh, it is splendid, Rosemary dear," the girl continued with glowing eyes, "to be able to do all this. Now you see, don't you, that I could not possibly give it all up." "Yes, Anna, I do see that, but you are running terrible risks, little un. I know I am, and so does Philip, but you don't know how happy it makes us. The days when an article of his goes to Budapest is a fete day for us both. It is usually a Saturday when the parcels are sent off. And," the girl went on with pathetic naivete, "on the Sunday morning when I go to Mass, I no longer bother God with my troubles and with senseless prayers. I just thank him, and thank him for letting me do something for Hungary." Rosemary said nothing for the moment. Indeed, what could she say? To try and dissuade this young fanatic from all her high-souled foolishness was an attempt foredoomed to failure. Rosemary had far too keen a knowledge of human nature, and held far too high an opinion of patriotism as a virtue not to understand the intense happiness that this constant sacrifice brought into Anna's dreary life. To have suggested that the girl give up this joy, these constant risks, would have been futile. "You are a splendid, brave thing, Anna," was all that she could say, and her voice sounded quite harsh as she spoke, because she was fighting against emotion. She gazed with real admiration on the poor wizened little figure of this girl, in whose soul burned a flame of ardent patriotism. Anna had counted the cost of what she was doing, with her eyes open, Envisaging every risk, she was accomplishing quietly and unostentatiously what she believed to be her duty to her poor native land. A heroine of the peace, she risked more than the thousands of heroines of the war had done save perhaps one. Like Edith Cavell, she faced and risked death for an ideal, happy in her quiet way for the privilege of doing it, enduring a life of grinding routine, of dreary monotony more trying for the young to bear than active sorrow or physical pain. The two girls had not spoken for some time. They sat side by side on the sofa with hands clasped and eyes fixed upon one another. Anna, with nerves weakened by privations, was on the verge of giving way to an emotion which would have eased the tension that for the past months had been threatening to break down her spirit. Rosemary, on the other hand, felt for the moment almost ashamed of her robust health, her virile brain, the contentment if not happiness in life which was her portion since she had married Jasper, and her compassionate heart longed for the power to comfort and to help this gentle, high-souled girl who looked at her with Peter Blakeney's eyes, and whose lips when she smiled were so like his. Anna was running her head against a stone wall. Rosemary felt that inevitably she would sooner or later be crushed in the process. Her thoughts flew to her husband, the man on whom she knew that she could always rely when knotty problems of life threatened to be beyond her powers to unravel. Jasper would be of good counsel, selfless, generous to a fault. His unerring tact would perhaps find a way into the innermost recesses of Anna's heart, and find the means to save the child from further fanatical folly without wounding the susceptibilities of her high-mettled patriotism. And now, Anna, Rosemary said after that moment of silence which had sealed a bond of sympathy between herself and Peter's kinswoman, you are going to have a cup of hot coffee with me and Jasper. No, no, she went on determinedly and took hold of the girl's wrists. I shall not let you go till you have seen Jasper. He will just love you, and he will get on splendidly together. You two fine creatures are made to understand one another. She dragged the obviously unwilling Anna with her into the next room. Jasper was there, waiting. His hand was on the bell-pull at the moment, and his kind, grave eyes at once sought those of Anna, who, reluctantly, allowed herself to be drawn toward him. Rosemary effected a quick introduction. In a moment, Jasper's kind words had gained the victory over Anna's shyness. Less than 2 minutes later, they were seated side by side at the table, while Rosemary ordered coffee of the slatternly chambermaid who had come in answer to the bell. It was wonderful how splendidly Jasper and Anna got on. He seemed in a few seconds to have caught the knack of gaining the girl's confidence. She became animated, quite pretty, with shining eyes and full red lips that had lost for the moment their pathetic droop. She did not refer to her cousin, Philip Imrie, or to the dangerous game he and she were playing together, but she talked of her mother and of Ujlak, of the horses and the farm, and the difficulties that beset the Hungarian landowners at every turn. I dare say that to a great extent it is our fault, she was even willing to admit in response to gentle criticism from Jasper. We did not make ourselves beloved by the peasantry. They spoke a different language from ours. Theirs was a different religion, and they were the alien race. We did little, if anything, for them. But tell me, she went on, and fixed her shrewd glance upon Jasper, do you think that you landowners over in England, who do so much for your tenantry and your villages, cricket clubs, football concerts, I don't know what else, but things that you pay for and that they enjoy, well, do you think that in their hearts they love you any better than the Romanian peasantry loved us Hungarians? And do you really believe that if you were in trouble, as we are now, and they were given a certain power over you, they would use it to show their gratitude for past generosity? Do you really believe that, Lord Tarkington? She insisted. And Jasper, with a smile at her vehemence, could only shrug his shoulders. He was evidently very much taken with little Anna. Chapter 12. It was a week later, and Jasper and Rosemary had been spending that time at Kis Imre. No one who has not travelled in that part of the world can form a conception of the large-hearted hospitality that welcomes the stranger in a Hungarian chateau, and Rosemary at once took the Imres to her heart. She had known them before, of course, in the days before the war, when they dispensed that same wonderful hospitality light-heartedly, gaily, as a matter of course. A lavish table, horses to ride, dancing, music, luxury. It was all there, not just for the asking, but poured forth like water by ungrudging hands. They had plenty, and they gave in plenty. One loved them as one loved children and puppies and youth and dance music, because their gaiety thrilled the heart and painted the picture of life in radiant colors. But most of that had become a thing of the past. So much of it had gone, been irretrievably lost in the cataclysm of war and alien occupation. The will to give was still there, the love of the stranger, the boundless hospitality. But giving now meant a sacrifice somewhere, giving up something to give to others, all the sweeter, all the more lovable for being tinged with sadness. To Rosemary, Elsa Imre now was a woman. Before that she had been just like a child, naively proud of her home, her table, her horses, without a hint of ostentation in her display of the rich gifts the good God had showered upon her. Now Elsa's large, prominent blue eyes had become a little dim with constant weeping, and her mouth, when at rest, drooped slightly at the corners. Elsa was still a very handsome woman, with her hair of a ruddy gold like the cornfields of her native land, but all around the temples there was now a sprinkling of silver, a sprinkling that softened the face, as powder does when applied lightly to the hair. Though in outward appearance she was very unlike her sister, yet she constantly reminded Rosemary of Mrs. Blakeney. It was a question of movements, a gesture here and there, and also the tone of the voice. Elsa, too, like her sister, had a magnificent figure, and the perfect hands, arms, and wrists peculiar to her race. She had suffered, of course, badly during the war, terribly since the peace. At all times a maîtresse femme, it was she who had carried on the administration of her husband's estates, she who used to interview bailiffs, lawyers, tenants. She had always been looked up to by the local officials and by the surrounding peasantry as the head of the house. Maurice Imre had always been neurasthenic, and the privations of the war and the humiliations consequent on the alien occupation of his country had exasperated his nervous system and further embittered his quarrelsome disposition. In the happy days before the war, his contribution to the management of his estates consisted in grumbling daily at his chef and swearing unremittingly at those of his servants who came to him for orders in anything pertaining to the house. Malicious tongues were wont to say that Maurice Imre had gypsy blood in his veins. More likely it was an Armenian strain. Certain it is that his face and hands were swarthy, his nose hooked and his eyes very dark and piercing, characteristics which he had transmitted in a softened degree to his son Philip. But he was a man of culture for all that. He had read a great deal and thought over what he had read. Jasper Tarkington found him at the outset an interesting, if not very genial, companion. Then there was Philip, worshipped by his mother, adored by his father, handsome, a splendid dancer, an accomplished musician. Philip was very attractive. If there was gypsy blood in his veins, it had given him nothing but physical beauty and the highly developed musical talent of that race. He had dark, curly hair and large, mellow eyes, fringed with long lashes that would have been a gift of the gods to a girl. Jasper at first sight pronounced him effeminate, but Rosemary, knowing what she did about him, would not allow this for a moment. How could a boy be called effeminate who staked his life time and again every time he rode into Cluj with those newspaper articles of his in his pocket? But this, of course, Jasper did not know. Chapter 13. Elsa Imre talked very freely with Rosemary, and often referred to her husband having taken the oath of allegiance to the King of Romania. It was all because of Philip. "What I am working for," she said, with the light almost of a fanatic in her eyes, "and what I shall work for so long as I have breath left in my body, is to save Philip's inheritance. The Romanians are lying in wait for us, watching for an excuse to expel us from Transylvania. Many have had to go. Nothing would induce them to be false to the oath that they had sworn to the anointed King of Hungary. So they had to go, sometimes at 24 hours' notice, bag and baggage, turned out of the home their forebears had owned for hundreds of years. But I would not do that. I had to think of Philip. The Romanian occupation is now an accomplished fact, and we are too helpless, too friendless not to accept it. But we must be very careful. One false step and we are done. Imagine how I tremble every time Morris lets himself go. You know how unguarded he always is in his speech. Rosemary felt an actual physical pain in her heart when she thought of this devoted mother's brave struggle to guard her son's inheritance, and how little she guessed that Philip himself was jeopardizing his future and risking his life in a cause that she was proclaiming hopeless. Those rides to Cluj, the meeting with Anna Heves, the dispatch of those newspaper articles of his, and government spies lurking everywhere. But during meals all unpleasant subjects were vetoed. Rosemary would have none of them, and her wishes as the honored guest were law in this hospitable house. These good people, with their mercurial temperament, had a wonderful gift of casting aside trouble and giving themselves over to the pleasures of the moment. And so at dinner in the evenings, the gypsy band, not yet driven forth out of the neighboring village, would discourse sweet music, the tender, sad Hungarian refrains that appeal to the stranger almost as much as they do to the native. Rosemary, who was an exquisite dancer, longed to tread the measure of the Sardas, the Hungarian national dance, which begins with a dreamy, languorous, slow movement, and then suddenly breaks into a wild, mad whirl, wherein the dancers' eyes glow with excitement, their cheeks burn like fire, and their breath comes and goes through quivering, parted lips. Surely the merriest, maddest, most intoxicating dance, devised by a passionate people, probably for the letting off of some inward steam that must find vent in such rapturous movements from time to time, or it would consume them with its glow. "I think Lady Tarkington is quite splendid," Morris Imrie said to Jasper, in the intervals of beating time with hand and foot to the ever-quickening measure of the dance. "Hey, you confounded gypsy!" he cried, shouting to the swarthy, perspiring leader of the band. "Quicker! Quicker! Can't you hear me speak? Do you think you're playing a funeral march?" "I think," Jasper put in with his quiet smile, "if the musicians put on any more speed, Rosemary, for one, will be crying, 'Mercy!'" But for the moment, Rosemary showed no sign of crying any such thing. Her nimble feet had quickly caught the quaint syncopated rhythm, and Philip was a magnificent teacher. Perhaps there was some truth in the saying that he had inherited a strain of gypsy blood, for indeed when he danced the Sardas there was something barbaric about his movements. They were full of grace and perfect in rhythm, but all the time they gave the impression of wild roamings through desert lands, of a will that brooked no fetters and was a law unto itself. Rosemary gave herself wholly to the pleasure of being whirled round, turned and twisted, sometimes lifted off her feet. All intellectuality fell away from her for the time being. She was just like a young and beautiful animal in enjoyment of the senses kind nature had given her, the sound of that intoxicating music, the feeling of unfettered movement, the scent of dying roses in huge vases that sent their sweet, indefinable fragrance through the heat-laden air. Faster, ever faster. Little hoarse cries escaped her throat as Philip seized her with one arm round the waist and, lifting her off her feet, twirled her round and round, till the golden lights of the shaded candles swam like the trail of comets before her eyes. Faster, always faster. She could hardly see now out of her eyes. All that she saw was Philip's dark, curly hair waving around his forehead. The music seemed now a part of the universe, not played by one band of musicians, but the very atmosphere itself vibrating and resounding, forcing her to tread the measure and not to leave off, to go on and on and on, always hearing the music, always lifted off her feet and whirled round and round. Then suddenly everything ceased all at once, the music, the movement, everything. Rosemary would have fallen, giddy, dazed, but for the fact that Jasper, quick as lightning, had caught her in his arms. Her instinct was to laugh. "What happened?" she asked, rather wildly. Then only did she look about her. First she saw Jasper's face bending over her, but he was not looking at her, he was gazing straight across the room. Rosemary's eyes followed his gaze, and all at once she gave a gasp, which she smothered instantly by clapping her hand to her mouth. The whole aspect of the room had changed. The gypsies seemed to have shrunk into a dark corner. With their instruments tucked hastily under their arms, they seemed to be trying to make themselves invisible. Two of them had crawled under the piano. Only their feet, in shabby, down-at-heel shoes, protruded under the folds of rich brocade that covered the instrument. And in the center of the room there was a group of men, some half-dozen, in the uniform of the Romanian army. One of them had his hand on Philip's shoulder. Philip stood in the midst of them. His dark face was still flushed with the dance. His curly hair clung to his streaming forehead. He was still panting with the movement and excitement of a moment ago, and his eyes, dark and glowing, wandered ceaselessly from one soldier's face to another. Under the lintel of the great double doors that gave on the hall, a couple of men's servants stood scared. Rosemary's ears were buzzing, and she saw everything through a veil. The room had not yet quite ceased whirling about her. But through the din in her ears and the hammering in her head she heard the ominous words, "Resistance will do you no good. You had best come quietly." They were spoken in Romanian, which Rosemary understood. Then there came a cry like that of a wounded beast, and Morris Imrie jumped to his feet. With head down, he charged into the soldiers, just like an infuriated bull. Of course he was seized at once, dragged back, forced down into a chair, where with arms gripped by the soldiers he launched forth a torrent of invective and abuse, and now and then, when he succeeded in freeing one of his arms, he hit out to right and left with his fist. One of the soldiers, who appeared to be in command, spoke to him with cold deliberation. "You are behaving like a fool, le Comte," he said. "For let me tell you that if you interfere with my men in the execution of their duty, I will take you along too." Morris's answer to this sound piece of advice was a fresh torrent of vituperation. He shook himself free from the hands that held him down, raised a menacing fist, and cried hoarsely, "If you dare to touch me, you miserable—" But suddenly stronger arms than those of the soldiers were thrown around him and forced him back into the chair. They were his wife's arms. Elsa Imrie throughout all this had thought of nothing but the danger to Philip. The humiliation of this descent upon her house, the insolent attitude of the soldiers, this bringing home the fact of alien occupation and alien government, hardly affected her. Her one thought was Philip. The danger to Philip doubled and trebled by his father's ungoverned temper. And my God, if he should strike one of the soldiers. So she held Morris down, held her hand across his mouth, and Rosemary could hear her whispering in a thick, choked voice, "Morris, in God's name! Morris, keep quiet! Morris, for Philip's sake, hold your tongue!" He struggled desperately, but she held him as only a mother can hold that which threatens her child. The soldier looked on with a sardonic smile. When Morris at last was forced into silence, he shrugged his shoulders and said dryly, "You are very wise, madame, to keep le Comte's temper in check for him. My orders are that if any resistance is offered to take all three of you along. I need not tell you that after that you two will be sent packing out of the country." "And your son?" A cry from Elsa broke into his complacent speech. At once she became humble, cringing. All the pride of the aristocrat was submerged in the devastating anxiety of the mother. She still held Morris down, for she dared not loosen her hold on him, but she turned a tear-stained face, pathetic-looking in its expression of appeal, toward the Romanian. "You must not take any notice of his lordship, Captain," she said, trying in vain to speak lightly and to steady her voice. You have known him for years, haven't you? You remember, he was always a little excitable. You used to amuse yourselves, you and your brother officers, by making him angry with one of the peasants, and seeing the men's terror of him. You remember," she reiterated, with the same pathetic effort at conciliation, "when we were at Tosnard and you were in garrison at Sanaya. You used to motor over for luncheons and balls, and—" "It is not a part of a soldier's duty, madame," the young soldier broke in curtly, "to remember such incidents. If le Comte will cease to insult my men, we will leave him in peace. Otherwise you both come with me." He turned sharply on his heel and spoke with one of his men. Apparently he was willing to give Morris Imrie time to make up his mind what he would do. Rosemary still could hear Elsa's voice, thick and hoarse with anxiety. "Morris, in the name of heaven," the same refrain, the same reiterated prayer for submission, the one thing that would help to make Philip's lot easier. They could not do anything to Philip, of course. What had the poor lad done? Nothing. The mother racked her brain, thinking what he had done. Nothing. He had taken the oath of allegiance to the new king. Next year he would do his military service, a perfect hell, but Philip had never grumbled, and he had never joined in with those senseless political groups who met at night in out-of-the-way places about Cluj and dreamed dreams of freeing Hungary one day. Philip had never done anything so foolish. This cloud, therefore, would blow over. It was all a mistake, a misunderstanding. With silence and submission it would all blow over. But Philip all along had never said a word. The first inkling that he had of this sudden danger that threatened him was the grip of a heavy hand upon his shoulder. Breathless with the dance, he had not made a movement or uttered a word of protest. His great dark gypsy eyes wandered defiantly from the captain's face to those of the men, but he asked no questions. He knew well enough what had happened. 2 days ago he had ridden over to Cluj with certain newspaper articles in his pocket. He had given them to Anna. Together the cousins had spent one of those happy days which seemed to compensate them for all the risks they ran. Well, he had been suspected, spied upon, and followed. The strain of fatalism which ran through his veins with the gypsy blood of his forebear bade him accept the inevitable. Slowly his dark face became composed, his lips ceased to twitch, and the roaming glance of his dark eyes became fixed. Rosemary, looking up, saw the glance fixed upon her. In it she read the one word, Anna. Philip was pleading to her mutely, desperately for Anna, and this intuition which came to her when she met Philip's glance gave her the power to shake the torpor that had invaded her limbs when the dance ceased so suddenly and she had fallen backwards into Jasper's arms. Like Philip himself, she saw what had happened. The spies, the ride to Cluj, the articles given to Anna, and now the arrest of Philip and the deadly peril that threatened the girl. "Can we do anything?" she whispered hurriedly to Jasper, and with quick, nervy movements, she patted her hair into place and readjusted her tumbled gown. Jasper shook his head. "We should do no good by interfering," he said gravely. But Rosemary was in no mood to listen. She remembered Naniescu and his promises, the powers he had given her, the request that she should speak the truth. She felt that she was a force to be conciliated, and here was the moment to test her own power. Without another word she ran out of the room, and then through the great hall to the outer vestibule, where stood the telephone. While she took down the receiver and hurriedly gave the number of the Imre Palace at Cluj, she prayed in her heart that a few minutes' respite would be granted her before the soldiers marched Philip away. "Hallo! Hallo! His Excellency General Naniescu. Lady Tarkington wishes to speak with His Excellency at once. Say it is urgent, most urgent." "Yes, Lady Tarkington, the English lady at Kizimra." No, never mind the name, please. Just say the English lady from Kizimre." Another moment or two of agonizing suspense, then Naniescu's mellow voice. Thank God, he was at home and she was through to him. "General Naniescu? Lady Tarkington speaking. Thank you, I am well, very well. Yes, my first article goes early next week. Yes, quite happy so far. General Naniescu, Philip Imre has been summarily arrested. I don't know. There's a captain in charge." No, he did not say. "Yes, I am sure it is a mistake, but the mistake may prove fatal unless yes. You will? Really? Tomorrow morning? You are kind. I hardly like to ask you. Of course I shall be here. Will you speak to the captain yourself now? I thank you with all my heart. Would you hold the line? I'll send the captain to you. I don't know how to thank you. No, nothing else tonight, but I am looking forward to thanking you myself tomorrow morning, about 10 o'clock. Yes, thank you 1,000 times. Good night." She had hardly finished speaking when she heard the tramping of feet coming from the drawing-room and then across the hall, and glancing round, she saw the soldiers filing out 2 by 2, with their captain beside them, and Philip in their midst. There was no other sound except this tramping of feet, no protests, no shrieks. Philip in the midst of the soldiers, and behind them Elsa creeping along, silent, watchful, her great eyes fixed upon what she could see of her son, the dark, curly hair, and sometimes the top of his shoulder. Rosemary waited until the captain was quite close to her. He saluted and was about to pass when, like a triumphant goddess, she turned and faced him. "His Excellency the Governor, on the telephone," she said curtly, and held the receiver out to the young soldier. "He desires to speak with you." The Romanian, obviously very much taken aback, looked at her for a moment or two, frowning before he took the receiver from her. The group of soldiers had halted, waiting for further orders. Behind them Elsa hovered, her white face and golden hair alone visible in the gloom. After that instant's hesitation, the captain put the receiver to his ear. "Yes, Excellency. No, Excellency. Yes, Excellency." Then a long, long wait, while the captain stood with the receiver against his ear, and Elsa came nearer, watching, hoping, mutely questioning. And Rosemary, with glowing eyes and an enigmatic smile, put a finger up to her lips. Finally, "I quite understand, Excellency, quite absolutely," and the captain hung up the receiver. Then he turned to Elsa, who had drawn close to Rosemary, quite close. He clicked his heels together and touched his kepi with his right hand. "By order of His Excellency General Nănescu," he said, "Count Philip Imre is free to remain under this roof. He will give his word of honor that he will not attempt to leave the castle until after the arrival of His Excellency in the course of the morning." And thus the incident was closed. Philip gave the required parole, and with more clicking of heels and salutes the young captain marched out of the house, followed by his men. Then only did Elsa break down, when she put her arms round Philip's shoulders and sobbed her heart out against his breast. He appeared more dazed than relieved, and kept his eyes fixed on Rosemary, whilst with his long, thin hand he stroked and patted his mother's hair. Rosemary gave him an encouraging glance. "It was for Anna's sake," her glance said mutely. "In any case, Anna will be safe." And the incident being closed, she went back to the drawing room. Jasper held out a hand to her, and when she placed her hand in his, he raised it to his lips. She took it as a sign of his approval, and bending down, she gave him her forehead to kiss. He just took her face between his two palms and gazed long and intently into her eyes. He had often done that before. He loved to take hold of her face, to feel the soft, velvety cheeks against his hands, and Rosemary would turn her pixie eyes to his, and in one glance express all the affection, the sincere regard and fervent gratitude which she felt for him. But somehow this time it all seemed different, more intense, almost terrifying. To a sensitive woman, a man's passion, if she cannot respond to it, is always terrifying. And, of course, Rosemary's nerves were stretched now almost to breaking point. Else why should she be conscious of a sense of fear? Jasper's gaze was not so much searching her soul as striving to reveal his. Something in him seemed imprisoned, and he was asking her to set that something free. A force, a power, greater even than his love, so great that love itself became its slave. And this Rosemary could not understand. She had experienced something of the same sensation that afternoon in London when he had asked her to marry him before she left for Hungary. Then, as now, she had caught a glimpse of a whirlpool of passion which seethed beneath her husband's grave, gentle manner. Then, as now, it had seemed to her as if he were trying to exert some supernatural power outside himself, to rouse an echo of his own passion in her heart. And with that glimpse into the depths of a man's soul came the knowledge that never would it be in her power to give soul for soul or passion for passion. And yet the day would come, she felt it, knew it at this moment, when the man, wearied of sentimental doles, would demand her whole surrender, body, brain, soul, everything. Soul above all, which she would not be prepared to give. Strange that this realization, this vague feeling akin to fear, should come to her again at this moment, when both she and Jasper were only minor actors in the drama that had just drawn to its close. Like most great moments in the inner life of the soul, it only lasted for one brief flash. It left its indelible mark on Rosemary's memory, but it lasted less than 1 second. The very next she tried to recapture it, but it was gone. Jasper looked grave and kind, as he always did, busy now with getting her comfortably ensconced in a capacious armchair with plenty of cushions behind her back. Elsa came in with Philip, and Morris roused himself from his apathy to hurl invectives against those damnable, impudent Romanians. And the gypsy musicians, reassured, crawled out of their hiding places, and their leader, shouldering his violin, began to play a dreamy melody. One by one the others fell in harmony, the cello, the bass, the clarionet, and the inimitable cymbalum. "There is but one beautiful girl in all the world," was the tune that they played. Its soft, languorous cadence rose and fell in the air, wherein the dying roses once more sent up their voluptuous fragrance. Forgotten was the danger just past, the peril still ahead. Music, the never-failing expression of emotion in these romantic people, soothed their nerves and uttered the words which would not rise to their lips. Elsa sat with Philip's hand in hers. Rosemary, with eyes fixed far away, caught herself gazing on the memory picture of a dark recess in a box in the Albert Hall, with the noise and whirl of a big social function about her. But with complete isolation there in the darkness, and through the deafening noise, memory conjured up a man's voice that murmured with passionate earnestness, "It is no use, my dear, thinking that all is over." Chapter 14. The morning was as clear as crystal, the sky of a translucent turquoise blue. Away on the right, the masses of soft-toned purple kills stretched their undulating lines like waving veils, hiding the mysteries of the horizon. Rosemary had thrown open the windows of her bedroom and stepped out upon the balcony. With arms outstretched, she drank in the intoxicating air, laden with the scent of heliotrope and lilies. She had the delicious feeling of having accomplished something, of having tested her power and found it absolute. Nănescu on the telephone had been almost apologetic when she told him about Philip's arrest. He declared that there was some mistake, and that he himself would come over in the morning and inquire into the matter. Rosemary was young enough to feel a naive pleasure in her work. That Philip Imre was restored then and there to his mother's arms was her work, the outcome of her position in the journalistic and political world, and the knowledge that this was so was as intoxicating as the fragrant air on this perfect late July morning. A moment or two later, she heard the pleasant noise of the rattling coffee cups in the room behind her. She turned in, ready to embrace the little housemaid who looked after her so cheerfully. In fact, Rosemary was in a mood to embrace the whole world. Contrary to her usual happy way, however, the little housemaid did not look up when Rosemary came in. As a rule, she would run and kiss the gracious lady's hand, according to the pretty custom of her country. Today she just rattled the coffee cups, and Rosemary noticed that her hands were shaking and that she turned her head very obviously away. "What is it, Rosa?" Rosemary asked in her best Hungarian, of which she had learned quite a good deal at different times. "Why don't you come and say good morning?" The kind voice and the necessity to respond to the gracious lady's inquiry broke down the barrier of Rosa's self-control. She raised her apron to her eyes and burst into a flood of tears. The next moment Rosemary was by her side, her arms round the girl's shoulders. "Rosa," she said, "Rosa, what is it? Tell me, little thing, what is it? Who has made you cry?" But Rosa only went on sobbing and murmuring between her sobs, "Oh, gracious lady, what a calamity, what a dreadful calamity." After a few seconds of this, Rosemary began to lose patience. She was English and practical. Rosa's continued sobbing and incoherent mutterings got on her nerves. She gave the girl a good-humored shake. "What calamity, Rosa?" she queried. "Bless the girl. I'll smack you, Rosa, if you don't speak." Now this was a language that Rosa understood far better than a string of kindly inquiries. She had been smacked by her mother almost as soon as she was born. She had been smacked by her elder sister, by her grandmother, by her aunt and by her father while she grew up, and when she started service in the chateau and was silly or tiresome, she had been smacked by the gracious countess. Being smacked did not hurt, but it acted as a tonic, and braced up Rosa's slackened nerves. The threat of it by the gracious English lady at once dried the well of her tears. She wiped her nose and eyes with her apron and murmured, "The gracious Count Philip, they have taken him away." At first Rosemary did not take it in. She did not trust her ears or her knowledge of Hungarian. She must, she thought, have misunderstood Rosa, or else Rosa was talking like a fool. But Rosemary's grasp tightened on the girl's arm. Her fingers buried themselves in the young, firm flesh. "What do you mean, Rosa?" she queried. "What do you mean about the gracious Count? Who has taken him away?" "The soldiers, gracious lady," Rosa murmured. "What soldiers?" Which was a foolish question on Rosemary's part, and she knew it. There were no soldiers now in Transylvania except the Romanian soldiers. But somehow the thing would not penetrate into her brain. She felt that too, and wanted to give it time to sink in slowly, slowly. Rosa now ventured to look the English lady in the face. Her big blue eyes were still swimming in tears. "The Romanian soldiers, gracious lady," she said, "the ones who came last night." "But they went away again last night, Rosa," Rosemary explained deliberately and patiently. "They went away, and the gracious Count Philip remained at home. He went to bed, as we all did. Anton must have waited on him, as he always does." But Rosa gave a deep sigh and gulped down a fresh flood of tears that threatened to choke her. Anton did wait on the gracious Count when he went to bed, but soon after midnight the soldiers returned. Ferry, the night watchman at the gate, had to let them in. They ordered him not to make a noise, only to rouse the gracious Count's valet. So Ferry went to call Anton as quietly as he could, for the soldiers kept threatening him that if he made a noise, they would beat him. Poor Anton nearly fainted with terror. "You know, gracious lady, Anton always was a coward." "What would you?" Rosa added with a shrug. "A gypsy." "Yes, yes," Rosemary urged impatiently. "Go on, girl, go on." "The soldiers would not even allow Anton to dress himself. Just as he was, he had to go and rouse the gracious Count Philip. The soldiers were threatening to burn the house down if anyone made a noise, but I am sure that Ferry and Anton were too scared to think of screaming. The gracious Count jumped out of bed. The soldiers stood by while he dressed, but they would not allow him to take anything with him except just the clothes he put on. No money, not his watch, not a letter, nothing. Ferry says that the soldiers were in the house and out again in less than a quarter of an hour. They took the gracious Count with them, but 4 of them remained behind. They made Ferry and Anton sit together in the lodge and kept guard over them until an hour ago. Then they went away, and Anton ran in with the news. Oh, you should have seen the gracious Countess. It was pitiable, pitiable, though she said nothing, and she did not cry. My God, what is to become of us all? The girl started wringing her hands, and her voice became loud and shrill with the sobs that would no longer be suppressed. "Be quiet, Rosa, be quiet," Rosemary said once or twice quite mechanically. She had taken it all in at last, the trick, the awful treachery, the cruelty of it all. She stood there beside the sobbing girl, with hands tightly clenched and a deep frown between her brows. She wanted to think. Something would have to be done, and done quickly. But what? Naniescu? What role did he play in this mean trickery? Rosemary was a woman who thought straight and acted straight, so consistently straight in fact that she never could visualize treachery in others. In the wide, wide world, that attitude of mind is called the attitude of a fool. Yet Rosemary Tarkington was anything but a fool. Perhaps she was lacking in the intuition of evil. Certain it is that at this moment she would not allow herself to think that Naniescu was a party to the abominable deed. The young officer, perhaps, or the local commandant, who might have a grudge against the Imres. But Naniescu? No. She sent the girl away. Rosa's round pink face with the round blue eyes and round-tipped nose was getting on her nerves. The girl was comical in her grief, and when Rosemary looked at her she felt an uncontrollable desire to laugh, and this would have horrified Rosa, so she sent Rosa away. A moment or two later Jasper came in, ready for breakfast. One glance at his face and Rosemary knew that he too had heard the news. "What do you think of it?" Rosemary asked after she had given him a fond morning kiss. "My darling," Jasper replied in his cool British manner, "I only think that you are making a grave mistake in throwing yourself headlong into the politics of these out-of-the-way countries. It is not a question of politics, Jasper," Rosemary broke in, protesting. "I know, my dear, I know. Your warm heart prompts you to interfere there, where prudence would dictate the wiser course of closing one's eyes. You would not be the adorable woman that you are if you acted differently. But believe me, my darling, it is not wise. You will only run your lovely head against a stone wall, and in the end do no good. You must let these people fight out their quarrels their own way. They are not our kind, we don't understand them. My firm conviction is that you will only do harm by interference. Mind you, I haven't a doubt that young Imre has done something stupid. They are a hot-headed lot, these Hungarians, especially the young ones, and of course they don't like the present regime. The government in power has a perfect right to protect itself against conspiracy and rebellion, even though we outsiders may think that those conspiracies are futile and the measures of repression unduly harsh. Leave them alone, my dear, Jasper concluded more lightly with a shrug, and have a cup of hot coffee. He settled himself down on the sofa and tried to draw her down to him, but Rosemary was not in the mood for sentiment. Reason whispered to her that Jasper was right. He was always right, worse luck. She knew that Philip Imre had acted foolishly, very, very foolishly, and that, as a matter of fact, in this case, the commandant, or whoever was responsible for Philip's arrest, was entirely within his rights. She, certainly as an impartial spectator of events, brought here for the express purpose of seeing the truth and nothing but the truth, could not in conscience make capital of this incident. She had come out here determined not to act on impulse, but to judge coolly and without bias, and thus to consolidate her reputation as one of the foremost women journalists of the day. With Sir Philip Gibbs as her master and model, she could not go back on the ideal of justice and impartiality which she had set herself. But she did want to save Philip Imre from the consequences of his own folly, and, above all, she wanted to know what had become of Anna. "I cannot leave them alone, Jasper," she said slowly. "I cannot. All this petty tyranny makes my blood boil." Jasper sighed somewhat impatiently. "I know, my dear, I know," he reiterated vaguely. Rosemary did not continue the discussion for the moment. Jasper was so right in everything he said, and Philip Imre had been desperately foolish. Now she blamed herself for not having worked on Anna's mind and dissuaded her from lending herself to her cousin's mad schemes. She mentioned Anna's name to her husband, but Jasper, knowing nothing of the girl's dangerous activities in Balog's grocery stores, could not, of course, see that Anna was in any kind of danger. "But," Rosemary argued, "Anna and Philip are first cousins. They see a great deal of one another." "Do they?" Jasper ejaculated. "But, even so, my dear, you surely are not going to suppose that the Romanian government is going to lay hands on all Philip Imre's relations just because he has run his silly head into a noose." "No, no," Rosemary protested vaguely, but she could not say anything more on the subject of Anna. Anna had told her everything in confidence. "I know I can trust you, Rosemary," the child had said, and Rosemary could not betray that confidence, not even by speaking of it all to Jasper, not even by hinting at it. If the peril became more imminent, if Anna herself was in danger, then perhaps, but not now. Rosemary tried to swallow some breakfast, just to please Jasper, for his kind, grave eyes looked quite sad, and she did not want to add to his anxiety. But her thoughts were dwelling on Elsa. "I wonder if she could bear to see me," she said presently. "You can always ask," was Jasper's wise suggestion. Rosemary found Elsa Imre outwardly quite calm and resigned. That woman had a marvelous fund of common sense and self-control. What she suffered no one should know. Only when she read true understanding and mute sympathy in Rosemary's eyes, she gave an answering look which contained such a depth of sorrow and anxiety that Rosemary's heart was overwhelmed with pity. In these few hours Elsa had aged 20 years. Anton had brought the news across from the lodge to the chateau in the early morning, as soon as the Romanian soldiers had gone away. The gracious Countess had received the news with extraordinary indifference, was the verdict on the incident below stairs. Rosa was crying her eyes out. All the men servants went about cursing and swearing and threatening to kill someone, but the gracious Countess had not shed one tear. When she had heard Anton's report, she asked a few questions. What suit had the gracious Count put on? Did he take an overcoat? What shoes did he wear? And so on, but never a tear. Then she said, "Very well, Anton, you may go." And that was all. No, no, it was not natural. But then these great ladies, one never knew. No one ever did know to what height a mother's heroism could go. Elsa, with her heart nearly broken, thought only of what was best for Philip. "Of course he has done nothing," she reiterated over and over again, "so they can't do anything to him." Then her voice would break on a note of pathetic appeal. She would seize Rosemary's hands and search the depths of her English friend's eyes with the look of a poor stricken animal begging for sympathy. "Can they?" she asked, and Rosemary would shake her head, not trusting herself to speak. It was no use now rending the mother's heart, adding another load of anxiety to the heavily burdened soul. Elsa would know soon enough, and she could do nothing even if she knew now. Morris was shut up in his own apartments, tearing up and down like a beast in its cage, raging and swearing. That was his temperament, Elsa said philosophically with a shrug, the Armenian blood in him. She never would admit the gypsy strain. Fortunately, the servants were all Hungarian, faithful and discreet. They knew him. When he was in one of those moods, they fled from him, but not one of them would betray him. Now he was threatening to kill every Romanian that ever crossed his path. Well, fortunately, there was no one to hear him, only the servants, and they would hold their tongues. "Morris won't understand," Elsa explained to Rosemary, "that our chance is submission. If they turn us out of here, it will be the end of Philip's inheritance. We must save that at all costs. What is the sacrifice of a little pride when it means so much for Philip's future? Things can't go on as they are. Not for long, and if only I can keep Morris quiet, we shall have Philip back here in a week." Then she harked back on the old refrain. "He has done nothing. They can't do anything to him, can they?" Chapter 15. Naniescu arrived soon after 10 o'clock. Rosemary heard the hooting of his motor when it turned in at the gate, also the general bustle, clatter, running about that ensued. Her rooms, with the balcony overlooking the park, were on the other side of the house, so she saw nothing of this. But somehow, after the arrival of His Excellency, the stately chateau appeared to have lost something of its dignified quietude. Loud voices resounded from end to end of the galleried hall. Footsteps that sounded almost aggressive echoed along the corridors. Jasper had gone down some time ago for a stroll in the park while Rosemary dressed. She was sorry now that she had not asked him to be sure to come back so as to support her in her interview with Naniescu. However, this wish was only a momentary weakness. She had been accustomed for years past to stand on her own feet, to act for herself, and to take swift decisions without outside advice. So now, with a careless shrug, she turned back to the important task of dressing. This she did with deliberate care, then surveyed herself critically in the glass, and, having satisfied herself that Rosemary Tarkington was in no way less beautiful than Rosemary Fawkes had been, she settled herself down in her boudoir with a book and waited. A very few minutes later, one of the men came to announce that His Excellency General Naniescu desired to pay his respects to Lady Tarkington. He came in looking breezy and gallant. He kissed Rosemary's hand, sat down on the chair she indicated to him, inquired after the state of her health, her journey, her work, all in a mellifluous voice and in execrable English. In fact, for the first 5 minutes of this momentous visit, he was just a pleasant, cheerful man of the world, exchanging banalities with a pretty woman. "Etsy Cher Tarkington?" he queried. "How is he?" "My husband will be in a moment or two," Rosemary replied, trying to bring the conversation round to the all-important subject. "He will, of course, make a point of not failing to see you." She made a slight, insignificant pause, then she went on more seriously. "I can assure you, le General, that Lord Tarkington's interest in our dear host and hostess is just as keen as mine." Of course," Naniescu rejoined vaguely with a sweep of his well-manicured hand. "They are very foolish people, these Imres, and that young man. Dear lady, you have not an idea what trouble we have with these Hungarians. They are all a little took. What you call so admirably in your picturesque language, they have a bee in their bonnet." "What?" He laughed, very pleased with himself for what he apparently considered a little joke. "A bee in their bonnet," he reiterated, still waving his white podgy hands about. He set his teeth together and made a sound to represent the buzzing of bees. "Buzz! Just like that. But bees," he added curtly, "are apt to be tiresome, is it not so?" "You choose to look upon the matter lightly, le General," Rosemary rejoined with a touch of impatience. "But to these unfortunate people the summary arrest of their only son is anything but a light matter. On the telephone last night—" "Oh, the telephone," the General broke in with an affected sigh. "A marvelous invention." "What? But it is difficult on the telephone to give those little nuances which are the essence of conversation. It was wonderful to hear your melodious voice on the telephone last evening. I was not expecting to hear it, and it was delightful, like a spirit voice coming from a place unseen to soothe me to pleasant dreams." He tried to capture her hand, and when she snatched it away with obvious irritation, he gave a soft, guttural laugh and gazed with a look of bold admiration into her eyes. Rosemary felt her temper rising, and nothing but her knowledge that this distinctly unpleasant personage had supreme power over those she cared for kept her impatience in check. "General Naniescu," she said, quietly determined, "you must forgive me if I cannot enter into your playful mood just now. The only son of my very dear friend is under arrest for an offense of which he knows nothing, and moreover, he was arrested under circumstances that are entirely unjustifiable, seeing that this country is not, I presume, under martial law." "Not under martial law, certainly, dear lady," Naniescu was willing to admit, and did so with a certain measure of seriousness, "but under strict disciplinary law, framed by a suzerain state for the protection of its own nationals in occupied territory. But let that pass. You graciously informed me over the telephone last night that young Imre was arrested, and I gave orders to the captain in charge for his immediate release. As I intended to come over here in the course of the morning, I was willing to let the matter stand until I had investigated it myself. Count Philip Imre was released at 10 o'clock yesterday evening and rearrested in the middle of the night. He was not even given the chance of saying goodbye to his parents or of providing himself with the necessary clothing and money. I imagine, le General," Rosemary went on coldly, "that this was done by your orders, or at any rate that you were not kept in ignorance of it." For the fraction of a second Naniescu hesitated, then he said cynically, "Yes, certainly I knew of it. I may even say that it was done by my orders." Rosemary suppressed a cry of indignation. "Well then," she exclaimed hotly, but Naniescu, not in the least taken aback, only retorted blandly, "And how am I to interpret that enigmatic query, dear lady?" "As a challenge to justify your actions," was Rosemary's bold reply. Then, as he gave no immediate answer but allowed his mellow dark eyes to rest with a distinctly mocking glance on her face, Rosemary felt a hot flush rise slowly to her cheeks. Just for an instant she felt at a disadvantage. She was obviously not in a position to demand explanations from a man who belonged to the governing classes in his own country. With every belief in the power of the press, Rosemary had far too much common sense not to realize that a man in Naniescu's position would not put up with being dictated to or cross-examined by a stranger, however influential he or she might be. So once again she swallowed her resentment, determined that whatever chance she had of helping the Imres should not be wrecked through want of tact on her part. Diplomacy, good temper, and, if necessary, seeming complaisance, would be more likely to win the day than any attempt at threatening. Monsieur le Général," she resumed after a while, "I know that you will forgive me for my seeming ill-humor. I have witnessed so much sorrow these last few hours that I suppose my nerves are rather jarred. I know, of course, that it is not my place to criticize the measures which your government chooses to impose on a subject race. As a suzerain state, Romania has a perfect right to defend what she believes to be her own interests, and in a manner that she thinks best. Will you forgive me the sharp words I allowed to slip just now?" And with a return of that charm of manner which even more than beauty held most men in thrall, Rosemary put out her hand. The gallant Romanian, without a trace of mockery now in his large dark eyes, took it in both his own. Then he stooped and kissed the dainty fingertips. "And now," Rosemary went on resolutely, "that I have made Amenda honorable, will you allow me to plead the Imre's cause in all earnestness? In the name of humanity, Monsieur le Général, the boy is only 19. The general leaned back in his chair, his well-manicured fingers gently stroking his silky moustache, his eyes no longer attempting to conceal the satisfaction which he felt at seeing this exquisitely beautiful woman in the role of a suppliant before him. Now, when she paused, he gave an indifferent shrug. "Dear lady," he said, "my experience of this part of the world is that boys and girls of 19 who give up jazzing and have not started making love, but who choose to meddle in politics, are veritable pests." "But Philip Imre does not meddle in politics," Rosemary protested. "Are you quite sure of that?" he retorted. As he said this, his eyes became quite small and piercing like two little flaming darts. But though his sudden challenge had sent a stab of apprehension through Rosemary's heart, her glance never faltered, and she lied straight out, lied boldly without hesitation, without a blush. "I'm quite sure," she replied, and the only compunction she felt over that lie was when she realized, as she did at once, that the Romanian did not believe her. "Little Anna Hevs did not confide in you?" he asked with perfect suavity. "What do you mean?" "Just what I said, dear lady. Anna Heves and Philip Imre are two young hotheads who have given us an infinity of trouble. For a long time we could not find out how certain pernicious articles, injurious to the good reputation of Romania, found their way into the English and American press. Now we know. Your spy system seems more efficient than your censorship," Rosemary retorted bitterly. "That is beside the point. Yes, the point is that those two are mere children. I dare say the judges will take that into account and deal leniently with them." "With them?" Rosemary exclaimed, and suddenly a new terror gripped her heart. "With them? You don't mean—" "What, dear lady?" he queried suavely. "That Anna Hevs, yes, the late Baron Heves's daughter, now a saleswoman in the shop of Balog the grocer. I often wondered how she came to demean herself in that way. Now I understand." "But surely, Rosemary protested, striving in vain to steady her voice, which was quaking with this terrible anxiety. "You have not arrested Anna Heves? The child has done nothing." Naniescu put up his hand with a gesture of protest. "Dear lady," he said, with quiet irony and in a tone one would use to an obstinate child, "let me assure you once and for all that the accusations against Philip Imre and his cousin do not rest upon assumptions, but upon facts. Anna Heves was arrested, and she will be brought to trial because she was actually found, mind you, smuggling newspaper articles defamatory to the government of this country for insertion in foreign journals. English sense of justice is reputed to be very keen. Your own must tell you that it is hardly fair to bring the battery of your charms as a weapon to break down my sense of duty. I lay, as always, my homage at your feet, but I should be a traitor if, whilst gazing into your adorable eyes, I were to forget what I owe to my country." Gradually, he dropped the irony out of his tone, and his voice became once more mellifluous and tender while he leaned forward, almost touching Rosemary's knees with his, and striving to hold her glance with the challenge of his own. Rosemary shrank back. Suddenly something of the truth had dawned upon her. Not all of it just yet. It was only presently, in a few more days, that she was destined to realize the extent to which this man half-Oriental in his capacity for lying had hoodwinked and cajoled her. It was his mien, the thinly veiled insult that lurked behind his suave speech and expressive eyes, that suddenly tore the veil from before her own. And yet reason fought for a moment against this wave of aversion. The man was right, unquestionably right. Philip and Anna had been very foolish, and, what's more, they were technically guilty of treason. There was no getting away from that. And Rosemary could not shut her eyes to the fact that the very lives of those she cared for were in the hands of this soft-toned liar. At one moment she longed passionately for Jasper. The next she would dread his coming, for she knew well enough that he, with his straight matter-of-fact mode of thinking, would inevitably give Naniescu his due, insist that the general was within his rights, and advise his wife to keep clear of these imbroglios, which were so contrary to the lenient, sportsmanlike English attitude toward a beaten enemy. On the whole, she felt glad that Jasper was not here. He would hate to see her plead, yet plead she must. There was nothing else to do. She must plead with fervor, plead with all the strength that she possessed, all the eloquence that she could command. In the name of humanity! That was her chief plea, and with anxious eyes she searched the man's face for the first trace of pity. Anna and Philip are so young, she urged, mere children. But Naniescu smiled, that fat, complacent smile of his which she had quickly learned to loathe. You would not like me, she said at one moment, to send an account of it to all the English and American papers. 2 children, one under 18, the other not yet 20, arrested in their beds at dead of night, brought to trial for having smuggled a few newspaper articles through the post. If you do not deal leniently with them— Who said we would not deal leniently with them? Naniescu broke in blandly. Surely not I. I am not their judge. General Naniescu, she retorted, I have been in Transylvania long enough to know that your powers here as military governor are supreme. Leniency in this case, she urged insistently, could only redound to your credit and to the credit of the country whom you serve. But frankly, dear lady, I don't see what I can do. The case has passed out of my hands. Send these children home with a caution, Monsieur le Général, Rosemary went on, pleading. That is what we would do in England in a like case. To hatch more treason, he retorted with a shrug. Give us more trouble, more buzzing of bees and pestilential backbiting. No, she protested hotly. Not for that, but to be immensely grateful to you for your generosity, and show their gratitude by striving to work for the good of their country, hand in hand with yours. Ah, what noble sentiments, dear lady, General Naniescu said with a sigh, and clapped his white fat hands together. I wish I could believe that some of them will sink into those young hotheads. They will, General, they will, Rosemary asserted eagerly. If you will send those 2 children back to their parents, I will not leave Transylvania until you yourself are satisfied that I have brought them to a reasonable frame of mind. A hard task, dear lady, Naniescu said with a smile. I would undertake a harder one than that, Rosemary rejoined with an answering smile, to show my appreciation of your generosity. Words, dear lady, he said softly. Words. Try me, she challenged. He made no immediate reply, and suddenly his eyes again narrowed as they had done before, and their piercing glance rested upon Rosemary, until she felt that through those heavy lids something inimical and poisonous had touched her. She felt a little shiver running down her spine. An unaccountable sense of apprehension caused her to glance rapidly toward the door, where she hoped to perceive Jasper's comforting presence. She was not afraid, of course, nor did she regret her enthusiasm or her advocacy of the children's cause. But she had the sudden, vague feeling that she had come to the brink of an abyss, and that she was staring down into unknown depths, into which unseen forces were urging her to leap. Slowly Naniescu's eyes reopened, and the mellow expression crept back into them. He gave a sigh of satisfaction, and settled himself down once more comfortably on the cushions of the chair. I am happy indeed, dear lady, he began, that you yourself should have made an offer, which I hardly dared to place before you. An offer? What do you mean? Surely that was your intention, was it not, to do something in return for the heavy sacrifice you are asking of me? Sacrifice? Rosemary queried, frowning. What sacrifice? Sacrifice of my convictions. Duty calls to me very insistently in the matter of those young traitors whom you, dear lady, are pleased to refer to as children. I know that I should be doing wrong in giving them the chance of doing more mischief. I know it, he reiterated emphatically, with as much certainty as I do the fact that they will not give up trying to do mischief. But— he paused and fell to studying with obvious satisfaction Rosemary's beautiful, eager eyes fixed intently upon him. But what, Monsieur le Général? She asked. But I am prepared to make the sacrifice of my convictions at your bidding, if you, on the other hand, will do the same at mine. Rosemary's frown deepened. I don't think I quite understand, she said. No, he retorted, but you will soon. Let me explain. You, dear lady, have come to Transylvania wrapped in prejudice as in sheet armor against my unfortunate country. Oh, yes, you have, he went on blandly, checking with an elegant gesture the cry of protest that had risen to Rosemary's lips. I am even prepared to admit that nothing that you have seen in these first few days has tended to pierce that armor of prejudice. Well, and the General sighed again in that affected way of his. You have one of your wonderful sayings in England that exactly meets this case. East is east, you say, and west is west. This is the East, really, and you Occidentals will never think as we do. But I am wandering from my point, and you, dear lady, are getting impatient. Having admitted everything that you would wish me to admit, I now will come forward with my little proposition. What? If you please, Rosemary replied coldly. The children, as you are pleased to call them, Naniescu went on with slow deliberation, shedding his affected manner as a useless garment no longer required to conceal his thoughts. The children have done us an infinity of mischief in the eyes of the British and American public. By the publication of articles defamatory to our government. For this they have deserved punishment. Now I propose to remit that punishment if you will undo the mischief that they have done. I? Rosemary exclaimed, puzzled. How? By publishing newspaper articles that will refute those calumnies once and for all, the General said blandly. Then, as Rosemary recoiled at the suggestion as if she had been struck in the face, he went on cynically, You are such a brilliant journalist, dear lady, endowed with a vivid imagination. It will be easy for you to do this for the sake of those two young traitors in whom you take such a kindly interest. You may, in your articles, begin by stating the truth if you like, and say that my government invited you to come over to Transylvania in order to investigate the alleged acts of tyranny that are supposed to be perpetrated against the minority nationals. Then you will proceed to state that after impartial and exhaustive inquiry, you have come to the conclusion that practically all the charges brought against us are unfounded. That, with the exception of a few inevitable hardships consequent on foreign occupation, the minority nationals in Transylvania are enjoying the utmost freedom and security under the just laws of an enlightened country. You will. But here the flow of the worthy General's eloquence received a sudden check in the shape of a rippling outburst of laughter from Rosemary. He frowned, not understanding her mood, his knowledge of women being superficial. His thoughts flew to hysteria. He had known a woman once. As a matter of fact, there was something hysterical about Rosemary's laughter. She checked it as soon as she regained control over herself. It was as well that she could laugh, that her sense of humor, never absent in an Englishwoman of intellect, had at once shown her the folly of giving way to the indignation which had been her first impulse. Frankly, she could not see herself as an outraged tragedy queen thundering forth an emphatic never to the Romanian's impudent proposals, and when Naniescu marveled at the strange moods of women and vainly tried to guess what there was in the present situation to make this pretty woman laugh, he little knew that Rosemary was laughing at an imaginary picture of herself, with head thrown back and flaming eyes, and gestures that rivaled those of the General himself in their elegant and expressive sweep. You must forgive me, Monsieur le Général, she said presently, but your proposition is so funny. Funny, dear lady, he protested. Frankly, I do not see— No, she broke in, you would not. Will you be so gracious as to explain? No, Rosemary went on lightly, I don't think I will. You would not understand even then. Then, he said coolly, there is nothing left for me to do but to take my leave, and to deplore that you should have wasted so much of your valuable time in conversation with a clod. He rose and, bowing low, he put out his hand in order to take hers, but Rosemary did not move. You cannot go, Monsieur le Général, she said firmly, without giving me a definite answer. I have given you a definite answer, dear lady. It is my misfortune that you choose to treat it as ludicrous. But surely you were not serious when I suggested that the mischief wrought by two traitors should be remedied by one who takes an interest in them? What could be more serious? You seriously think, she insisted, that I would lend myself to such traffic, that I would put my name to statements which I could not verify, or to others that I should actually believe to be false? Ah ça, Monsieur le Général, Where did you get your conception of English women of letters, or of English journalists?" Naniescu put his fingertips to his breast, then spread out his hands with a broad gesture of protest. "I was wrong," he said suavely, "utterly wrong. I admit it. Forgive me, and permit me to take my leave. Monsieur le Général, at your service, dear lady. Young Imre," she pleaded, "and Anna Heves." He shrugged his shoulders. "I am truly sorry for them," he said unctuously, "but surely you do not think seriously that I would lend myself to any traffic where the safety of my country is concerned." "Ah, dear lady," he went on, not only mocking the very words she had used, but even the inflection of her voice. "Where did you get your conception of a Romanian officer or of a Romanian gentleman? It is you who proposed an infamous traffic," she retorted, "not I." "Pardon me," he protested. "All that I suggested was that the mischief done should be remedied in the simplest way before those who had wrought it could hope for pardon. The mischief was done through the public press. It can only be made good through the public press, and only through the medium of one as influential as yourself. My suggestion has not met with your approval. Let us say no more about it." Before she could prevent it, he had taken her hand and raised it to his lips. She snatched it away as if her fingertips had come in contact with something noxious. The indignation which she had tried so hard to keep under control flamed for an instant out of her eyes, and Naniescu, seeing it, gave a soft, guttural laugh. "I had a suspicion," he said cynically, "that the situation was not entirely ludicrous. And now," he went on, "have I your permission to take my leave?" He bowed once more, hand on breast, heels clicking, and was on the point of turning to go, when an impulsive cry from Rosemary brought him to a halt. "That is not your last word, General Naniescu." "Indeed," he replied with utmost gallantry, "but the last word rests with you, dear lady. I am ever at your service. Only," he continued very slowly and very deliberately, "let me assure you once and for all that young Imre and Anna Heves will appear before the military courts on a charge of treason, unless a series of articles written in the spirit I have had the honor to outline before you, and bearing your distinguished name, appear in, shall we say, within the next month. But, just to show you how greatly I value your regard, I will be as lenient as my duty permits. I will even allow those two young traitors to return temporarily to their homes. Philip Imre and Anna Heves will be brought here in the course of a day or two. They will be free within certain limitations to move about among their friends. I need not add, dear lady, that you, on the other hand, are absolutely free without any limitations to come and go as you choose. On the day that the last of your brilliant articles will have appeared in the Times, Imre and his cousin will receive a free pardon from the government which they have outraged." He paused a moment, then raised one hairy, manicured finger and added with theatrical emphasis, "But not before." Rosemary had listened to his long speech without moving a muscle. She stood straight as a sapling, looking unflinchingly at the man, striving to shame him, yet knowing that in this she would not succeed. There was no room for shame or compunction in that bundle of conceit and depravity. Fear, too, appeared to be one of the tortuous motives which had suggested this ignominious either-or. How far the Romanian government was a party to the mishandling of Transylvania, Rosemary had not yet had the opportunity of ascertaining. She strongly suspected Naniescu of having overstretched his powers and of dreading an exposure at Bucharest more perhaps than in London or New York. Now, when he had finished speaking, and while his mellow eyes still rested with gentle mockery upon her, she could not keep back the final taunt which she hoped would sting him as much as his had stung her. "What proof have I," she queried slowly, "that if I fulfill my share of the bargain, you will not in the end repudiate yours?" He smiled, quite undisturbed. "You mistrust me, it is only natural," he said unctuously. "But what can I do?" "Write me a letter," she replied coldly, "embodying your terms for the release of Philip Imre and Anna Heves, and your promise to keep to the bargain if I accept those terms. Will that satisfy you?" he asked. "It would hold you to your word at any rate, for if it did not—" He gave his soft, throaty laugh, and a glimmer of satisfaction shot through his eyes. "You English women are truly marvelous," he observed. "So businesslike. Everything in black and white, what?" "Preferably," she rejoined dryly. "Well, then you shall have the letter, dear lady," he concluded blandly, "and I promise you that I shall so tie myself down to my share of this interesting transaction that you will not hesitate any longer to fulfill yours." And the next moment, even while Rosemary turned towards the window in order to look for one brief moment, at any rate, on something clean and pure, Naniescu had gone, softly closing the door behind him and leaving in his wake a faint odor of Havana cigar and eau de cologne, and an atmosphere of intrigue which Rosemary felt to be stifling. She threw open the window and inhaled the clean air right down into her lungs. Her thoughts were still in a whirl. The situation was so impossible that her brain at present rejected it. It could not be. Things like this did not occur. It was not modern, not 20th century, not post-war. Civilized men and women did not have interviews such as she had just had with this smooth-tongued Romanian. There was something medieval about this either-or, this impasse to which in very truth there was no issue. Rosemary now started pacing up and down the room. She was alone and could indulge in this time-tried method of soothing jangled nerves. With both forefingers she tapped her temples, as if to stimulate the work of a jaded brain. Issue? There must be an issue to this impasse. She was a British subject, the wife of an English peer. She could not be bullied into doing things against which her sense of honor rebelled. She could not be made to lend her name to falsehoods, knowing them to be falsehoods. Of course not. Of course not. She could not be compelled to write a single line she would not wish to see published. She could not be compelled. That was a fact, an undisputable, hard, solid fact. What then? Well, then there were Philip and Anna, who would be brought before the military courts on a charge of treason, and the military courts would condemn them to what? To death? No, 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 not to death. Philip and little Anna, children whom she knew and loved, condemned to death, shot, like Edith Cavell or Captain Fryatt, shot. But that was in wartime. Now the world was at peace. The Treaty of Versailles was the millennium that would bring peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Peace. This was peace. Foolish, thoughtless children could not in peacetime be shot as traitors. Tap, tap went Rosemary's fingers against her temples. Peace, ye gods! Philip and Anna had rendered themselves liable to human justice, and human justice in this half-forgotten corner of God's earth knew but one law: revenge. Philip and Anna would be condemned and shot, unless she, Rosemary Tarkington, gained a free pardon for them at the price of truth, honor, and the welfare, perhaps, of thousands of innocents. And as gradually this awful alternative penetrated into the innermost recesses of her brain, the girl looked wildly about her like an animal suddenly fallen into a trap. Her knees all at once gave way under her, and she fell up against the sofa with arms outspread upon the cushions. With head thrown back she gazed unseeing up at the ceiling, and this time it was a real hysterical outburst that caused her to laugh and to laugh, until laughter broke into a sob, and burying her face in her hands she burst into a flood of tears. Chapter 16. Rosemary, being very human and very young, felt all the better after she had had a good cry. Better mentally, that is to say. Physically she was tired, hot, overstrained, her eyes ached, her limbs ached, her head ached, but mentally she felt better. Presently she struggled back to her feet, dabbed her eyes with cold water, put powder on her nose and a comb through her hair. She did not want to look a sight when presently Jasper came back from his walk, and she told him all that had happened. By the way, where was Jasper? Rosemary was just aching to review the whole situation with him. No need now for secrecy with regard to Philip and little Anna's foolish conspiracy. Soon the whole world would know of it, friend and foe alike, and Jasper would be able to help, of course, or at any rate to advise. He had done so much for the Romanian government in the past, there was just a chance they might do something at his request out of gratitude. Gratitude? Rosemary smiled ironically to herself at thought of connecting so gentle an emotion with men like Naniescu. Still, Jasper might think of something, of some way out of the situation, which Rosemary still persisted in thinking unreal. It was, of course, the climax of a plan formed as far back as the Five Arts Ball at the Albert Hall, when Naniescu first proposed to her that she should come to Transylvania. To get her here, then to close on Philip and Anna a trap which had no doubt long ago been set, and finally to use them as a lever in order to force her, Rosemary, to write those articles which would soothe the vanity of Romanian bureaucrats and throw dust in the eyes of the sentimental public. As if in response to Rosemary's wish for his presence, Jasper presently walked in, courteous, chivalrous, full of apologies for having left her to face Naniescu alone. "I must have been dreaming," he said contritely, "while I wandered out of the park, for all of a sudden I found myself away upon the mountainside thinking of you. Your dear face peeped at me through the trees, and then I realized that I was leaving you in the lurch, and that you might be wanting me, and I not there. Can you, I wonder, forgive me?" He sat down beside her on the sofa and took her hand, and one by one he kissed each rosy fingertip. "Wherever I am, little one," he said softly, "I always see you. Your presence beside me this morning was so real that I was never wholly conscious that you were not actually there. Will you forgive me?" he asked again. Rosemary turned to him with a smile. There was no one in the world quite so kind as Jasper. His kind, grave eyes were fixed on her with such a look of adoration that instinctively Rosemary nestled closer to him like a trusting child, and on an impulse she told him everything: the arrest of Philip Imre and of little Anna, and Naniescu's infamous proposal. But Jasper didn't say much. He did not even seem very attentive. While she spoke of little Anna, of Philip and of Naniescu, his mind appeared to wander, as if he were thinking of something else, and Rosemary hearkened in vain for a word of indignation from him when she told him about Naniescu's abominable either-or. Yet she studied his face very closely, those fine aristocratic features with their somewhat affected, wearied expression, and the dark eyes set closely together like those of an eagle or a hawk. He said nothing. He only looked as if he were thinking hard, pondering over something that puzzled and worried him. Rosemary wondered what it was, and later on, when she pressed him with questions, he seemed to drag himself back to the present situation with a great effort of nerve and will, and even then he did not appear to have a firm grasp of it. He put irrelevant counter-questions, and once or twice answered at random. His chief concern seemed to be that she, Rosemary, knowing the foolish game Philip and Anna were playing, had not succeeded in putting a stop to it. "The girl appeared sensible enough," he said almost irritably. "I believe she would have listened to you. That sort of thing is just romantic nonsense. It never does any good, and more often than not it brings trouble on the innocent rather than on the guilty. The same thing applies to the Germans, the Austrians, and to the Hungarians. They have been beaten, and they have got to take their punishment. All these political intrigues are just folly." Of course Jasper was right. Of course he was sensible, and just and clear-thinking. But while Rosemary paid ungrudging tribute to his judgment, she felt more and more chilled by his total lack not only of sympathy but even of attention, as if the matter of Philip and Anna's life and liberty hardly interested him. Now Rosemary hardly liked to ask him for advice, for fear he might tell her to assent to Naniescu's wish, and to write those articles against which her sense of right and wrong, of truth and professional honor, rebelled. She could almost hear Jasper saying, "You can get quite near the truth in your articles and satisfy Naniescu, and you will save those two hotheads from the consequences of their own indiscretion. Believe me, you would be doing far more good that way to this miserable country than Philip ever did with his ill-considered articles." Perhaps Jasper had actually said all this. Rosemary could not be sure. For the last few minutes her mind had been absent from her body. It had flown over mountains and seas, right across the great plains of Hungary and the fields of waving corn, to a small dark corner in the crowded Albert Hall, with noisy jazz music buzzing in the distance like phantom melodies, with laughter and chatter all around, glittering jewels, fantastic clothes and waving fans, and here Rosemary's mind came to a halt and insistently beckoned to memory. She recalled every moment of that night. Every incident stood out like a picture before her now: the dance with Peter, And then the box with the heavy curtains that shut her right out of the world alone with Peter. She recalled every line of his face, those fine white hands made to meld brush or pen rather than a cricket ball, the fair curly head, the tense dark eyes. What sympathy she would have got from Peter if only he were here. His judgment, perhaps, would not have been so sound as Jasper's. Rosemary would not feel that she could rely on Peter to say or do only what was right, what was just and reasonable. He would be guided by his heart and not by his head. He would be wrong, no doubt utterly wrong, in his judgments, in his advice. But oh, he would be so human, so full of pity, so understanding. And for the first time since her marriage to Jasper, Rosemary allowed herself to think of Peter, to long for Peter, to mourn that which Peter had meant in her life, youth, humanity, and enthusiasm. And suddenly she was brought back to Kiss Imre and to the reality of the present situation by a direct question put to her by Jasper. "Why didn't you tell me, dear, that Peter Blakeney was in Transylvania?" Jasper had put the question quite gently and kindly. He never put on with Rosemary any airs of marital authority, nor was there even a hint of reproach in his tone. But the question did bring Rosemary's mind back in a second from the Albert Hall to Kiss Imre. She frowned, very much puzzled, and turned to look straight at Jasper. He too appeared to have come back to Kiss Imre from the land of nowhere. He still had on a puzzled and pondering expression, but with it a certain look of hardness, which he seldom had when his wife was nigh. "Peter Blakeney?" Rosemary asked slowly. "What in the world do you mean?" "Don't look so scared, little one," Jasper rejoined, his stern face breaking into a smile. "As a matter of fact, the whole thing has puzzled me to such an extent that I am afraid I must have appeared very unresponsive just now." He paused, and, leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees, and instead of looking at his wife, he gazed intently down on his hands, as if he wished to avoid making her feel uncomfortable by staring directly at her. "A moment ago," he resumed presently, "as I was crossing the hall, General Naniescu came out of the smoking room into the outer vestibule. He did not see me, and I was just debating in my mind whether I would speak to him when he turned to a young officer who was evidently in attendance. And what he said to him was this: 'Ring up Mr. Blakeney at once and tell him I will see him about the business at 5 o'clock this afternoon. You may tell him that on the whole I think I have been successful.'" "Impossible," Rosemary exclaimed impulsively. "So I thought at the time," Jasper rejoined. "Therefore I recrossed the hall and spoke a few words to Naniescu. He appeared vexed when he saw me, and I distinctly saw him make a sign to the officer, who did not then go to the telephone, although a moment ago Naniescu had ordered him to ring up at once. I kept the general talking for a few minutes in the hall. He did not refer to his conversation with you, nor did he refer in any way to Peter." "You must have misunderstood the name," Rosemary insisted. "I thought so at first, but I had confirmation of it later on. Naniescu very obviously and very clumsily maneuvered me toward the dining room, the doors of which were wide open. As soon as he had got me into the room, he closed the doors. Now I happen to have very sharp ears, and although Naniescu talked to me at the top of his voice, I distinctly heard what was going on in the hall. The officer called up the Hotel New York at Cluj, after which there was a pause. I tried to take my leave of the general, for I wanted to come up to you, but he would not let me go. He talked incessantly and always at the top of his voice on all sorts of irrelevant topics. He dragged me to the window at the farther end of the room to show me the view. He tried to persuade me to go out with him for a turn in the park. Finally, fortune favored me. My sharp ears caught the ring of the telephone bell. I gave Naniescu the slip, and just had the door open when I heard the officer say quite distinctly in French, "Is that you, Mr. Blakeney? Mr. Blakeney, His Excellency will see you." At this point, Jasper went on, Naniescu with a loud guffaw took hold of my arm and made some facetious remark which I did not catch. However, he had made it so obvious that he did not wish me to hear the telephone message, and, on the other hand, I had heard the officer name Peter so distinctly that I allowed myself to be dragged back into the room, and made no further attempt to pry into Naniescu's or Peter's secrets. "But this is all nonsense," Rosemary broke in warmly. "Peter is not in Transylvania. I am sure he is not. He would have told me. He would have let me know. It is some other Blakeney whom Naniescu was calling up." Jasper shrugged. "Perhaps," he said quietly. "I'm sure," Rosemary insisted. Jasper said nothing more after that, and Rosemary was conscious of a feeling of irritation against him, because he was so obviously convinced that Peter was in Transylvania and in secret communication with that odious Naniescu. How could he imagine such a thing? Peter with the lovely Hungarian mother, Peter. Nonsense. But Rosemary could not sit still. She jumped to her feet and began fidgeting about the room, arranging her dress, her hair, fidgeting. She would not look at Jasper, and she was determined not to say anything more. He would discover his mistake soon enough, and if she said anything now she might use words, phrases, expressions which later on she would regret. Peter intriguing with a Romanian. Nonsense. And yet her nerves were terribly on edge, more so now than they were after her interview with Naniescu, and she could not bear to look at Jasper. She was afraid that she would hate him for his thoughts about Peter. Fortunately, after a little while the luncheon bell sounded. Jasper jumped to his feet. He too seemed relieved that the subject of Peter could now be conveniently dropped. "Will you see Elsa?" he said abruptly. "Elsa?" Rosemary asked. "Why?" "Naniescu and his suite are in the house," Jasper replied dryly. "They will stay to lunch. I don't know what Elsa will feel about it." "She will feel as I do," Rosemary retorted hotly, "that the man's presence at her table is an outrage. But he told me that Philip and Anna will be allowed to come home. Yes, provisionally, until Elsa need not know about that," Jasper broke in hurriedly. "That is why I thought you would see her. She need not know that Philip's release is only conditional." Rosemary thought the matter over for a moment. As always, Jasper was right. Elsa need not know, not yet. "Shall I go to her now," she said, "and tell her? I think it would come best from you. It will be such good news for her, poor thing." "Poor darling," Rosemary sighed. Then she added more coldly, "But what about me?" "What do you mean? Am I expected to sit at table with that mealy-mouthed Romanian?" Jasper smiled. "How else would you explain the situation to Elsa?" he asked. All this had brought about a fresh train of thought, and Rosemary was quite thankful that Jasper was showing such sympathy for Elsa. He was quite right. Elsa need not be told that the release of Philip and Anna was only conditional. There was a month still ahead before Elsa need be told the truth. "Will you keep Naniescu talking," Rosemary said finally, "while I see Elsa?" She looked quite cool and self-possessed now, beautifully dressed. One row of perfect pearls round her neck, circles of diamonds in her ears, a great lady conscious of her own beauty. "How wonderful you are!" came as an involuntary exclamation from her husband's lips, and his dark, deep-set eyes lit up with a sudden flash of passionate admiration as they rested on the vision of loveliness before him. Then together they went out of the room, Rosemary just a step or two in front of her husband. She still could not bear to look at him, and when she caught his look of bold admiration, she coldly turned her head away. Obedient to her wish, he went downstairs to keep Naniescu talking, while she went to break the good news to Elsa. But walking along the stately gallery that led to her hostess's rooms, Rosemary's thoughts were not with Elsa. Her lips were murmuring almost audibly, "Peter intriguing with a Romanian? What nonsense! Jasper must be mad." Chapter 17. The moment that Rosemary came into the room, she guessed that Elsa somehow or other had heard the news. She had tears in her big, kind eyes, but they were tears of emotion, not of sorrow or anxiety. "Philip is coming home with Anna," she cried, as soon as she caught sight of Rosemary. "Who told you?" Rosemary asked. "General Naniescu sent his captain to tell me. I only knew it 5 minutes ago." "But oh, my dear, they have been such 5 minutes." Rosemary kissed her with tender affection. She did not feel somehow as if she could say much. "Isn't it wonderful?" Elsa went on while she put a few finishing touches to her toilet. "And has not Naniescu been kind? Of course I knew that they could not do anything to Philip, because he has done nothing, and I don't believe that Anna did anything either. But you know, my dear, these days some awful mistakes do occur, but," she added lightly. "I have so often experienced it in life that men are not nearly so cruel as they are credited to be. One is so apt to pass judgment on insufficient evidence. Give a man the chance of doing a kind act. That is my motto, and he will nearly always do it." Fortunately, that Elsa was rather fussy for the moment, fidgeting about the room and obviously trying to calm her nerves, so she did not notice Rosemary's silent, unresponsive way. "When do you expect Philip and Anna?" Rosemary said at last. "This afternoon," Elsa exclaimed, and her words rang out like a little cry of joy. "And you know Morris is so happy that he has actually gone down in order to say something civil to Naniescu, who, of course, is staying for lunch. Well," she added after a moment or two, when she had gathered up her keys, her rings, her handkerchief, and given a final tap to her hair, "shall we go down too?" Without a word, Rosemary followed her. She felt as if she must choke. Elsa's happiness was going to be the most severe trial of all during this terrible month that lay ahead of her. "Oh, and I was almost forgetting," Elsa resumed, while she tripped lightly along the gallery towards the stairs. "The smaller joy beside the greatest one. I have heard from Peter Blakeney." "From Peter, yes. He is at Cluj at the New York. He is over here about some arrangement he wants to make for a cricket match or something silly of that sort. You know what Peter is. Quite mad about that silly cricket. I had a letter from him this morning, but when it came I had no thought for anything except Philip. I must let you read it presently. I don't really know what he says, but if he is at Cluj we are sure to see him very soon." She prattled on as merry as a bird. She seemed 20 years younger, all of a sudden. Her step was light and springy, her eyes were bright, her voice was fresh and clear. Rosemary kept on repeating to herself, "She need not know for at least 3 weeks. She need not know, and I must pretend at any cost. She will know soon enough, poor darling." And Rosemary did manage to pretend. For the next 3 hours she was just an automaton, wound up to play a certain part. To everyone she had to pretend, to Elsa, to Morris, to that odious Naniescu, and even to Jasper. The worst of all was pretending to Jasper, for from this she got no reprieve. Jasper's kind, anxious eyes were on her all the time, and she would not let him see that she was anxious about Peter. Somehow the episode about Peter had made everything so much worse. Not that she harbored the thought for a moment that Peter was intriguing with Naniescu. That, of course, was out of the question. He had come to arrange something about a cricket match, and, of course, he had to see Naniescu about it, get his permission, and so on. There were 10 chances to 1 that Peter had written to her and told her all about it, and that his letter had gone astray. No, no, no. There could be no thought of an intrigue between Peter and these Romanians, but Rosemary felt that Jasper thought there was, and was vaguely pitying her because of some unknown treachery on Peter's part. It was odious, and with it all, Elsa's obvious happiness was almost intolerable to witness, and even Morris departed from his habitual ill temper to exchange facetious remarks with Naniescu. Time seemed leaden-footed. The interminable luncheon dragged on wearily, as did the hour of coffee and liqueurs, of endless small talk and constant pretense. But even the worst moments in life must become things of the past sooner or later, and when Rosemary began to feel that she could not stand the whole thing any longer, she found that Naniescu and his officers were actually taking their leave. After luncheon, Jasper was quite charming. He had thought the whole matter over, he said, and decided that it was in his power to make a personal appeal to the king in favor of Philip and Anna. He had certainly rendered more than one signal service to Romania during and after the war, and he thought that in these countries personal influence counted a great deal. At any rate, there would be no harm in trying, and he would start for Bucharest immediately. He had spoken about the proposed journey to Elsa and Morris, alleging official business, and Elsa had already arranged that he should be driven into Cluj in time for the afternoon express. Rosemary's heart was at once filled with gratitude. She felt angry with herself for having mistrusted him. She threw herself wholeheartedly into the preparations for his journey, lulling her troubled soul with the belief that it would prove to be the happy issue out of this terrible situation. When it was time for him to go, she wished him Godspeed with more fervor and affection than she had shown him for days. bar accidents," he assured her. "I shall be back in a fortnight. If I have definite good news to report, I will wire. But even if you don't hear from me, I shall be back, as I say, in 15 days. I shall count the hours until your return," she said. "And in the meanwhile," he urged with deep earnestness, "you will do nothing without consulting me." She smiled at this want of logic, so unlike her methodical husband. "I could not consult you, dear," she said. "You won't be here." No, I know," he insisted, "but I want you to promise that you will leave things as they are until my return. I don't want you to give anything away to Elsa or to Philip or Anna. Promise me." "Of course I'll promise," she replied readily. "God knows I don't want to be the one to break the awful news to them. Or to Peter," he added gravely. "Peter? I want you to promise me, to promise Rosemary, that you will not speak of this miserable affair to Peter Blakeney." Then, as she seemed to hesitate, vaguely puzzled at his desperate earnestness, he again insisted, "Promise me, Rosemary, whatever you may hear, whatever you may see, whatever may be planned by Elsa or anybody else, promise me that you will not speak of it to Peter." "But Jasper," she exclaimed, "why? Of course I will promise if you wish it, but frankly I don't understand why you insist so solemnly too," she added, trying to assume a lightness of heart which she was far from feeling. Then she went on more gravely, "I could trust Peter as I would myself." "You can put it down to nerves," Jasper said with the ghost of a smile, "to intuition or foreboding, or merely to jealousy and my wretched character. To anything you please, my dear one, but promise me. Promise me that everything in connection with this miserable affair will remain just between you and me. Let the others talk, guess, plan. Promise me that you will never speak of it with Peter. Promise me, or I will throw up the sponge, remain here to look after you, and let Naniescu do his worst with the lot of them." Thus, alternately demanding, entreating, threatening, he extracted the promise from her, even though her heart cried out against what she felt was treachery to Peter. Jasper's insistence filled her with a vague sense of foreboding not unmixed with fear, and yet, the very next moment, as soon as he had her promise, he became tender, soft, loving, as if trying to make her forget his solemn earnestness of a while ago. He took her in his arms and gazed into her eyes with an intensity of longing which made her own heart ache with self-reproach. "If God there be," he whispered softly as if to himself, "it was cruel of him to make you so beautiful and so desirable." Again his mood had changed. Tenderness had turned into passion, fierce, almost primeval, and he held her now more like a man defending the greatest treasure he possessed on God's earth, than like a husband taking affectionate leave of his wife. "If I should lose you, Rosemary," he murmured, "because of this." She tried to laugh and to speak flippantly. "Lose me?" she said. "You have little chance of doing that, my dear, for this or any other cause. Naniescu has not the power of life and death over me," she added more seriously. There was something about Jasper at this moment that she could not entirely fathom. Twice before she had seen him in these moods of violent passion, akin almost to savagery, when she felt utterly helpless and absolutely in his power. She had the feeling that when he was in one of these moods, he was capable of any violence against her, if she dared to disobey or resist. Not that Rosemary was afraid. She had never in her life been afraid of anyone, but she had always been mistress of herself, and at this moment, held tightly by the man to whom she had sworn love and fealty. She felt like a slave of olden times in the grip of her lord. You will care for me some day, Rosemary?" he asked with passionate earnestness. "Say that you will some day, when all this is forgotten, and we are back again in England, free to live our own lives, free to love. You will care for me then, Rosemary, will you not? For I could not live beside you for long, feeling all the time that you did not belong to me with your whole soul. You have such haunting eyes such as pixies and fairies have, maddening eyes. I should go crazy presently if I failed to kindle the love-light in those eyes." He kissed her eyes, her mouth, her throat. Rosemary would have struggled, would have screamed if she dared. Fortunately, a knock at the door, and the entrance of one of the men servants, who came to fetch my lord's luggage, put an end to a situation which Rosemary found very difficult to endure. After the man had gone, the spell appeared to be broken. Jasper became once more the courteous, grave man of the world he had always been. The episode of a moment ago did not seem to have occurred at all, as far as he was concerned, and while Rosemary felt her teeth chattering and the palms of her hands were covered with a cold sweat, Jasper moved about the room and spoke to her about his proposed journey, his certain return in a fortnight, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 18. The carriage which took Jasper to Cluj brought back Philip and Anna. After that, the house was full of animation, like a beehive in May. Rosemary only saw the two young people for a moment. She felt a stranger in this family gathering, and her heart was so heavy that she soon found a pretext for going up to her room. Later on, she pleaded a headache. Kind and hospitable as were these dear people, Rosemary felt that they must wish to be alone amongst themselves after the terrible time they had all gone through. They would have so much to talk over that the presence of a stranger, even so welcome an one as Rosemary Tarkington, must of necessity be irksome. It was clear to her from the first that Philip and Anna knew little, if anything, of the conditions attached to their release. Philip talked lightly of their being under surveillance for a time, and then added quite gaily that he would gladly lead the life of a hermit in Kiz Imre and never go outside the gates until the present clouds blew over. He gave himself wholly up to the joy of watching his mother's happiness and seeing her dear eyes beaming on her returned boy. Altogether he was more like a schoolboy who by a fluke has escaped punishment than a man conscious of a deadly peril that had not ceased to threaten him. They all sat up talking late into the evening, and when Rosemary found herself at last alone in her room, trying to think things out before she went to bed, little Anna came up to her. The child looked hollow-eyed and grave. The joy that had been on her face when she first found herself in this second home of hers had all gone. She looked old, wan and tired out. Rosemary put out her arms, and Anna ran up to her and snuggled up close to her just like a child. For a long time she was quite silent, with her head against her friend's shoulder, her little thin hands held in Rosemary's kind, firm grasp. Now and again a hot tear would fall on Rosemary's hands. Anna was crying quietly to herself, and Rosemary waited until the girl was calm enough to speak. "I don't understand the whole thing, Rosemary," were the first words that Anna spoke. "What is it you don't understand, dear?" Rosemary asked. "It is not like them to be lenient, is it?" the girl retorted, looking up with quick, eager inquiry into her friend's face. "Oh, in this case," Rosemary rejoined vaguely, "you are both so young." Anna shook her head vigorously. "That wouldn't worry them," she said. "After all the trouble they must have taken to track us down." "You were caught in the act, I suppose?" Rosemary queried. Anna nodded. "Yes," she said. "And that was strange too. I had all my parcels ready, the usual ones for Budapest, and Philip's manuscript at the bottom of a box of vegetable seeds. Half a dozen soldiers and an officer came into the shop and walked straight up to the place where the parcels were stacked. They seemed to know all about everything, for the officer just ordered his men to undo all the parcels, and, of course, there was Philip's manuscript." "There's nothing strange in all that, Anna," Rosemary said. "I have no doubt in my mind that you both have been watched for some time by Secret Service men, and at last they closed their trap on you." But once more Anna shook her head. "I can't explain what I mean," she said, and puckered her fine, straight brows together. "It is a kind of intuition that came to me when I saw those soldiers walk in. I am absolutely convinced that we were not denounced by regular government spies. They are too clumsy and we were too careful. I am certain," she reiterated obstinately, "that we were not denounced by one of them." "By whom, then?" "Ah, that I don't know. It is an awful feeling I have. You know I never believed in all that so-called psychic nonsense which is so fashionable just now, but the feeling I have is not just an ordinary one. It is so strong that I cannot fight against it. It is a feeling that eyes are always watching me and Philip, cruel eyes that wish us evil, that will us to do something foolish, unconsidered, something that will get us again into trouble, and for good this time." "You are overwrought, Anna dear," Rosemary put in gently, "and no wonder. Of course we all know that there are government spies all over the place. and you and Philip will have to be doubly careful in the future. But here in Cipher you are among friends. Your Aunt Elsa's servants are all of them Hungarian, and thoroughly to be trusted." Anna said nothing. She was staring straight out in front of her, as if trying to meet those mysterious eyes which were forever watching her. An involuntary cry of horror rose to Rosemary's lips. "Anna," she exclaimed, "you don't think that I—" But before she could complete her sentence, Anna's arms were round her. "Of course not. Of course not," the girl murmured tenderly. "Rosemary, darling, of course not." "I never spoke about your affairs to a single soul, Anna," Rosemary said gravely. "I give you my solemn word of honor that I never even mentioned the thing to my husband until after your arrest, when, of course, all the facts became public property." "I know, Rosemary, I know," Anna repeated. "I would trust you with every secret. I would trust you with my life, with Philip's life." "And you did not trust anyone else?" Rosemary asked. "I never breathed a word about it to a living soul except to you and Peter Blakeney." "Peter knew?" "Yes, Peter knew." "You wrote to him?" Rosemary insisted. "Ah, then I understand. Your letters were held up by the censor, and no, I never wrote to Peter what Philip and I were doing. But, you know, he arrived in Cluj the day before I was arrested. He came to arrange some cricket match or other between Romanians and Hungarians. I don't know anything about cricket, but of course Peter was full of it. He came to see me at my lodgings quite unexpectedly. I was so surprised to see him, and so happy, as I am very, very fond of Peter. We talked till late into the evening, and somehow I had to tell him everything. But except for that one talk with Peter, and the one I had with you, I never breathed a word about what Philip and I were doing. Not to a living soul." Rosemary said nothing for the moment. Indeed, there was nothing much that she could say. Little Anna had got hold of the idea that some mysterious agency had been at work and brought about her and Philip's arrest. But, after all, what did it matter? Professional spies or insidious traitor? What difference did it make in the end? Anna was frightened because she feared a fresh denunciation. She did not know that her poor little life was already forfeit, that she was just a mouse whom the cat had allowed to run free for a moment or two, and that she would be pounced upon again unless her friend Rosemary, whom she trusted with her whole soul, bought freedom and life for her. But it was not thoughts of Anna that sealed Rosemary's lips at this moment, and left her mute, motionless, like an insentient log, with Anna's cold little hand held tightly in her own. Anna had not spoken of her activities or her plans to anyone except to Peter, and Jasper had extracted a promise from her, Rosemary, that she would not speak of Philip's or Anna's affairs to Peter. What connection was there between Jasper's insistence and that other awful thought which, strive as she might, would haunt Rosemary's brain like a hideous ghoul risen out of hell? What mystery lurked in the denunciation of these children, in their release, in the alternative which Naniescu had placed before her? What hidden powers were at work, threatening her with shame and the children with death? Rosemary felt stifled. Rising abruptly, she went to the window and stepped out on the balcony. The moon was up, a honey-colored, waning moon that threw its cool, mysterious light on park land and lake and the distant pine forest beyond. Immediately below the balcony, a bed of tuberoses with wax-like corollas that shimmered white and spectral sent their intoxicating odor through the balmy air. And against the background of dense shrubberies, a couple of fireflies gleamed and darted aimlessly, ceaselessly, in and out of the shadows. Rosemary, seeing them, was reminded of what Anna had said just now, that eyes were forever looking at her. Cruel eyes. Eyes that were on the watch, spying. Suddenly she clapped her hand to her mouth, smothering a sharp cry that had risen to her throat, and instinctively she stepped back into the room and hastily closed the window. "What is it, Rosemary, darling?" Anna asked. "Nothing, dearie, nothing," Rosemary replied quickly. "The smell of those tuberoses made me feel queer, that's all." She could not tell Anna that while she watched the fireflies and the air was so still that not a blade of grass shivered and even the leaves of the aspen were at rest. She had perceived a tremor amongst the laurel bushes and seen some of the tall branches held back by a hand. each finger of which was outlined by the silvery light of the moon, and above the hand she had sensed a pair of eyes that were looking up at her. She tried to talk lightly with Anna, to infuse into her some of the buoyancy of mind which she was far from feeling herself. She was sure that Anna had a vague consciousness of the danger that hung over her and those she cared for. The only thing she could not know was that her fate and theirs lay in the hands of the friend whom she trusted. How would they all bear the knowledge when it came to them, as come it must? How would she, Rosemary, face the reproach which, even if unspoken by them, would haunt her to the end of her life? You might have saved us if you would. Chapter 19. And it was that spectre which from that hour haunted Rosemary. It would not allow her to rest at night. It dogged her steps by day, when she walked in the park and the soft summer breeze stirred the branches of Lombardy poplars or the stately plumes of maize. Ghostly voices would seem to be whispering all around her. Life and liberty for Philip and Anna. Life and liberty for those two children who love and trust you, who know nothing of the fate that hangs over them. And when she was in the house at meals or in the family circle, with Elsa radiating happiness and even Morris unbending, with Philip almost feverishly gay and Anna thoughtful, the eyes of all these kind, dear people whom she loved seemed full of reproach to the one woman who could save them, if she would. Then Rosemary, unable to pretend any longer, would run up to her room, and she, one of the most sane, most level-headed women in this neurotic age, would throw herself on her knees and pray to be taken out of it all. Oh, to be out of it, underground, anywhere. Just to be out of it, not to see those smiles, that happiness, that contentment which she knew must presently end in a devastating catastrophe. To be out of it when the time came in a few weeks, days, hour followed hour, dull and leaden-footed, and they were all so happy at Kizimre, suspecting nothing, knowing nothing, whilst Rosemary felt her self-control slipping away from her day by day. At times she felt as if she could not endure the situation any longer, as if she must tell one of them. Tell Elsa or Morris or the children, surely they should know. There comes a time when a doctor, knowing that his patient cannot recover, is bound in all humanity to tell him. Then surely it was Rosemary's duty to say to them all, "You don't know, you have not guessed, but you are doomed. Doomed. Philip and Anna to death. You, Elsa and Morris, to worse than death, limitless sorrow. Now you are just living on a volcano. In another few days, 20, 19, 18, the flames will break through, the earth will totter under your feet, and everything you care for in the world will be engulfed. You will perish. Yes, you, all of you. And then you will know about me, how I might have saved you and did not, and you will hate me as no woman has ever been hated before, and I shall go forth into the vast wilderness which is called the world, and I too shall perish of sorrow and endless regret." She had not again seen those mysterious eyes which that evening, while little Anna was talking, had peered at her from behind the laurel bushes, and she was far too sensible to dwell on what might only, after all, have been the creation of overwrought nerves. The time was drawing near for Jasper's return. 15 days, he had said, and she knew that, bar accidents, he would keep his word. But she had no news of him, and after the first week she ceased to expect any. She would not own, even to herself, that she had already ceased to build hopes in that direction. Jasper had promised to wire as soon as he heard anything definite, so, in this case, no news was bad news. Dear, kind Jasper! He knew how miserably anxious she was. He would not keep good news from her, not 1 hour. It was on the 10th day that Peter arrived at the castle. He had announced his coming 24 hours previously, and in a moment there was excitement from attic to cellar in the house. Everybody seemed to be arranging something, planning something. Tennis excursions, dancing. Peter was such a good dancer. They would have the gypsies over from Boncida. That was the finest band in the whole of Transylvania, and they would ask the Kelleties over from Hajdu and the Fijers from Henga, and perhaps Aunt Charlotte could be persuaded to come and bring Marie. There was some talk of private theatricals, of tableaux, a tennis tournament, perhaps a cricket match, English fashion. Peter was so clever at all that sort of thing. Rosemary was consulted about the cricket match and the tournament, for these were to be done on English lines. But the dancing and the acting and the picnics, these were to be truly and entirely Hungarian, pre-war Hungarian. The gayest, merriest things darling Rosemary had ever seen. How much she had looked forward to Peter's coming, Rosemary did not know until after she had seen him. What hopes she had built on his mere presence, on his nearness, she did not own to herself until afterwards. He had not been in the house many hours before she realized that he had changed. Not changed for the worse, of course not, but changed. He seemed younger, more boyish, more English in many ways. At one time the Hungarian strain had been very conspicuous in Peter, his tempestuous love-making, his alternating moods of fatalism and rebellion had always reminded Rosemary of those barbaric chieftains, his forebears about whom she loved to read, who had been up and fought the Turks, while the rest of Europe only trembled at thought of their approach. But now Peter was much more like the conventional young English athlete, not very loquacious, very placid, ashamed of showing emotion or excitement, standing about for the most part with his hands in his trousers' pockets, contemplating the toes of his boots, and smoking innumerable cigarettes. He had not seemed like this at first. He arrived in the late afternoon, and Rosemary was downstairs in the paved courtyard when the carriage drove in through the gates, with its 4 spanking greys shining with lather, for the day had been very hot, and the roads were dusty. Peter was on the box, having dislodged the coachman, who sat beside him, the groom being relegated to the cushioned seat of the Victoria. There was such a hallooing and a shouting, everyone screaming a welcome, grooms rushing to hold the horses, the greys pawing and champing and snorting, that Rosemary hardly saw Peter when he threw the reins to the coachman, jumped down from the box, and was lost in a forest of welcoming arms that hid him completely from view. It was only after dinner, when the whole company went out into the garden to get a breath of air, that Rosemary found herself for a few moments alone with him. It had been desperately hot indoors, and the noise of all these dear people all talking and laughing at the same time had been overpowering. Fortunately, everyone thought it would be lovely in the garden, and still laughing and chattering they trooped out like a covey of chickens let out of a coop. Rosemary had wandered on ahead of the others, and presently she turned down the path that ran along the perennial border, now a riot of colour and a tangle of late lilies, crimson pentstemons and evening primroses. Rosemary did not hear Peter coming. No one ever dressed for dinner at Cizimre, and Peter had his tennis shoes on, and the rubber soles made not the slightest sound upon the smooth gravel path. She had stopped to look at a clump of tiger lilies, when suddenly a wonderful sense of well-being seemed to descend upon her soul. It was as if she had stepped out of a boat that had been tossed about on a stormy sea, and had all of a sudden set her foot upon firm ground. The first words he said were so like the foolish, light-hearted Peter she knew. "You wonderful pixie," he said, "I can't believe that it is really you." She did not immediately turn to look at him, but went on studying the markings on the lilies. Then she said as indifferently as she could, "Why didn't you let me know sooner, Peter, that you were coming to Transylvania? In fact," she went on coolly, "you never did let me know at all. I first heard through others that you were here." "Who told you?" he asked. "I think Jasper did first," she replied. He had heard the news from General Naniescu. Then only did she turn and look at him. She had to look up because, though she herself was very tall, one always had to look up at Peter, who was a young giant. At this moment she certainly did not think that he was changed. He looked just the same, with his very boyish face and laughing grey eyes, and his fair hair that so often looked as if it had been Marcel waved. He was looking down at her when she turned to him, and suddenly he said, "You don't look happy, Rosemary." Of course she laughed and told him not to make silly remarks. How could she help being happy here with these dear, kind people? Never, never in all her life had she met with such kindness and hospitality. Peter shrugged his shoulders. He thrust his hands in the pockets of his flannel trousers and looked down at the toes of his shoes. "Very well," he said lightly. "If you won't tell me, you won't, and that's that. But let me tell you this, though I dare say I am a bit of a fool, I am not quite such an ass as not to see the difference in you. You've got thinner. When I first arrived and shook hands with you, your hand felt hot, and your eyes—" He broke off abruptly, and then said with sudden irrelevance, "Where's Jasper?" "Gone to—" she began, and suddenly came to a halt. When she promised Jasper not to breathe a word of Philip's and Anna's affairs to Peter, she had not realized how difficult this would be. Would she be breaking her promise if she now told Peter that Jasper was in Bucharest? Peter would want to know why Jasper had gone to Bucharest. He would ask questions, more questions which Rosemary's promise bound her not to answer. "He has been called away on business," she said curtly. Her hesitation had only lasted a second or two. She hoped that Peter had not noticed it. Anyway, when he asked, "To Budapest," she replied without hesitation this time, "Yes, to Budapest," and she added quite gaily, "He'll be back at the end of the week." "You can't think, Peter, how I miss him when he is away. Perhaps that is why I am looking thin, and why my hands are hot." "Perhaps," Peter assented laconically. Then somehow the conversation flagged, and all the happy feeling that Rosemary had experienced when Peter first stood near her slipped away from her. She suddenly felt cold, although the evening was so hot that a little while ago she had scarcely been able to breathe. At some little distance behind her, Philip's voice sounded cheerful and homely, and Morris Imre's throaty laugh and Elsa's happy little giggle rang through the sweet-scented evening air. Poor Rosemary shivered. "Shall we walk on?" she asked, "or wait for the others?" "Let's walk on," Peter replied, then added in a clumsy, boyish fashion, "Rather?" They walked on side by side. Rosemary, at a loss what to say next, had thrown out an inquiry about the cricket match. This set Peter talking. All at once he threw off his abrupt, constrained air and prattled away 19 to the dozen. The cricket match was going to be a huge success. Didn't Rosemary think it was a grand idea? Talk about the League of Nations, or whatever the thing was called. In Peter's opinion, there was nothing like a jolly good cricket or football match to bring people together. Make them understand one another was Peter's motto. Of course, all these Dagos over here had got to learn to be proper sports. No sulking if they got beaten. Peter would see to that. Anyhow, the old General What's-His-Name had been a brick. He had helped Peter no end to get the Romanian team together, and had given them all free passes to Hodmezo where the match would take place. Hodmezo was in Hungary, and old What's-His-Name, meaning Naniescu, said he would rather the Romanian team went to Hungary than that the Hungarian team came over here. Well, Peter didn't mind which. It was going to be a topping affair. He was going to captain the Romanian team, and Payson was captaining the Hungarians. Did Rosemary know Payson? Jolly chap with a ripping wife, done splendid work in the Air Force during the war. He had something to do with the Military Commission on Disarmaments. He was at Budapest now, and Jasper would probably see him while he was there. Payson was coming over to Hodmezo by aeroplane. Wouldn't that create a sensation? There was a splendid landing ground quite close to Hodmezo, fortunately. Payson's wife was coming with him. She was so keen on flying. Ripping couple they were. Didn't Rosemary think so? Oh, and Peter had had telegrams of good wishes from no end of people, and a jolly letter from dear old Plum Warner. Did Rosemary know Plum Warner? There was a cricketer, if you like, no one like him in Peter's opinion. The science of the man. Well, the Dagos should learn that cricket is the finest game in the world. Didn't Rosemary agree with him? Rosemary gave monosyllabic replies whenever Peter gave her the chance of putting in a word. She could not help smiling at his enthusiasm, of course. It was so young, so English, so thoroughly fine. But somehow she could not recapture that lovely feeling of security, that sheer joy in having Peter near her, and she kept asking herself whether it was really Peter who had changed, who had become younger, or she who had grown old. In this youthful athlete with his self-assurance and his slang, she vainly sought the wayward, sometimes moody, always captivating Peter, whose tempestuous love-making had once swept her off her feet. At one moment she tried to lead the conversation into a more serious channel. "How do you think Anna is looking?" she asked abruptly. "A bit peaky," Peter replied lightly. "Poor little mole. When you go back to England," he went on more gravely, "you ought to take her with you. It would do her all the good in the world. Take her out of herself, I mean." "She wouldn't come," Rosemary replied earnestly. "Don't you think so?" "Why, Peter," she retorted, feeling exasperated with him for this air of indifference even where Anna was concerned. "You know Anna would not come. For one thing," Rosemary added impulsively, "I don't suppose she would be allowed to." "You mean her mother wouldn't let her?" "No," she replied laconically. "I didn't mean that." "Well then," he retorted. Then, as Rosemary, shocked, angry, remained silent, holding her lips tightly pressed together, almost as if she were afraid that words would slip out against her will, Peter shrugged his broad shoulders and rejoined flippantly, "Oh, I suppose you mean old what's-his-name Naniescu and all that rubbish. I don't think he would worry much. He has been a brick, letting Anna and Philip out like that. I expect he would just as soon see them both out of the country as not. Jolly good thing it would be for both of them. They would learn some sense, the monkeys." He paused and looked round at Rosemary. Then, as she seemed to persist in her silence, he insisted, "Don't you agree with me?" "Perhaps," she replied with a weary sigh. "Anyway, you'll think it over, won't you?" Peter went on. "I am sure you could fix it up with old Naniescu. He admires you tremendously, you know. It was all wrong, all wrong. Peter used to be so fond of little Anna. Give her a kiss for me," were almost the last words he had spoken to Rosemary on the day of her wedding. His own affairs evidently pushed every other consideration into the remotest corner of his brain, and cricket matches were apparently of more importance than the danger which threatened Anna and Philip. Nor had Rosemary any longer the desire to break her promise to Jasper. She no longer wished to speak to Peter about Anna and Philip, or about the horrible alternative which Naniescu had put before her. This Peter would not understand. Jasper had not understood either, but he had misunderstood in a different way. Rosemary realized how right he had been to extract that promise from her. Was not Jasper always right? And was it intuition that had prompted him after all, rather than an attack of jealousy of which Rosemary in her heart had been so ready to accuse him? Suddenly she felt a longing to get away from Peter, from this Peter whom she neither knew nor trusted. "I'll go in now, I think," she said abruptly. "The dew is rising and my shoes are very thin." And she started to walk more quickly. Slowly the shades of evening had been drawing in. Rosemary had not noticed before how dark it was getting. The line of shrubbery behind the perennial border was like a solid wall, and on the other side of the path the stretch of lawn, with its great clumps of pampas grass and specimen trees, became merged in the gathering shadows. Beyond the lawn glimmered the lights of the chateau, and the veranda in front of the drawing-room was like a great patch of golden light, broken by the long straight lines of its supporting columns. There was no moon, only an infinity of stars, and in the flower border the riot of colour had faded into the gloom, leaving just the white flowers, the nicotiana, the Madonna lilies, a few violas, to break the even mantle spread by the night. From the direction of the chateau there came a loud call of "Halloo," to which Peter gave a lusty response. A voice shouted, "We are going in." "Right-o," Peter responded. "We'll come too." Then suddenly he gave a bound, and in an instant had leaped the border and disappeared in the shrubbery beyond. Rosemary, taken completely by surprise, had come to a halt. From the shrubbery there came a loud cry of terror, then a swear word from Peter, and finally a string of ejaculations, all in Hungarian, and of distressful appeals for mercy in the name of all the saints in the calendar. The next moment, Peter's white flannels glimmered through the foliage, and a second or two later he reappeared lower down, coming up the path and half dragging, half pushing in front of him a huddled-up mass, scantily clothed in ragged shirt and trousers, and crowned with a broad-brimmed hat, from beneath which came a succession of dismal howls. "What is it?" Rosemary cried. "That's what I want to know," was Peter's reply. "I caught sight of this blighter sneaking in the shrubbery and got him by the ear, which he does not seem to like, eh? My friend?" He gave the ear which he held between his fingers another tweak, and in response drew a howl from his victim, fit to wake the 7 sleepers. "Mercy, gracious Lord, mercy on a poor man. I was not doing anything wrong. I swear by Holy Joseph I was not doing anything wrong." The creature, whoever he was, succeeded in wriggling himself free of Peter's unpleasant hold, At once he turned to flee, but Peter caught him by the shoulder and proceeded this time to administer something more severe in the way of punishment. "Leave the man alone, Peter," Rosemary cried indignantly. "You have no right to ill-use him like that." "Oh, haven't I? We'll soon see about that," Peter retorted roughly. "Now then, my friend," he went on, speaking in Hungarian to the bundle of rags that had collapsed at his feet. "Listen to me. You have tasted the weight of my boot on your spine, so you know pretty well what you can expect if you don't tell me at once what you are doing at this hour of the night in the gracious Count's garden." The man, however, seemed unable to speak for the moment. Loud hiccoughs shook his tall, spare frame. He held his two hands against the base of his spine, and with knees bent he executed a series of desperate contortions in a vain attempt to get his right shoulder out of Peter's grip. "Peter," Rosemary cried again, "let the poor wretch go, you must, or I shall hate you." But Peter only retorted harshly, "If you weren't here, Rosemary, I'd thrash the vermin to within an inch of his life." "Now then," he commanded, "stop that howling. What were you doing in that shrubbery?" "I only wanted to speak with the gracious Countess," the man contrived to murmur at last, through the hiccoughs that still seemed to choke the words in his throat. "I have a message for her. That's why I caught you with this in your belt, eh?" Peter queried sternly and drew something out of his pocket which Rosemary could not see. He showed it to the man, who promptly made a fresh appeal to the saints. "The roads are not safe for poor gypsies, gracious lord, and I had the message." "Who gave you a message for the gracious Countess?" Rosemary asked him gently. I don't know, gracious lady. A fine gentleman on a horse called to me when I was gathering wood over by the forest of Normuffa. He gave me a letter. 'Take it,' he said, 'to the gracious Countess over at Kisimre, but do not give it into any hands but hers, and only give it to her when she is alone. Where is the letter?' 'It is here, gracious lady,' the man replied, and fumbling with the belt that held his ragged trousers round his waist. He drew from underneath it a soiled and crumpled rag that effectively looked like a letter in a sealed envelope. Peter would have snatched it out of his hand, but Rosemary interposed. "Peter," she said gravely, and stretched a protecting arm over the gypsy's hand. "The man was told not to give it in any hand but Elsa's." "The man is a liar," Peter riposted harshly. Just then Philip's voice reached them from across the lawn. "What are you two doing over there?" "Philip, is your mother with you?" Rosemary shouted in response. "Yes, we are just going in. Ask her to wait a moment, then." "What has happened?" Elsa called. "Nothing, darling," Rosemary replied. "Send the others in and wait for me, will you?" Then she turned to the gypsy and said kindly, "Walk beside me and don't try to run away. The gracious Lord will not hurt you if you walk quietly beside me." And so the three of them walked across the lawn toward the chateau, Rosemary in front, and beside her the gypsy, whose long, thin hands almost swept the grass as he walked with bent knees and arched back, throwing from time to time anxious glances behind him. But Peter was lagging behind. When they were dose to the chateau, they saw Elsa coming down the veranda steps. Rosemary ordered the gypsy to wait, and ran to meet Elsa. In a few words she told her what had occurred. Elsa then came across the gravel path and said to the gypsy, "I am the Countess Imre. You may give me the letter." The man's back became more curved than ever. He nearly touched the ground with his forehead. In the darkness, Rosemary seemed to sect his long, thin body, curling itself up almost into a ball. "I was told," he murmured meekly, "to give the letter in the hands of the gracious Countess only when she was alone." Instinctively, Rosemary turned to look for Peter. To her surprise, she saw him just above her, going up the veranda steps. He had his hands in the pockets of his trousers, and he was whistling a tune. The gypsy whom he had so maltreated a little while ago no longer seemed to interest him. Rosemary called to him rather impatiently, "Peter." He paused and looked down at her. "Hallo," he said coolly. "Do you think it is all right for Elsa to talk with this man alone?" Peter shrugged his shoulders. "Why not?" he said with a laugh. Then he called out to Elsa, "I say, Aunt Elsa, if the wretch should try to kiss you, sing out, won't you?" Elsa laughed good-humouredly. "Of course I'm not afraid," she said, "and I do want to know about this mysterious letter." Rosemary would have liked to argue the point. She could not understand how it was that Peter took the matter so lightly all of a sudden. However, as Elsa was playfully pushing her out of the way, whilst Peter calmly continued to stroll up the stairs, she only said with a final note of earnestness, "I shall be quite close, Elsa. You have only to call, you know." I know, Elsa rejoined, still laughing. "You don't suppose that I am frightened of a gypsy, do you?" She waited a moment or two until Rosemary was out of sight. Then she turned back to the man and said, "I am alone now. You may give me the letter." Chapter 20. Rosemary went slowly up the veranda steps. She did not feel that it would be loyal to pry into Elsa's secrets, but at the same time she wanted to remain well within call. From where she was, she could see Peter's broad shoulders blocking the French window which gave on the drawing room. From somewhere in the house, both above and below stairs, came the sound of laughter and song. A moment or two later she heard Elsa's footsteps behind her on the gravel walk, and presently Elsa was there, going up the veranda steps beside Rosemary. She did not say a word, and Rosemary asked no questions. She could see that Elsa was preoccupied. She also noticed that the letter, or whatever it was not in Elsa's hands. Peter stood aside to allow the two ladies to step into the drawing room. He asked no questions either, and Elsa did not volunteer any information. It seemed as if the incident of the mysterious gypsy had never been. Later on, Peter sat down at the piano and played a czardas for Philip and Anna to dance. They were beautiful dancers, both of them, and it was a pleasure to watch them swaying and bending to the syncopated cadences of the beautiful Hungarian music. Peter, too, had evidently that music in the blood. Rosemary had no idea he could play it so well. He seemed just as excited as the dancers and accelerated the movement of the czardas until little Anna called for mercy, and even Philip seemed ready to give in. For the time being, Rosemary forgot her troubles in the joy of seeing those two enjoying themselves and the delight of listening to Peter. What a pity, she thought, as she had often done, that he should waste all the poetry, the talent that was in him, and only devote his mind to cricket. She drew close up to the piano, to watch his slender fingers flying over the keys, and as she did so, her glance at one moment wandered to the small whatnot in the corner by the piano. There, in the midst of a miscellaneous collection of cigarette boxes, ashtrays, matchboxes, lay a small automatic. Peter caught her eye, which at the moment expressed a mute inquiry. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He had a cigarette in a long holder in the corner of his mouth, but he contrived to murmur, "Yes, the blighter. Wasn't I right to thrash him?" Rosemary looked across at Elsa. She sat quite placidly, as she always did, close to her husband's chair, watching her Philip, her soul in her eyes. She was smiling, and now and then she turned to say a word or two to Morris, but to Rosemary she still looked preoccupied, and once she caught Elsa's large, kind eyes fixed upon her with a curious, scrutinizing gaze. An hour later, when Rosemary was in her room and beginning to undress, there was a knock at her door, and Elsa came in, with that kindly smile of hers still on her face, but with a troubled look in her eyes. "May I come in for a moment, darling?" she asked. Rosemary made her comfortable on the sofa and sat down beside her. Elsa took hold of both her hands and fondled them, stroking them up and down, and she began talking about Philip and Anna, and the dancing and the plans for future parties and picnics and so on. Rosemary let her prattle on. It was her turn to scrutinize Elsa's face closely. That something was troubling this dear, kind creature was obvious. She was, as it were, gathering her moral forces before she broached something unpleasant that she had come to say. It was no use brusquing the matter, and Rosemary entered into Elsa's plans, discussed the coming dinner parties, the proposed lists of guests, talked about Anna's future, and made some remarks about Peter. This brought the main subject on the tapis. "Where did you and Peter first see that gypsy?" Elsa asked presently. "He was hiding in the shrubbery," Rosemary replied, "behind the flower border. I didn't see him. Peter saw him and pounced upon him and dragged him out onto the path. Funny he did not just go to the service door and ask for me, wasn't it? That's what Peter thought. I'm afraid he treated the poor wretch rather roughly." "I am sorry he did that," Elsa mused, and thoughtfully stroked Rosemary's slender fingers between her own. "The man really had a message for me." "I know," Rosemary rejoined. "A letter." "No, it wasn't a letter," Elsa said, and looked Rosemary now straight between the eyes. "You know these gypsies are queer people. They have curious gifts of divination and prophecy. This man—" She seemed to hesitate. Her glance wavered, and once more she started mechanically stroking Rosemary's hands. "But the man had a letter for you, Elsa dear," Rosemary insisted. "I saw it in his hand." "Oh, that was only a blind, and so was his story about the gentleman on a horse. He told me that he had come all the way from Ujlak to speak with me. Ujlak is where I was born, and my dear brother and Peter's mother, my sister-in-law, lives there still. Anna was born there, and little Marie. It was my father's home and my grandfather's before him, and our ancestors for many generations. Well, this gypsy came from there, in order to speak with you?" "So he said." "Well, and what did he have to tell you?" Rosemary asked. "That he had had a vision. My father had appeared before him in a dream and told him that he must start at once and seek me. He was to tell me that he whom I love best in all the world is in immediate danger of death." Rosemary never moved. She was looking straight at Elsa. Only when Elsa paused, seeming to wait for some word from her, Rosemary said, "That wretched creature told you that?" Elsa nodded. She went on simply, "I see by your face, dear, that he told the truth not only in that, but in what he said to follow." "What was that?" "He said that the stranger now within our gates knows of this danger and would confirm what he said." "Well, my darling, I only need look at your sweet face to see that miserable wretch spoke the truth. He was inspired by a dream to come and speak with me, but I would not question him further. Those gypsies often lie, and they will tell you any tale in order to get a few coppers. But I saw your look when I told you what he said, and it is from you that I want the truth. What is the danger that threatens Philip?" "Elsa, darling," Rosemary murmured. "I am his mother, you know." Elsa interposed with her gentle, quiet smile. "I must know. He is all the world to me. And as soon as you knew that something threatened him, you should have told me, my darling." Then, as Rosemary was still fighting with herself, alternately praying to God for guidance, and striving to swallow the tears that were choking her, Elsa went on quite quietly. "It is difficult for you, of course," she said, and patted Rosemary's cheek like an indulgent mother. "But it would have been better to tell me at first. I have had a very, very happy week since the children came home, but looking back on it now, I don't think that I was ever quite free from a vague sort of doubt. I was always a little uneasy, and whenever Philip kissed me I could not help crying." Elsa had spoken in a curious, dreamy manner, her round blue eyes fixed somewhere on vacant space. But now she seemed to pull herself together. She looked once more at Rosemary, gave her an encouraging smile, and said in a perfectly quiet, matter-of-fact tone, "Well, now tell me all about it. Philip's release and Anna's is only a temporary one. Is that it?" Rosemary nodded. She could not trust herself to speak. Elsa gave a little gasp, but her voice was still quite steady as she went on questioning Rosemary. "What is the charge against them?" "Philip wrote certain newspaper articles," Rosemary replied, and her voice sounded mechanical, like that of an automaton, "which have appeared in the English and American press. Anna used to send those through in the parcels she packed up in Bullock's shop." "I knew about those articles," Elsa rejoined simply. "Everybody in Transylvania knew about them, but I did not guess that Philip had anything to do with them, or Anna. Then," she went on with a little catch in her throat, "it means a charge of treason against the state." "Yes." "Military tribunal?" "Yes. And if they are found guilty, a sentence of death?" "No, no, no!" And Rosemary was on her knees with her arms round Elsa's shoulders, her tear-stained face turned up to her, protesting vigorously, strenuously, that which she knew was false. But Elsa's big round eyes were tearless. She looked a little wildly, perhaps, but quite kindly into the beautiful face that expressed such a world of love and sympathy. Then, gently but firmly, she disengaged herself from Rosemary's arms. "Well now, my dear," she asked very quietly, "all this being so, why did Naniescu let those children come home at all? Why should he postpone their trial, their punishment?" Rosemary's head fell upon her breast. "I don't know," she murmured. But Elsa put her podgy finger under Rosemary's chin and forced her to look up. "Don't lie to me, darling," she pleaded softly. "Tell me the truth." "I have told you the truth, Elsa," Rosemary protested through her tears. "Then I must believe you, if you say so, and yet it is all very mysterious. Why should Naniescu wait? Why should he play with those poor children like a cat does with a mouse? You know, Rosemary darling, what the gypsy said in the end." Rosemary shook her head. "He said that the stranger within the gates had the power to save my son from death. Have you that power, Rosemary?" "Oh, no!" Rosemary protested wildly. "If it were in my power, don't you think that I would do anything in the world to save Philip and Anna?" Elsa nodded. "Yes, dear," she said gently. "Of course I do think it, but when the gypsy said that, I could not help feeling hopeful, for he was right in everything else he said." Then suddenly she took Rosemary's face between her two hands, and she gazed into her eyes with a look of almost fierce intensity in her own, as if she would wrest a secret from the depths of the younger woman's soul. "Swear to me, Rosemary," she said, and her gentle voice sounded raucous and harsh. "Swear to me that there is nothing in the world that you can do to save Philip." And Rosemary, returning her gaze, replied steadily, "I swear to you that it is not in my power to save Philip and Anna. If it were, I would do it." Even then, Elsa did not cry. She just sat there quite still, her big round eyes quite dry, her mouth without a quiver, but sitting there so still, with her beautiful golden hair all round her face, the soft streaks of grey all about her temples, her fine features rigid, her podgy white hands resting on her knees. She looked such a tragic figure of despair that Rosemary could hardly suppress the cry of anguish that rose insistently to her throat. "And so we can do nothing," Elsa said with a note of quiet finality in her voice. "Don't say that, dear," Rosemary protested. "Jasper, as a matter of fact, has gone to Bucharest to try and see the king personally. The Romanian government owes some gratitude to my husband, as you know. I am quite sure that he will bring strong pressure to bear upon the authorities and get a full pardon for Philip and Anna on the score of their youth." But Elsa slowly shook her head. "You don't believe yourself, darling," she said, "in what you say. The children have committed the unpardonable crime of being born Hungarians, and of resenting foreign tyranny in their native land. The king himself would be kind, I am sure, but Bucharest is a long way off, and the bureaucrats over here do not know the meaning of the word mercy. But we know the meaning of the word hope, Elsa dear," Rosemary said steadily, and struggled to her feet. "We are not going to give up hope. You talk about your gypsies having the gift of prophecy. Well, it is my turn to prophesy now. Philip and Anna are in God's hands, and you and I are going to pray so hard and so ceaselessly that God will help us, I am sure. I know," she added firmly. Elsa gave a short, quick sigh. "Ah, yes," she said, "you are lucky, you English. Your religion means a great deal to you. But we over here are so different. We go to convent schools when we are too young to understand. Then we are all fire and enthusiasm, but we do not understand. After that we marry and live in those remote villages where the poor cure is only an illiterate peasant, with whom we have nothing in common, whose habits are often such that we could not possibly make our confession to him. And so we soon forget what we learned in our childhood, and we come to trusting in ourselves rather than in God." She rose and, with the same motherly gentleness which she always showed to Rosemary, she folded the girl in her loving arms. "Good night, my dear," she said placidly. "I ought not to have kept you up so late. Good night, dear. Pray to your God for us all. The God of the English is more merciful, I think, than ours." "Elsa," Rosemary insisted, "promise me that you will not give up hope. Jasper comes back tomorrow. He may bring the best of news. Promise me that in any case you will not give up hope." The ghost of a smile appeared on Elsa's face. "I will promise," she said, "not altogether to give up faith." Rosemary kissed her tenderly. After that she escorted her as far as her room, and at the door she kissed her once more, and then she said, with solemn earnestness, "Elsa, darling, will you believe me if I say that if I could give my life for those two children I would do it?" If it were in my power to save them, I would. But it is not in my power to save them, to do anything but to leave them in God's hands." Elsa returned her kiss with gentleness and affection. "Dear, kind Rosemary," she murmured. "Go to bed, dear, you must be so tired." Then she quietly slipped into her room and closed the door, and Rosemary was left to face the night alone. Chapter 21. What puzzled Rosemary was the gypsy. What was the mystery of that vagabond found lurking in the park at nightfall with a revolver in his belt? What connection had he with the eyes that had watched Rosemary the night that she was talking with little Anna? And how had he come in possession of the inner history of Philip's and Anna's temporary release? There was a mystery here, somewhere, a disquieting, a terrifying mystery, not altogether to be accounted for by the spy system or other secret organization of the Romanian government. All night Rosemary struggled with the puzzle. All night she wrestled with herself for the right to break her promise to Jasper and to lay all the facts of the case before Peter. She wanted to do this before Jasper's return, and anyway he must release her, he must, from that promise which placed her in a false and disloyal position towards Peter. When Rosemary fell asleep, the dawn was breaking, and she had almost made up her mind to tell Peter everything. But the next morning when she went downstairs, she found the whole house in a turmoil, servants rushing to and fro, Elsa in close conversation with the chef, Morris shouting contradictory orders across the galleried hall. Peter was in the drawing-room playing a jazz tune this time, and Philip and Anna were foxtrotting, infusing even in this ugly so-called dance some of their own native grace. As soon as Rosemary appeared, she was greeted with regular war whoops of delight. In a moment she was drawn into the whirlpool of excitement. Philip and Anna dragged her to the sofa, and they and Morris and Elsa all talked to her at once, while Peter, with the inevitable cigarette in the corner of his mouth, continued to pound away at the jazz tune. From the deafening hubbub of conversation, Rosemary gathered, in the first instance, that the gypsy band from Bonchida were coming over the next day, and the gypsies of Bonchida were the finest in Transylvania. Then that the Keletes were driving over from Hajdu, and the Fijas from Henga, that perhaps Aunt Charlotte would come too and bring Marie, that the Keletes were bringing the Polties, and the Fedgers, having the Kiksi boys staying with them, would of course bring them along. They reckoned that there would be 10 or a dozen couples to dance, and with the mamas and papas they would be 30 to supper. They expected most of the guests to arrive in time for luncheon, and in the afternoon they could have some tennis. Then in the evening they would have a ball to which the officers from the garrison at Cluj had already been invited, and they had accepted by telephone. Among them were those who were going to play cricket with the Hungarians at Hodmazo under Peter's direction. At this marvellous statement Peter came to a pause in the music with a crashing chord, took the cigarette out of his mouth and throwing up his hands, exclaimed, "Going to play cricket with the Hungarians under Peter's direction. Oh, blessed people, ye ghosts of Fitzgerald, Pycroft, and of Lillywhite, do ye hear them and writhe up there in heaven?" Then he struck up the March of the Men of Harlech. "If anyone says anything more about cricket," he said solemnly, "I shall force them to play with warped bats and golf balls on a ploughed field. Not a trace of anxiety or even preoccupation on any of those dear, beaming faces." Elsa was as excited as any of them, worried to death because the carp they had got out of the lake for this evening's supper were not really fat. "They're no bigger than a good-sized goldfish," she said to Rosemary with a note of real tragedy in her voice, and her blue eyes at once looked anxious and troubled, as if the matter of the carp was the only thing that could worry her. Rosemary made a great effort not to be a wet blanket in the midst of all this gaiety. In this she succeeded admirably. All she had to do was to smile and to nod her head, and now and then to cry out, "How splendid!" The others did all the talking, and when conversation subsided for a moment, Peter came down with a fresh, crashing jazz tune. Rosemary would have thought the whole scene a phantasmagoria, elusive images that would presently be dispelled, only that she had known these people ever since she was a child. She had studied their curious psychology, half barbaric, with all the primitive disregard of danger and the passion for pleasure, even at the point of death. She gave ungrudging admiration to Elsa, who had sat in her room last night, rigid, dry-eyed, a living statue of despair. What went on behind that smooth white brow of hers? What projects, what hopes? And little Anna? Anna knew, Anna guessed. She had spoken of her fears to Rosemary, spoken of eyes that watched her, of eyes that were willing her to do something foolish that would compromise her irretrievably this time. Elsa and Anna, what an example of self-possession, of self-control. Rosemary was almost ready to persuade herself that something had happened to reassure them both, that in fact they knew the danger to be past, only that Elsa avoided her glance, and that the dear soul, usually so placid, so stable, was just a thought more restless than usual, and her gentle voice would from time to time become shrill. At last, genuinely tired and bewildered by so much noise, Rosemary jumped up and, laughing, declared that she must escape out of the bear garden for a moment and get a breath of fresh air in the park. In order to reach the glass door that gave on the veranda, Rosemary had to go past the piano. Quite close. Peter looked up when she was near him, and she said to him as she went past, "They are very gay, aren't they?" "Elsa has a perfectly mad plan in her head," Peter replied, and struck a few loud chords so that no one save Rosemary should hear what he said. "For God's sake, if you have any influence over her, get her to give it up." Then he shouted merrily, "I've had enough of those horrible American tunes. Who wants a butt?" He did not play a sardas a moment or two. His fingers wandered aimlessly over the keys, whilst his eyes followed Rosemary as she stepped through the glass door onto the sun-bathed veranda. And as Rosemary felt the sun, the clear, luscious air, the scent of flowers and of distant pines, envelop her as in a warm mantle, there came wafted to her ears the soft strains of that exquisite Hungarian love song, "There is but one beautiful girl in all the world." The piano now seemed to sing under Peter's delicate touch, and Rosemary paused and stood quite still, letting the music sink into her, yielding to its voluptuous cadence, and allowing her thoughts, her desires, her longings to soar upwards to that infinity to which music alone can convey the soul on its magic wings. Chapter 22. Rosemary had wandered beyond the confines of the park and roamed about in the woods, having lost all sense of time. When presently she came back to the reality of things, she looked at her watch and saw that it was close on 12 o'clock. Luncheon at the chateau was at past. It meant stepping out briskly so as to be in time. As soon as she reached the flower garden, it struck her as strange that the chateau suddenly appeared to be so quiet. No sound reached her as she came near to the veranda steps, either of shrill, excited voices or of laughter or song. She found the family assembled on the veranda: Morris, Elsa, Philip, and Anna. Only Peter was not there. A first glance at them all revealed to Rosemary what had occurred. Elsa had told them what the gypsy had said. Morris sat in his chair like a man in a trance, his dark face flushed, his hair tousled, his large dark eyes staring out before him with a look in them that was not entirely sane. Philip, on the other hand, was pacing up and down the veranda floor, whilst Anna stood quite still, leaning against a column, looking for all the world like a little martyr tied to the stake, her small, thin hands clasped together, a faint flush on her cheeks. These two children looked excited rather than horror-filled. Anna's face suggested that of an idealist not altogether resigned, but nevertheless eager to suffer for the cause. But Philip looked like a lighter, seeking for a chance to hit back, a combatant not yet brought to his knees. Elsa's round blue eyes just wandered from one to the other of these faces all dear to her. They were dry eyes, anxious eyes, but there was nothing in them today of that tragic despair which had been so heartbreaking to behold the evening before. Rosemary's first thought had been, "They know, Elsa has told them." The second was, "Elsa has a plan." Peter said it was a mad one, a plan for Philip and Anna's escape. She wondered if they would tell her. "I hope I am not late for lunch," she said, rather breathlessly, as she had been walking very fast. Then she added casually, "Where is Peter?" "He is busy packing," Elsa replied. "Packing?" Rosemary exclaimed, puzzled. "He is not going away already?" "Yes," Elsa said. "Tonight." But he did not say anything yesterday, Rosemary insisted, about going away again so soon, or even this morning. I don't think he knew yesterday, Elsa rejoined. It seems he had a telephone message half an hour ago. He says he must go. Anna now appeared to wake out of her trance. Rosemary was standing close to her just then. She took Rosemary's hand gently in hers and said, "You see, darling, it is like this. One of Peter's cricketers has telephoned to him to say that they have such a lot of trouble about their rooms at Hodmezo. Romanians are not exactly popular in Hungary," she went on with a wan little smile. "And I suppose that hotel keepers don't care to put them up. So Peter has had to promise to go and put things right for his cricketers. He will come back, of course, after the cricket match," Elsa concluded placidly. "But it is a great nuisance for him, packing and unpacking all the time." Rosemary made no further remark. Everything seemed terribly puzzling. That Elsa had told the children, had told Morris all she knew, was beyond question. That Peter also knew everything, and that he knew and disapproved of some plan which Elsa had made, Rosemary supposed, for the escape of Philip and Anna was, to her mind, equally certain. But even if Peter disapproved, how could he go away at this critical time and leave Elsa to plan and contrive alone, hampered by a half-crazy husband and surrounded by spies? However, no one apparently meant to say anything more just then, and it was quite a relief when the luncheon bell sounded, and the little party on the veranda broke up and everyone trooped downstairs for luncheon. Peter was already in the dining room, waiting for the others. Elsa, in her kind, gentle way, asked him about his packing and whether she could help him to get ready. But Peter declared that he wanted nothing, only the carriage this evening to take him to Cluj. He grumbled terribly at having to go away. He hated the idea of missing the ball and all the friends who were coming, but when Elsa or Morris tried to persuade him to stay, he was very firm. "I've got to go, Aunt Elsa. You don't know what complications might occur if those Romanians got to Hodmezo and were not properly treated. Good God," he added with mock horror, "it might land you all in another war, and all through my fault." Rosemary had never seen Peter so gay or so conversational. He appeared entirely unconscious of the undercurrent of tragedy that flowed through Elsa's pathetic attempts at conversation, and Morris's equally tragic silences. He talked incessantly, chiefly about the cricket match and chiefly to Philip, who made desperate efforts to appear interested. Rosemary did her best too, but she was anxious and puzzled, and frankly she did not believe in the story of the telephone message. She tried now and then to catch Elsa's eye, but in this she never once succeeded. Elsa was avoiding her glance. She meant to say nothing about her plan, this mad plan of which Peter disapproved so thoroughly that he preferred to be out of the way. Did these dear, kind people mistrust her then, because of what the gypsy had said? Or was this reticence merely the natural outcome of a sense of supreme danger that mistrusted everything and everybody? Rosemary felt the mystery deepening around her. She could not understand Peter. Sometime after luncheon she found Elsa and Anna sitting together in the small brick-built summer house at the farther end of the lake. Rosemary had wandered as far as there with a book, anxious as she was to be out of the way. It was hot, and the air was very still, and the scent of tuberoses and heliotrope was almost too heady. In the perennial border a number of humming-bird moths were busy about a bed of sweet sultan. The soft whirring sound of their wings could be heard quite distinctly in the extreme stillness of this late summer's afternoon. From time to time distant sounds of village life came in quick, short waves to Rosemary's ear, as well as the sharp click of tools wielded by the gardeners at work somewhere in the park. Close beside the summer house one man was busy hand-weeding the path. As Rosemary drew nearer, he looked up for an instant, and then he shuffled rapidly away. In the long, stooping figure, the dirty rags and the dark skin, Rosemary thought that she recognized the gypsy of the previous night. It was just like Elsa, she thought, to give the poor wretch work on the estate. When Rosemary saw Elsa and Anna sitting together in the summer house, her instinct was to pass discreetly on, with just a hasty, cheery word, but Elsa called to her. "Come and sit here a minute, Rosemary, darling," she said. "Anna and I want to tell you everything." "Everything." Rosemary, without a word, stepped into the little pavilion. Anna pulled a wicker chair forward between herself and Elsa, and Rosemary sat down, a little anxious, a little fearful, wondering what these dear, enthusiastic hotheads had devised, and how she herself would act when she knew. Elsa at once took hold of her hand and fondled it. "You asked me last night, darling," she began, "not to give up hope, didn't you?" Rosemary nodded acquiescence. "And I promised that I would not give up faith," Elsa went on quietly. "Well, I have kept my faith all through last night, which was very trying. With the dawn, hope came to me, and after that I once more felt in charity with all the world." Rosemary gave Elsa's podgy white hand a tender squeeze. "Dear," she whispered. "We have a plan, darling," Elsa said triumphantly. "A splendid plan. Tomorrow night Philip and Anna will be in Hungary, safely out of the way." Rosemary had known all along what was coming. She looked at Anna, who gave an excited little nod. "Tell Rosemary, Aunt Elsa," she said, "all from the beginning. There's no one in the world you can trust as you can Rosemary." "Listen then, darling," Elsa said, speaking quite quietly at first, then gradually allowing excitement to get hold of her voice, making it tremble while she spoke, and husky with eagerness, while her command of the English tongue became less and less pronounced. "It has all been made possible by this cricket business, for which I thank God and Peter Blakeney. As I told you this morning, Peter's cricket people are all coming here tomorrow for the ball. They have to be at Hodmezo the following day for the cricket, so they will bring their luggage and make a start from here after the ball, I suppose, about midnight in 3 motor cars which the Governor, General Naniescu, has himself placed at their disposition. Hodmezo is, as you know, in Hungary, just the other side of the frontier. It will be about 4 or 5 hours' drive from here, as there is a short-cut, quite a good road, which avoids Cluj. In 2 of those motor cars the cricket people themselves will go. They are mostly young Romanian officers and men of the better class. General Naniescu has, of course, given them all free passes for the occasion. Fortunately, he has also given them passes for 4 servants to accompany them. These 4 men will go in the 3rd motor, and they will also go in the motor all the way to Hodmezo. Now 2 of these servants, whom the local commissary of police has himself chosen, and to whom passes have been given, are the 2 sons of Janos the miller, who is devoted to us all. His 2 sons have certainly served in the Romanian army because they were obliged, but they have remained Hungarian at heart and would do anything for